I would call this meeting to order. Please take your seats. Councillor Bravo, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Perks. I will call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on bras c'est porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Gichiguanash, Nani Bueda Migueche Wendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence and personal reflection. Thank you. Please be seated. Mayor Chow.
Yeah, just since we just finished singing "O Canada," I just want to let everyone know, all the councillors and people listening in, that this Saturday, February 15th, is Canada Flag Day. And right outside in Nathan Phillips Square, our protocol office will be hoisting a huge flag. I believe it's probably 3 stories high at 10 a.m. So those of you that are free, do come on down to Nathan Phillips Square and celebrate the Canadian flag. Cast from Come From Away will be singing, and I thought you might want to let some of your constituents know to come down and celebrate the Canadian flag, that we are proud Canadian.
Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Today's special meeting of council is for the following purposes: to consider the mayor's proposed budget, and to consider new business from city officials, Members of council, this is a special meeting. Under council procedures, no new business items such as motions without notice may be introduced. This rule cannot be waived. The mayor's proposed budget was presented on January the 30th, 2025 with Merrill Decision 1-2025 and published with the council agenda on February the 6th. It is currently before council and does not require a vote to introduce it. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials? Moved by Councillor Carroll. Is it going to go on the screen? Oh, there it is, Councillor Carroll. Oh, sorry.
Still waiting. There it is. That new business from city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item and number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. I don't see any at this time. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Okay. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 27.6, review of the order paper. Members, the mayor has designated item MPB 27.1 on 2025 operating and capital budget as her first key matter, and this will be our first business item of business today. We are scheduled to meet until 6 p.m. tonight. We will take a scheduled recess between 12:30 and 2 p.m., and council will convene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. if necessary. Members, council is meeting to consider the mayor's proposed budget and to propose amendments to the budget. Council will vote on any proposed amendments. Council will not be voting on the mayor's proposed budget. Members, we have 3 items before us which we will consider in agenda order. After we consider the mayor's proposed budget, we will consider item CC 27.1 on budget implementation, including property tax rates, user fees, and related matters. Does anyone wish to debate item CC 27.2 on the response to Ontario Regulation 286/09, or can we vote on it now? No? Okay. All those in favor? On CC 27. Councillor Holliday, point of order.
Speaker, in your opening remarks, you discussed debating item number CC 27.1, but there's no one that's held it, so I'd be happy to hold it. CC 27.1.
Budget implementation.
The budget implementation. Thank you.
CC 27.2. On favor? Carried. All those in favor of adopting the order paper, please raise your hands. On favor? Carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk's staff are available to help you with motions. Members, I am expecting that there will be a number of motions today. To ensure that motions are in the proper form, members are reminded to work with the clerk's staff to prepare your motions. Members are also reminded to state their motions before they speak. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. Members, for the benefit of everyone participating in the meeting, including the public, I want to reiterate the advice we received from the city clerk regarding council's consideration of the budget. The mayor has met her statutory duty to prepare a balanced budget for council's consideration. Under changes of the City of Toronto Act made in 2022, City Council may pass amendments to the budget prepared by the mayor, but council will not vote to approve the budget or the budget as amended. Instead, the budget will be deemed adopted after certain conditions are met. If no amendments are passed today, the budget will be deemed adopted by the adjournment of the meeting. If amendments are passed by council today, the mayor has 10 days to decide whether to veto any amendments. She may shorten that period if she chooses. If the mayor vetoes any amendments, council will have 15 days to overturn a veto by 2/3 vote. The budget will be deemed adopted after all these conditions are met. Let me also review the procedures as they relate to motions. First, amendments to the mayor's proposed budget must preserve the balanced nature of the budget. A motion that would result in an unbalanced budget is not in order, and I will not accept it. Members should work with the clerk and the chief financial officer to identify offsetting measures where required. Second, any requests for reports or requests for city officials or other bodies to consider matters as part of the future budget or requests of other governments should be moved on item CC 27.1, budget implementation including property tax rates, user fees, and related matters, or should be brought by letter to the appropriate standing committee or to council by a member's motion. We will now go to the mayor's key item, which is MM 27.1. So on MPB 27.1, the mayor's key item, are there any questions? No? Councillor Holiday.
Transportation
Councillor
services.
Holiday?
Yep, start with transportation services.
Transportation services?
Can you just hold my time because there's a lot of people to move around in here.
Yeah, just. Okay, if members of council, if you to particular staff, if you can please let us know in advance so we can have the staff come down that's able to answer the questions. Transportation, where are you?
You want me to stand down, Speaker?
Are staff ready? Hello? Are staff ready? Okay.
Yes, we are, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Holiday, questions to transportation.
Thank you. I'll warm up with something that the Chamber's familiar with. That's the mechanical vacuum leaf collection. I want to, Speaker, I got lots of questions, so if I can just have quiet while I get this done. It was observed in a budget deputation that trucks still come around on city streets and vacuum up along the edge of the road. I wonder if you can confirm that that is correct.
Through the chair, the City of Toronto staff still collects leaves that fall into ditches from trees. That's a service that we've always provided.
Still collect off the road too, correct?
We collect off the road using a front-end loader a
Right.
service that we've also provided, and those are trees that have fallen, sorry, those are leaves that have fallen from the trees.
So the item that has been cut from the budget a couple of cycles ago has to do with the incremental increase in the number of leaves that is collected by transportation services. And it's my understanding, it's staff's understanding that those are leaves that were dumped onto the roads right of way by residents. Is that correct?
Oh, you go ahead.
Madam Speaker, the mechanical leaf collection program that was eliminated a couple of years ago through the budget happened in a very few number of wards, a very few number of
not what I
streets
asked.
citywide, and generally it was collecting both private leaves that had been pulled from private property as well as leaves that were in the right-of-way in front of those homes.
So logically, the only thing that was cut, because you still attend the streets to collect the leaves, are those leaves that were deposited into the right-of-way by residents from the private side. Is that correct?
Yes, that was, yes. Yeah, so that service was provided by a contractor using different equipment. 30 pieces of equipment were exclusively used to collect leaves that were deposited from residents, from their private
residents.
property
Okay.
onto the right-of-way.
Great. Thank you. Speaker, my next question is for the CFO. Inside the series of budget briefing notes, there's one titled Extensions of Provincial and Federal Responsibilities. And I think the staff's number is 1.424 billion. So that is the sum total of services that would be arguably responsibilities of the federal and provincial government.
To the Speaker, that is the total amount supported through the property tax base for programs that would be extensions of federal and provincial
And that
responsibilities.
is net, not the money that's sent to us and flowed through. So what is the percentage of property tax funding that represents?
To the Speaker, roughly 25%.
If the City of Toronto stopped doing those services and referred them over to those orders of government to look after them, what would the property tax cut be on 1.424 billion?
To the Speaker, it would be roughly 25 to 30%.
Okay. In the staff's, these are general questions. In the staff's summary of new and enhanced services by program, there's quite a number of suggestions in here, totaling about $94 million. Is it my understanding that those represent new services that are beyond the baseline of what was provided during the 2024 year? So this is net additions to the budget.
To the Speaker, yes, these would be additional incremental expenses for either new or enhanced levels of service above the 2024 levels.
Now, you have an increase in the budget that has to do with inflationary costs, the costs of doing business, all the things that go into sustaining the current service levels. How much is that net increase?
To the Speaker, so the opening pressure, which was about $1.2 billion, represented much of those costs, both inflationary pressures as well as addressing demand and service and annualized impacts in the prior year.
Okay.
Those would have been the consolidated number we would have looked to address.
How much money do you get out of just pure assessment growth? That is, changes external to the city without a policy change.
To the Speaker, for this year, it is roughly $83 million in additional
How much of the
assessment growth.
incremental pressure does that cover in terms of growth of the cost of city services, of providing exactly what you provided in the previous fiscal year?
That was your last
To the
question.
Speaker, the additional assessment growth will reflect less than 1/10 of the overall costs associated with growth, service improvements,
That's
and
not what I
annualized
asked.
impacts.
Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
I just want to make sure that the staff got my question. I got a different answer. I asked to sustain the previous services, not growth. I want to know how much of that $84 million is required to sustain exactly what is the same in 2024.
Okay.
To the speaker, so when looking at 1.2 billion as the opening pressure, that again is not including enhancements or growth. It might be service demands driven by population growth. In terms of purely the impact of inflationary, do we have the exact number? I don't have the exact number. It's roughly, it would probably be roughly about half, if not more. So you would still be looking at anywhere from a fifth to an eighth of the cost would be offset by assessment growth.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, you're next, but can you tell me who you're asking questions to before I turn your timer on?
Mr. Conforti and the TTC, but I've already arranged that.
I'm sorry, didn't hear you. Oh, yeah.
I've already done as I was told.
Okay, okay, thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess through you to Mr. Conforti, there's often articles in the newspaper about how Toronto's the lowest tax jurisdiction in the GTA. So I'm just trying to understand it. Recognizing that the MLTT is like front-loading property taxes, if we didn't have the municipal land transfer tax, how much higher would our taxes be per household, and where would we be ranked in the GTA?
To the speaker, so looking at the amount of land transfer tax that we have collected in 2024, using that as a basis, that would equate to roughly an 18% or the equivalent of an 18% property tax increase. Every 1% increase has a residential impact of about $39. So if that were added to the property tax base, that would be an impact of about $700, which would increase our overall comparison. So when we look at where we are against other larger municipalities, we're generally in the middle. If you were to add the impact of the land transfer tax, which is not uniformly applied, but if you were to add that, it would take us to the higher end.
What does the higher end mean? Could you tell me, like, because you've got the rankings there, and I know we're in the middle. I think Vaughan is number 1, but...
Yeah, so to the speaker, Vaughan is, if you're looking at the comparison paid per average household,
yeah.
Vaughan is just under $6,000. If you were to add $700 to ours, we would be still slightly below Vaughan. We would be in and around the Brampton and Vaughan range.
So number 2 in the GTA?
We would probably be number 2 or 3 in the GTA.
Interesting. Thanks. In terms of efficiencies, it was reported this year, efficiencies kind of get lumped into offsets and reductions, and they talk about 680 million being that total number. Is that correct?
To the speaker, 680 million is the total amount of offsets. It's not the total amount of efficiencies or even reductions that were identified in this year's budget.
Correct. And so out of that 680 million, because the efficiencies, if I'm not mistaken, is reported in that bucket. What was the actual number of efficiencies out of that out of that 680 million?
To the speaker, of the 680, 41 million represents true efficiencies. That's where we were able to continue to provide the same level of service, but reducing the costs associated with it. I will note there was also 93 million in line-by-line review, which would be a combination of either cost avoidance, but also in some cases reductions to the 2024 budget.
We don't know where that is. Okay, and so if that 41 million, if my math is correct, efficiencies out of that 680 million is about 6%.
To the speaker,
take my word for it?
I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay, thanks. I just have a question of the TTC. Thank you. TTC's there? Yeah. Oh, hello there. You actually, in your budget brief, it says captures 37.2 million in cost savings from expenditure reviews and efficiency measures. What's the actual efficiencies? Because you've kind of lumped them in together as well. What are the actual efficiencies?
Through the chair, the actual efficiencies is 10.4 million in efficiency.
And if I read the note correctly, the 21 million of that larger puffed up number was actually an accounting change?
I would
With
say
the WSIB?
it's a combination of both, yes, and expenditure reductions, yes.
But the WSIB accounting change was 21 million, so the bulk of the 37 million, is that fair to say?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Pardon?
To the speaker, just for a point of clarification, and when we rolled up the total amount of efficiencies included in the 680 million, I will note that the amount represented from the TTC was included in the line-by-line review rather than in the efficiency section.
Thank you. Councillor Turnus Lynn?
Thank you. Through the speaker, I have a couple of questions for the CFO, please. Mr. Conforti, as you may have seen, there was an opinion piece published by the Globe and Mail last week by two C.D. Howe Institute researchers about the way the city presents the budget, citing that the city does not show actual results and past projected surpluses alongside the proposed 2025 budget. The authors also mention that the budget does not use the same accounting standards as the city's financial statements. What is your response to the concerns that were raised?
To the speaker, so annually we do see these comments. They do seem to come forward every budget process. There are 2 points that are made, 2 key points that are made. One is around our budget timing. What's highlighted is the ability for the public to be able to consider the impacts of any increases that you see in the property tax before the start of the year. Our comment on that and our position on that is the City of Toronto has the most transparent budget in all of government within Canada. Our budget process actually starts in October through public consultation, which has actually been enhanced over the last couple of years. It provides an opportunity to hear from the public in terms of what are their priorities for where both we spend funds or where we should be adding funds. That information is then rolled into a budget launch where we provide a myriad of information, both on a program-by-program basis with over 40 individual budget notes for each program. We have information on actual spending, not just for the current year, but dating 3 years back. We also provide information through briefing notes that can get into specific topics. On top of that, we're able to speak to the public in terms of what did we hear through the public consultation and did we get it right in terms of where we've prioritized expenses. There are then further opportunities for the public, be it through deputations, through town halls that are hosted by councillors, supported by city staff, through telephone town halls and other actions, again, to ensure that we've got it right in terms of what we heard from the public. It's my opinion that to be able to ensure that there's a fulsome debate on the budget with public participation and input, an expedited process that is completed over a shorter period of time would not enable the public to have the level of input that you see in the City of Toronto's budget. In terms of the comment on the accumulated surplus, I think it's an important distinction between an accumulated surplus and what we would be speaking about in terms of a budget surplus. We have a growing city here in Toronto, and our capital program reflects that. In fact, over the last 10 years, we've almost doubled the size of our capital program to the point where it's now $60 billion over the next 10 years. The result of that is added investments in our assets, in our asset base. And when you look at our accumulated surplus that is sitting at $33.7 billion, that's driven by the growth that we have in our assets. What it does not mean is that I can take the value of a newly constructed road and take those funds to be able to pay to heat this building. Those aren't proper use for the funds, and quite frankly, municipalities aren't permitted to budget that way, nor do we have the revenue tools to support that type of budgeting.
Okay, thank you. One follow-up, another question to you as well. According to the staff budget presentation, the city found $680 billion in reductions and offsets to reduce the opening budget pressure. Could you provide some more details about what the city has done to find savings and efficiencies for this budget?
To the speaker, so 680 million.
Million, sorry.
Yes, no problem. 680 million in terms of offsets. That's made up of different categories of changes. So line-by-line reviews is where we work with programs and agencies. We will look at each commitment item within the budget and identify what historically we've spent versus what has been budgeted for and what the expectations are moving forward. That was about 93 million. That is a combination of actual reductions in spending versus the prior year and cost avoidance. As mentioned earlier, there was 41 million inefficiencies. That's where we looked at the services that we provide and abilities to provide those services at a reduced cost. Some examples are within our shelter and support services, we were able to renegotiate hotel contracts for our shelter services. That had significant savings reflected in this year's budget. Within technology services, there was a fulsome review of our software and our applications around the ability to either max or to back off the usage of certain software if it really wasn't adding value, to completely discontinue applications if they weren't adding value, or to renegotiate. Even in our fleet services, they looked at vehicle utilization savings. They looked at retreading of tires. I would even note within finance and treasury, through our prudent fiscal management and the increase in our credit rating, we have a couple $100,000 in savings associated with debt servicing costs. So that makes up the 41 million. There was an additional 294 million, which is what we would call program reviews. Those are mostly cost avoidance. That's us working with programs as part of their submissions, prioritizing expenses, looking at the validity or really what we expect to spend in any given year based on what the expense is, and being able to play a control function. Beyond that, the offsets are really on the revenue side, looking at corporate revenues and adjusting for what we expect, items like assessment growth or changes in certain property, land transfer tax or municipal accommodation tax, things of that nature.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To our CFO, is there a structural deficit to the city's operating budget, and can you explain briefly and simply what that means?
To the Speaker, what you would see within the City of Toronto's budget, but it would also be something you would see in most municipal budgets here in Ontario, is generally our revenues are going to grow at a much greater pace, or sorry, our expenditures are going to grow at a much greater pace than our revenues. Unlike the federal government or the provincial government, we don't have a share of revenues that grow with the economy. So when you look at our overall revenue base, excluding things like reserve draws, I think 88% of our revenues are relatively static. That would be property tax. That would be other large revenues that we collect here in the city, user fees, where they don't change unless we actually change them with a rate adjustment. What that means is when we have added costs, like the 1.2 billion opening pressure you saw in this year's budget, which is driven by a growing city, inflationary impacts, demand for our services, those demands outpace the revenue tools we have available to keep up with those growing costs, which is why on an annual basis we come forward with adjustments to property taxes or rates. And in its core, that's the challenges that we face and other municipalities face.
And what is the status of New Deal talks towards sustainability for the city's budget? Is there discussion of income or sales tax revenue that is enjoyed by cities like New York, Berlin, and Tokyo?
Speaker, we are still a little ways away from engaging in the direct talks about that. We have stated, even in the first New Deal, that we do wish to have conversations about what revenue sources would provide a more stable and ongoing ability for us to manage our finances moving forward, and that will be part of our discussions when we get to that point.
Where do Torontonians land in comparison to other Ontario municipalities in terms of property tax paid if we pass the mayor's budget today?
To the Speaker, when looking at property taxes as well as adding the cost of solid waste, which outside of Toronto is generally part of the property tax bill, we're generally in the middle of the pack in terms of a comparison with other municipalities.
If the mayor's budget moves forward today, this will be the third year with a fairly significant property tax increase. Is there light at the end of the tunnel towards some level of sustainability in our tax rate? What can people expect, especially seniors who are on fixed incomes, who've just been experiencing this increase after increase? What can we tell them about where we might land next year and beyond?
To the Speaker, I would say there is light at the end of the tunnel. I think we've been on a multi-year journey, and we continue to be on a multi-year journey. Coming out of the pandemic, the City of Toronto was faced with very significant financial challenges. We opened last year's budget process with a $1.8 billion threshold. At the time, we had noted that was not a challenge that could be solved in 1 year. It was going to take a multi-year approach. We're on that journey. What is encouraging is it's working. you're seeing not just through the strategies that we're bringing forward, but the prudent fiscal management that we've seen from council over the last couple of years is really enabling us to ensure that we continue to address that challenge over a multi-year, bringing down those opening pressures that we're facing to the range of 600 to 800 million, which is more historically what we would have faced, and something that can be accommodated with lower property tax increases on an annual basis. So continued prudent fiscal management, continued down this path, will help us get to that point. I'd also note for any individuals or seniors that are on a fixed income, we continue to look at tax relief programs as ways to be able to manage those challenges as well.
So there was a promise at one point that we would be made whole because of loss of some development charges. And the same promise has never been made about the loss of Section 37, which was a huge source of funding for us to build community centers, daycares, important infrastructure to support a growing city. What is the plan for our growing city to fill in the gap of loss of Section 37 in order for us to continue to build the infrastructure needed to support our growing city?
To the Speaker, so I will note, while there was a commitment to make us whole on changes to the Development Charge Act, the city was not made whole. So that continues to be a very significant pressure, about $2 billion pressure that it added to our budget. On Section 37s, when there was a change in terms of Section 37 and moving to a community benefit charge approach, that also had an impact. I believe Section 37s, we expected to be able to collect somewhere from maybe 90 to 100 million. I'm getting a nod, but 90 to 100 million a year. Versus CBCs, we expect once they mature, we might collect 35 million a year. So again, there is no offsets to that. That requires us to make decisions in terms of where we allocate our funds, how we advance growth requirements in the city. So it really does require tougher decisions in terms of how you move forward on projects that are required.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. This is to the CFO. So just wondering, how many programs do we have that are either running at a loss or subsidized because they're running at a loss? Do you have an approximate number of what those programs look like in its entirety?
To the Speaker, I don't know that I would have it by individual programs. I will state we only have a handful of programs that are self-reliant without property tax funding. So it would be our rate programs, solid waste, Toronto Water, Toronto Parking Authority, Toronto Building. Those would be the programs that generally are self-funded. I believe across the board, outside of maybe fleet services, all other city programs are subsidized through the tax base.
Yeah, so, but you don't have a number you could put on that total number that's subsidized?
The total number that's subsidized would be the total amount of our property tax base that supports the operating budget.
No, okay, let me be a little more accurate in my question then. Do we have programs such as, so the bike share program, for example, from what I understand in this budget, it's running at a loss and it's subsidized by the Toronto Parking Authority. Is that correct?
To the Speaker, yes. So the bike share program within the Toronto Parking Authority budget is subsidized within the overall Toronto Parking Authority budget. It is not self-sustaining.
All right, okay. So I just want to clarify that. So I believe I heard you say earlier that there's a $41 million, or there's $41 million identified in efficiencies out of the 680. Can you clarify that? Is that all there is?
To the Speaker, so of the 680 in offsets that we've identified, 41 million of that is what we would categorize as efficiencies, made up of various actions that I noted earlier.
Okay. So respectfully, $41 million in efficiencies out of an $19 billion budget. So the question begs, is that it? There's no more we can do?
To the Speaker, so what was identified this year was the 41. I will note there were other actions. The line-by-line review achieved further 93 million. Program and efficiency reviews was another 294 million. That represents costs and challenges programs are facing for which we've been able to scale down the overall impact.
Okay.
On an annual basis, when we look over the last 10 years or so, we generally do find efficiencies. They're generally within about 20 to 30 million range. So this year's amount is actually higher than what we historically achieve. I will note, every year it gets a little bit harder in terms of finding efficiencies.
Yeah.
It's important work. It's important work we'll continue to do, but it is a challenge every year to continue to find efficiencies within the overall budget.
Yeah, I know, I understand it's tough, but it's also tough for the taxpayers to find efficiencies so they could sustain their own expenses. But I'm just surprised that we're only at $41 million. I sense that there's more room there, but thank you for your answers. I'm going to go to the TTC for a moment. Can you, I guess you're behind me? All right. So excuse my back, but how much revenue did we lose in fare evasion around 2017 or 18? What did the number look like at that time?
Through the speaker, the fare evasion today is about $140 million, and about 2017, it would have been around $60 million a year.
Yeah, it's pretty significant. That more than I was here in those days, and I was on the TTC board, and I fell off my chair in those days when it was $60 million. Now we're more than double that number. Can you tell me about this budget includes $2.6 million to support an implementation of fare compliance strategy. I guess this is in an effort to stop the fare evasion, to reduce the impact on it, and it includes hiring 69 new positions. So that's a lot of people, and that, I guess, is the $2.6 million. Is this $2.6 million something we have to spend every year in every budget to sustain it?
Through the speaker, correct. We're adding, through this budget, 55 new fare inspectors and 10 special constables aimed at reducing fare evasion as part of the board-directed fare compliance action plan. We would expect that we would direct resources to this every year, but at the same time, we're also expecting to recapture revenue through these efforts. And in this budget, we've allotted or expected that we would recapture $12 million in this coming year through those investments.
That was your last question. Okay, one more question, Councillor Crisanti. That's your last question.
Okay, very quick. The $12 million is an estimate. It likely, well, do you feel it will be attained, or could we do better than that? That just scratches the surface.
Through the speaker, with some of the interventions we've made over the course of this year, we're seeing good results, including adding fare inspectors, targeted blitzes, closing some of the free entry gates. And through those efforts, we are seeing good results, and so we're confident that we'll be able to recapture those dollars.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks very much to our CFO. I'm going to try and blitz through these. How much money is in the tax stabilization reserve this year?
To the speaker, it is roughly, is it about $138 million.
$138 million. How much money was in the tax stabilization reserve account at the beginning of 2024?
To the speaker, I don't know if I'd have to see that number handy. I think that we might have had an additional 40 or 50 million.
515 million?
Yes, but that is where we housed our COVID backstop funds.
Okay.
So while those funds were in there, they were never part of the stabilization reserve.
So 380 as part of the tax
I
stabilization?
think there might have been an initial 50 million or so.
Okay, so a lot more though at the start of last year than what's there now. So it's been drawn down on. Was a portion of that used to lower the residential property tax increase last year?
To the speaker, it was. There was a motion on the floor to reduce it by about 42 million to be drawn from the tax stabilization.
Okay, would you refer to that as a one-time expenditure? Creates a pressure the next year, but that was a one-time pressure last year.
It was a one-time funding source that
Right.
puts a pressure, that had put a pressure on the 2025 process.
Right, so it was used last year, the tax stabilization reserve, to the tune of $42.5 million for one time, so that the tax rate of 10.5 could come down to 9.5.
To the speaker, that's correct.
Okay. Last year's budget also drew a one-time dividend from Create Toronto. Is that correct?
It is correct. I will note that those were used against one-time expenses.
Okay, and how much was that?
30? It was 30 million, but I believe it was phased over multiple years.
And was a portion of that actually used also to lower the property tax rate? My notes show, yes, it was 5.310, but roughly 5,300,000.
To the speaker, I know that, I believe we reduced the multi-res rate. I didn't, I'd have to double check the source we used. I didn't think we used that as the source to reduce the multi-res rate.
That's the notes I have here, but you can double check and get back to us. Would you refer to that as a one-time expenditure as well?
Anything that would use one-time funds to offset an ongoing expense would be a one-time action.
So I guess the takeaway here is there is a demonstrated track record of this council, this administration, even in the past year where this has been done from that account.
There has in time using one-time funds to offset ongoing costs.
Okay. I just have a very specific question. There's been $3 million sort of offered up by the mayor for the councillor Hunger Games sharing of $3 million. Which account does that come from? Is it also directly from the tax stabilization reserve account?
To the speaker, the true source of that is from the added assessment growth. There is a flow through the tax stabilization,
So
but
it's
the
coming,
source of that is the
it goes to the
growth.
tax stabilization reserve account.
It was only placed there provisionally
So it's
to
there.
then leverage the funds.
That's where you're drawing it from. That's where it's coming from. That's the answer. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
just for clarity though, it is based on a one-time contribution from assessment growth, which as part of the 26 budget process would revert back as being directly paid for from the assessment growth we've seen in this year's budget.
Can I ask a question to Parks? Is Howie here? Okay. Pause the time, please, Madam Speaker.
Please indicate for your,
I did. I put it on a list.
okay. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, through you. How many new hires are we adding to the complement in Parks, Forestry, and Recreation this year?
Through the speaker, we are adding 478.2 FTEs.
478?
Correct.
Okay. The Auditor General's had a couple reports that have come out that have raised some concerns. We've all talked a lot about that. We don't need to do it on the floor here today. But I would just like to confirm none of these 478 FTEs are being hired in areas identified by the two audits, the one that came out in the summer, but also the one released on February 5th from the Auditor General.
That is correct.
Not in any of those positions?
None of those positions.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. So my first question is for Transportation Services. So I see that in the 2025 budget, there is allocated $500,000 for the Steeles Avenue widening. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker, that's correct.
Thank you. And can you confirm that the groundbreaking for this project will begin in 2025? And yeah.
Through the Speaker.
And construction should start in 2026.
Through the Speaker, no. The current work is on the preliminary design, updating to reflect the changed conditions because of the Amazon and Canada Post site redevelopments. Once that preliminary design is complete, we will be undertaking a procurement process for a detailed design consultant. We expect that construction would start in 2027, and the cash flows in the budget reflect that.
So construction will start in 2027. When will the groundbreaking start? Will that be in 2026, as that was the initial date given?
It's hard to forecast at this stage because we're at a preliminary design stage. When that will inform what any additional property requirements are needed. But at this point, the soonest we would see construction start is 2027.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for the long-term care home.
Okay, ready?
Yes,
Okay, go
thank
ahead.
you. So I see am I correct to say that there's $8.6 million being allocated to the long-term care home construction at Finch and Brimley?
Through the chair, yes, there is in 2025.
In 2025, and when can residents expect to see the groundbreaking for that facility?
I'm sorry, I could not hear the question.
When will residents expect to see the groundbreaking for that facility?
We are targeting Q1 2026 for construction to start.
And in addition to the long-term care home, what other community amenities are planned for the site?
For the project itself, we have an adult day program that's also included with the 4610 Finch project.
And approximately how many seniors will be able to reside there?
Our current planning and design is for 378 beds on for that site.
And what other city's facilities will be, or city services will be co-hosted at the site?
4610 Finch footprint will also include an EMS post as well as an EMS administrative office as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My next question is for Toronto Public Library. Thank you. So I see that there is money for the Gold Hawk Park Library branch redevelopment. How much money is being spent on the improvements to the Gold Hawk Park Library?
$937 million has been awarded to the general contract.
And can you just give an overview of what are the scope of the improvement?
1,000.
Okay. Can you please give an overview of what the scope of the project is?
It's all grounds maintenance. It's to eliminate the state of good repair work that needs to be done on the grounds maintenance, including improved drainage, plantings, sidewalk repair, and other exterior work, including EV charging stations.
Thank you very much. And I also see that there's money budgeted for the Woodside Square relocation. Could you just give a bit more color on that, please?
Yes, we're currently in discussions with the landlord to relocate that location within the mall to a larger space that includes a youth hub and eliminating any state of good repair in that branch.
And when is that planned relocation planned for?
That's part of the negotiations we're in right now.
So that's TBD?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And one question for SDFA, please. Thank you. So I see throughout the budget there's continuous references to the neighborhood improvement areas. And I've brought this point up several times that this formula is discriminatory against certain neighborhoods that are actually poorer against the NIAs. And work has been promised to be done to correct this. This has been ongoing now for 2 years, so I'm just wondering what the status of that work is, because I see throughout the budget the continual reference to the NIAs, and I see neighborhoods that are being excluded that are deserving of these extra attention and extra funding.
So, Madam Speaker, you're absolutely right that it has taken some time in our partnership with the United Way to create a new, more sophisticated assessment framework to determine where the city should do targeted investments instead of using our older model, the Urban Heart model. We are currently doing work that includes engagement with a range of community stakeholders, academic partners, United Way, and the communities in order to address a number of the shortcomings from the Urban Heart framework. We will be doing a progress report later on this year, as we understand that this is a really important tool for not only city councilors, but also community and city services in terms of how to actually allocate and where to allocate. But it will be a far more robust frame than the ones that we have used in the past.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I want to explore this issue of how we draw on reserves, particularly the property tax stabilization reserve. So my questions are mostly for the CFO. You answered a series of questions a minute ago. Did you draw this? Did you draw that? It seems to me that they were all, in essence, one-time draws.
To the speaker, yes. So anytime we take a one-time draw, it would have an additional pressure that we would then include in our opening pressure in the following year. And just as a point of clarification, I did look back at last year's, and I can confirm that the change in the multi-res rate came from the Creatio dividend.
And honestly, that's sometimes a misunderstanding that people have. Some young recent grad at CD Howe highlighted it in an odd way last week. The federal government sometimes misunderstands this. They say, your financial statement says you have a surplus. Where is that? A surplus you do use. We account for it. Some of it we hold in that reserve, but it really does go towards the pro forma that balances the budget the next year in a way that is transparent at the end of the day. You do highlight that for us in the documents.
To the speaker, we do. And in fact, to look back at the multi-year journey that we are on, that multi-year journey looks at any time that we take a one-time measure to bring forward a balanced budget. So even the staff proposed budget that was brought forward this year, there was one-time funds that were included as part of the balancing actions, knowing that that then puts a pressure on future budget years. Part of the multi-year strategy...
And if you put a pressure on future budget years, you're putting a pressure on future tax rates across all the classes.
And you're absolutely right. And through this multi-year approach, we're aiming on reducing those one-time actions so that you don't have that impact, which would predominantly be borne through the residential property tax base through future tax rate increases.
And we have presented that in all of the public engagement on this budget. We've made that clear to people, that we're on an arc. Yes, we asked an extraordinary contribution, but we have to continue our discipline in those reserve draws if we're to continue to bring it down and stabilize it.
To the speaker, yes, absolutely correct. So we've been presenting this multi-year journey both through our public engagement. It was also the basis of much of our discussions with our credit rating agencies around what is the strategy, what is the plan to bring that arc down, which should see lower pressures on our property tax base in future years.
And because those are sort of one-time in nature, those draws, and that's the way you manage that reserve quite transparently and reportably in the financial statements, if we were to use that stabilization reserve to change the tax structure that is proposed, if we were to do that today, ultimately next year, you're not going to just draw on the reserve every year to backstop our tax structure. The following year, you would draft a budget with levels of taxation that replace that one-time action the year before.
To the speaker, that's absolutely correct. Those funds would not be available beyond the current year, where the use of those funds could not continue into successive years, and you would have no choice but to look at the property tax base. I would also say, knowing the challenges that we could face this year, having a tax stabilization reserve that's adequate to be able to address challenges and bring strategies forward, I believe would be paramount to some of the actions that we ultimately may need to take throughout the year.
Right, and so I'll be moving a motion about some of the ways, without messing with the tax structure, that we could be ready for a year that you raised it by saying the challenges this year. Things could get Trumpy, and so we may need to do things. I have a motion coming for that, but if we were to take an action today, before we know how Trumpy it's going to get, if we were to move a tax structure change today, ultimately next year, the impact of that, because you can't keep drawing it from reserves, would go across all the classes, all the way to including residential. Am I right in that assumption?
To the speaker, yes, that's correct.
So we'd in essence, the tax shift we have now been doing gradually for 15 years, we'd be amping that up and continuing the shift to residential. That would be the only permanent way to do what we're doing here. And we have already been doing that for 15 years at a more gradual incline.
To the speaker, absolutely, that is what we've been doing. So when we look at our tax ratios across each of our class, that is why you see our commercial rate coming in at half the rate of residential. It's why historically you've seen the same actions taken on industrial and on multi-res. To continue to reduce the ratio that you see between our residential and our other classes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher, questions? Thanks, Speaker. My first question will be to Mr. Conforti. Just following up on you, Budget Chief. There was a small business tax shift that was introduced a number of years ago, correct?
To the Speaker, yes. So we introduced a small business subclass.
Yes.
Might have been 4 or 5 years ago that it was introduced, and what they receive is a 15% discount or reduction from the commercial rate.
So there's already a, would that be related, it's not completely related to COVID, but it is understanding that.
Yeah, I believe it came out around that time, so I
Right.
don't know the connection, but it was definitely to support smaller businesses across
Right.
the city.
So that's a small business tax shift. Any idea how many businesses that covers? If you don't know, you can look that up and get back.
It actually supports 28,000 small businesses. So
Okay.
we have an overall 44,000 commercial properties in the city, and it actually supports 63% of those.
And that is intended, of course, because of COVID, to go to the business, but there's no guarantee. That goes to the landlord, it goes to the property owner. They can pass that on or not pass that on. There's no penalty for passing that on. We're just hoping, correct?
To the Speaker, so the property taxes are paid by the property owner.
Right.
It would be completely dependent on the arrangement with the owner
So
and the tenant.
even when we made the 15%, that's not guaranteeing that everybody gets a 15% drop in their rent, or somehow that matches that. Thank
That's
you.
correct.
And then just at the, I want to ask, just on the reserves, the point that Councillor Carroll made, just if, in order to maintain a larger cut to even this one, then we have to smooth that out over other classes, correct? We can't just keep going to the reserves for those dollars.
So reserves are not sustainable funding sources. Anytime we look at reserves to be able to fund operations, it has to be done with a multi-year view. So
Right.
any draw from a reserve, understand that there puts a pressure on the future year budget if there's not a sustainable level of funding that can come from that. That would either be borne through additional property tax increases across all classes, or it would have to be offset through reductions in our services.
Thank you. So that's very clear. Got to be careful and not, this is all very measured and careful, because once somebody understands the property taxes, that's what they've been talking about now for at least a month. So to have a big shift, that would be a surprise to the public, considering it may have an impact on a large number of property tax payers, correct? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. This is, my next question is to Mr. Jollymore. It's about 311, which is going to be my favorite topic coming up. 311, what budget have you got for that, for capital, for operating, for being able to upgrade that system to actually do what council put it together to do, which is be able to call in about anything?
So, Madam Speaker, so the gross expenditures for 2025 are 25.3 million, and the net expenditures are 15.6 million. The capital program, it's not a huge capital program. In 2025, it is 3.4 million. I will say, though, that some of the work that we will be undertaking with the Customer Experience Division in 311 will be funded through Technology Services Division.
How much? That's 3.4 capital, and how much would be coming from the other division, please?
To the chair, we have a number of programs in technology services. The range is probably in 5 to 7 million in 2025, and will continue into next year.
Okay, thank you. And is that directed to upgrade 311, so when somebody's phoning in about their park and a deficiency, it actually is tracked in a system rather than on a pink slip of paper, somebody in the Parks Department?
Madam Speaker, so yes, this would include the integration of parks operations
And how
and
long
the
will
systems
that take?
required to support that.
And how, is there some reason why this wasn't done earlier, that we're only finding out now that there's divisions in the city that the residents actually can't use 311 efficiently, that councillors and staff can't call up the number of calls about any particular park or anywhere across the city. Is that not a major deficiency
So
itself?
we've been working on the last number of years, Madam Speaker, to integrate many of the divisions with 311. So that includes Toronto Water, Solid Waste Management, Transportation Services, Forestry Operations, and MLS. And PF&R is part of the roadmap. And as I mentioned, we are going to integrate parks this year.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, and morning. I have questions for the police as well as, I guess, a combination of the city manager and Mr. Conforti. Through you, Speaker, to Mr.
Did you want to, sorry, do you want to ask for the police first, or? So we can, if we can ask.
They're going to come down. So
yeah,
when they
we
come
can
down,
ask the police to come down, please. Thank you.
in the interim, I'm happy to ask the city manager.
Yeah, okay, all right. I just want to give them enough
Sure,
time to
I
get
had
down.
spoken with them already.
Okay,
so they
good.
knew.
Okay.
So thank you. I've lost 10 seconds there, Speaker.
No, I put it on hold.
Okay, great. Okay, but I didn't ask a question. All right, fair enough. I'd rather go back to zero. Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the city manager. Mr. City Manager, can you explain to the public the concept of the mayor's budget and a staff budget?
So, Speaker, through the legislative changes, the technical element of it is when the budget finally comes forward for this type of discussion to happen, it is the mayor's opportunity to present her budget. I can say to you, on a budget of the size and scale of the City of Toronto and most municipalities, it is a joint effort of staff. It is a joint effort of the budget chief and the budget committee, and of course, with lots of conversation with the mayor. So to suggest that this happened without the involvement of city staff, untrue. We all work together, and today is the result of that.
Thank you very much for that clarification, because I think that's extremely helpful. Mr. Conforti, you talked about the $680 million in terms of offset. And you talked about the $41 million of efficiencies that you found. I guess the other 39 million, or 539 million, where does that come from?
To the Speaker, so in addition to the 41 million in efficiencies, there was 93 million that was identified through line-by-line reviews. There was 294 million that was identified through program and agency reviews. About 219 million is from various revenue adjustments. That might be rates on our user fees. It could be other corporate revenues that we collect. And then there's about 33 million, which is made up of a bunch of kind of odds and ends around.
Bunch of odds and ends?
Yes.
So that would form about 20% in terms if we were to looking at a tax increase or tax saving, it would be about 20%?
So every 1% is 46.4.
46, okay.
So that would be more than 10%.
Because I was using 33.
Yeah, so it'd
Okay,
probably be
that's-
around 13, 14%.
All right, thank you. Through you, Speaker, to the police. I wonder if the police can help us to understand the increase with respect to your year over budget from last year is about $63 million. Can you help us to understand the impact of the 2024 collective bargaining agreement on that number?
For you, Chair, I think that's a question better put to the city. That's an ongoing process, and that's something that's not.
Can you put your mic on, please? Thank you.
There we go. Big red button.
I think Chief's looking for some help from you, Mr. Conforti, in terms of the collective agreement number.
To the Speaker, so with regards to the police's collective agreement, that's residing within our non-program accounts. We have really two numbers in there. There's the amount that had already been settled for 2024's budget, which still resides in non-program.
I'm just trying to understand the impact of the $63 million.
Sorry, in what regards?
Well, what portion of that reflects an increase with respect to the collective bargaining agreement in terms of the payment to the officers who are receiving the benefit as per the agreement?
So within what you would see in the police services budget notes themselves,
right,
there is no impact associated with the collective agreement. That resides in our corporate expenditures.
Okay, so the 63 increase is simply about operation and or capital?
To the Speaker, that's correct. It
Okay,
would
fair
simply
enough.
be operations.
Through you, Speaker, to the Chief. Chief, can you help us in terms of understanding the number of FTEs that you are realizing through this budget increase, number of officers that you have. I see in the notes here it says 8,207 position. What number in terms of the complement there are actually officers and or civilian employees of the services?
Great. Through you, Madam Speaker. So what we're looking at hiring, the breakdown is 5433 in uniform complement and 2665 civilian. And through our 5-year hiring plan, for the next 2 years, we're looking to hire 4 classes of 90 constables as we staff up for FIFA. And then post FIFA, we will be scaling back to classes of approximately 60 to 75 each year. And at the end of 2025, we'll see an increase of 109 officers, 70 of which will be directly allocated to the front line to deal with call response times as well as core service delivery. We will have 23 investigative support and also a commitment to staff up to 4 new neighborhoods in the city.
Certainly. Thank you very much. And my final question, Speaker, through you to Ms. Gray. Ms. Gray, in the suburban areas, we are seeing an expansion with respect to bike lanes and so on as it relates to road resurfacing and reconstruction and so on. Do you have a breakdown with respect to the differential between the additional cost to implement bike lanes versus just simply to do the reconstruction work that's necessary to ensure we have good roads and safe roads?
Madam Speaker, thank you for the question. The reason why we do this complete streets review, and Council has directed us to do so, is because the best way to leverage the investment of the road reconstruction is to do all the things we hope to do with that road at the time we do the reconstruction work. And so in terms of a total number, it's hard to pin down a total number, although Jacqueline's coming down, she might be able to find one for me. But it is the most cost-effective way for us to do that work, and we do a lot of investigation and a lot of community engagement to try to make modifications to the road the most beneficial and least impactful as possible.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to get that number if it does come down.
Through the Speaker, the cost would be project specific, but I will say that the cost of including cycling infrastructure or any road safety improvements associated with the State of Good Repair project are not funded through the State of Good Repair budget. They're funded through the cycling infrastructure line or the Vision Zero line, so the costs are split across those elements.
Thank you.
I don't have Bremerton handy now, but we can.
That was your last question. Okay. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. And through you, I have a couple of questions about safety and insecurity in our city. I'm going to start with Toronto Shelter Division General Manager. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario report recently released painted a really grim picture. 51% growth in homelessness in Ontario since 2016, growing to a possible 300,000 in 10 years. 300,000 people homeless in Ontario. Can you just describe how Toronto is responding in this budget to the pressure in the shelter system?
To the Speaker, thank you for the question. This budget sees our resources grow by over $50 million, funded from other levels of government, which will assist us to increase the service levels with respect to how many people we can accommodate each night, deepen our outreach to support people living outdoors at encampments and on the TTC, as well as support some of our staff in the hard work that they do each and every day in the shelter system and on the street.
And yet during the day, there's still a need when people don't have their own home, a place to go. Can you describe how the city responds to this human emergency in partnership with community-based organizations, and how important that is for making sure that everyone is safe?
Yes, to the Speaker, this work doesn't happen with city staff alone. We have deep partnerships with many community nonprofit organizations across Toronto that deliver outreach services, that deliver drop-in services, serve over 6,500 meals per day, provide places for people to go, connect with others, access primary health care, and play an important homelessness prevention role with respect to those spaces as well.
Right, so the prevention part here is really important. It's a trusted service. People drop in, they make a connection. Potential problems that a person is facing are identified. And it's a way to make sure that we're responding in a timely way. So it's an important piece of the puzzle around the safety of everyone involved, correct?
To the Speaker, that's correct.
Thank you. My next question is for social development. And I just want to lean into the concern that many people in the city have right now. Seeing the growth in youth violence and in crimes perpetrated by children in many cases, 13, 12, some involving guns, and seeing this growing at an alarming rate in our city. Can you speak to the city's response and what we will be doing in this budget in relation to SafeTO and the work that's being done to really address this problem?
So through the Speaker, thank you for the question. Certainly, as part of this budget, there is a number of initiatives that the city continues to take. First, there is $14 million as part of the budget that is both city and federal funding for prevention granting to local organizations. And of course, there is funding to continue our work on mental health response. Additionally, I think there are other new investments that are underway. Through the mayor, a youth violence task force has been created, and so we look forward to doing more specific work with that task force and community agencies.
Thank you. And in front of us today is an expansion of the numbers of children and youth that would be served in school by school food programs. Would you agree that there's been some evidence over time, or there's, even if it's anecdotal, that that children and youth who are hungry are more vulnerable to recruitment into criminal activity?
We certainly understand that hunger feeds anger and feeds conduct disorders. So food security is a primary prevention action that addresses the social determinants of health, and that providing healthy foods to kids leads to more positive academic and social outcomes. We certainly believe that a universal food program, from what we've seen, also reduces stigma and supports belonging, and all of those things are positive in terms of preventative approaches to supporting children and youth to stay on a more positive path.
Thank you.
Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, with Section 37, it was a tool to address local concern, but created disparity in perhaps amenities. Now, with the new regime of CBCs, I know it was used and addressed as a tool. How can our communities see the application of CBCs to bring in amenities to the area of origin of those CBCs?
To the Speaker, so with the introduction of CBCs, it was different from Section 37, obviously, and essentially what it provides for is a value of up to 4% of the property that can be contributed and collected by the city. In looking at the framework and the requirements in terms of how we would allocate CBCs, staff are identifying what is being collected by ward and are making that information available to council and the public, as well as where we're spending it by
So can community have assurance it's going to come back to the areas?
Yes, that is the commitment.
To Steve and Paul, perhaps, not for this budget, but going into 2026, is it possible to create a tool that allows communities to see by geography, by map, where city spending is going? I know it'll be difficult based on, but can that be developed for communities to understand property taxes are going up. We need to see service and programming increase and to understand it by geography.
To the Speaker, I do think I would need to take that back and consider. I think the challenge is many of our expenses are actually what we would constitute citywide expenses, both on the capital and the operating budget. So we would need to take that back and determine how can we capture a geographic location and how we would treat where most expenses provide a citywide benefit.
But you would agree that we could do it by community centers, by long-term care, by parks?
So
that could be...
Yeah, within our assets, we actually do highlight what ward those assets are in if they're geographically specific. So we do have that information. It's generally provided in council toolkits.
Whether it's operating or capital, can be developed?
So the tool exists on capital. We would have to look at it from the operating budget perspective.
The existing tool for capital is a user-friendly map tool?
It's information we provide as part of councillor toolkits. We can look at a way to provide that might be accessible by the public.
I think the more we make things user-friendly and intuitive, the better confidence we build with our electorate. Reserves. How much are reserves and how many different funds are there?
So I don't have the exact number of reserves. There's quite a bit. In terms of the total value of our reserves, both reserves and what we would call deferred revenues, which are slightly different, we have over $13 billion. However, I will note we have almost $40 billion in commitments against those reserves. The example I like to use is Toronto Water, where we have over $1 billion sitting in our water capital reserve, but we also have a $14 billion capital program that requires not just those funds, but the annual contribution to the reserve to be able to support the ongoing program.
Thank you. The clock can be paused for police.
If we can have the police come down. Come on down. Okay, are you ready? You ready? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. Is there confidence with this budget that we are going to address the question and concern about retention within the police service?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think this budget goes a step forward in the issue of retention and the concern we have in the policing sector in that regard, but I would not stand here and tell you that it is an addressed issue based on the budget itself. The retention equation and what keeps people here is a little bit more complicated than just the budget, and we're doing everything we can to make ourselves the employer of choice to increase our prospects of retaining the incredible talent that we have on board.
Thank you. And very quickly, is retention or quality recruitment a bigger concern? Which is the higher priority?
Oh, I think both are a concern for me as chief to make sure that we meet our operational needs. The competitive market as it relates to employment within the policing sector is really highlighting the need to have a good, predictable pipeline for hiring, which you heard me speak of last budget cycle and again this year. And retention is another factor we consider very seriously.
Thank you, Chief. And last question to SDFA. To build on Councillor Bravo's questions on rising youth violence, what are the best places for us as a city in this budget to build youth employment opportunities? Is it PFR? What are the areas or CSPs that we can build and grow youth jobs for this summer?
Madam Speaker, I would say that there is a number of places. One is, obviously, the city is among the largest youth employers, and so Parks and Rec, as well as other divisions, opportunities to create employment there. We also support, as multiple divisions, we support other agencies in communities working with the private sector to create youth employment opportunities there as well. I think there is a challenge and a balance that we need to strike in terms of supporting and driving more youth employment opportunities as the City of Toronto. but also recognizing the state of the economy and the impacts that it's having on multiple generations here in the city. So I think there's a balance to be struck, but certainly adding to existing youth employment programs would be one of the ways that we could support.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on a question that was asked earlier by my good friend here, Councillor Burnside from Don Valley East, the councillor for Don Valley East. You know, everybody's on this comparing taxes. You know, Toronto with York, with Vaughan or York or Windsor or Ottawa or Hamilton. I just want to better, and the media's taken it up too, by the way. You know, everybody loves to compare what we pay in relation to others. And I just want to turn the clock back a second. And one of the reasons why we were discouraged early on when I first got elected from doing that, so I was a North York councillor. We had, 6 cities in Toronto, a metropolitan level of government, 2 school boards, and everybody had direct taxation. School boards taxed, public Catholic, all the cities, the municipalities. So the North York tax rate at that time was much, much higher than the old city of Toronto. Much higher. Like in North York, we were paying already about $3,000 in property taxes, whereas in the city of Toronto, a similar property was paying $640.
Well, what's your question?
The question is this.
Okay.
We were discouraged from comparing because we were told that it was unfair to do that. Why? And to turn the clock back, I know this is a little before your time. The reason we were told to not compare was that Toronto, the old city of Toronto, had so much more density. Big buildings, the Eaton Centre, the bank towers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and lower kilometerage of roads to resurface, to sewer, to service. And in North York, we had much greater density, much more geography and density, far more spread out, so therefore, much, much more expensive to service. That's why the disparity in tax rates. Wouldn't you say that that argument would still hold water when we compare our density levels to those of Vaughan or York Region or Windsor or Hamilton or Ottawa?
To the Speaker, so I obviously can't speak to the discussions that would have been had 20 plus years ago.
These are the finance people,
Fair enough.
the brainies of the time,
and people I've learned
making up
from.
these arguments for us.
Absolutely. I would say when we have looked at the City of Toronto, and we've looked at the City of Toronto in comparison to neighboring municipalities, we will note that there are some uniqueness to our challenges. The uniqueness is really around some of our social
but in relation
costs.
to comparison.
Councillor, allow the staff to answer.
But I just wanted to focus on
He's trying to
that
answer your
point.
question.
We have costs associated with transit. We have costs associated with shelter services that actually make up for some of those challenges that you see.
It gets to
for
my
less density.
exactly. It gets to my next point. So when we compare Toronto with York Region, for example, transit, here, we pick up the subsidy almost 100%. In York Region, where the subsidy is $6 or $7 or $8 a ride, it's mostly picked up by the province. So it's similar kind of comparison, is it?
So again, when we look at our costs and our challenges compared to other municipalities, you see costs that are unique to the city of over $3 million that don't compare with other municipalities that have to be accounted for.
So let me ask you, let me focus in on something else as well. So when the comparison is done, and we do value for value, so if you live in a 700,000 square foot condo in Toronto, you pay $5,000 in property tax. So then you'd have to sort of juxtapose that $700,000 in Vaughan or Windsor. In Windsor, you're living on a 5-acre farm for $700,000, right? In Vaughan, you're living in a bungalow with a driveway with a backyard and a barbecue, right? You're not doing a 35-story elevator ride in the morning or at nighttime in terms of quality of life. So when we do that comparison, wouldn't you say it's unfair to say that someone in Toronto, living in 600 square feet condo downtown Toronto, pays as much as somebody who's in a bungalow in York Region with his or her own driveway? Yes, that $700,000 condo pays a little less in Toronto. But wouldn't you say that that's an unfair comparison in terms of how people live and quality of life?
To the speaker, property taxes are going to be based on the assessed value of the property. That's going to be the comparable factor.
Correct. So when we focus in on assessed value, we get to that. But anyway, back then, we were told, don't make those comparisons because they're foolhardy. They don't make sense. And you would think that that would hold true today, too.
That was your last question.
Oh,
Thank you.
perfect. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just a moment, Councillor Pasternak to speak. Ask questions.
Questions, yes. So I'm not sure whether this should go to legal, but it's regarding going back to our framework, the so-called New Deal with the province. And we were supposed to negotiate an upload agreement for the Gardiner and Expressway with a deadline of December 31st, 2024. I was just wondering whether that memorandum of agreement is signed and when it will be brought to council.
So, Speaker, I mean, the New Deal has come through council. The due diligence technical phase was finished at the end of last year, and the province is reviewing that and following up with some further details. So there was always work that was going to happen through 2025, but the technical work that we committed to finishing last year is completed.
So under this budget, are we putting any more money into the Gardiner, or when can we hand them the keys and say it's theirs?
So, Speaker, as we negotiated in the New Deal, we still will have budget line items for the Gardiner in this year's budget. It's a flow through then. The province picks up those charges as they did last year. So the commitment was until the full changeover of ownership, per se, happens, that the province will be funding any of those capital expenses. So the city is not funding any of those repairs and ongoing pieces. We are continuing, however, to do the work over the years where we do the due diligence.
All right, I assume that memorandum of understanding will also include turning police work over to the OPP, any kind of change of name, snow removal, all these kinds of operational decisions.
Speaker, as you can imagine, there is a long list of terms. You've mentioned a few of them that are top of mind, but there are a long list of things that we continue to work through with the province before that full handover happens.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question, it may be for transportation or finance. It's under the policy framework or city response to demonstration brought to council in December. There was a spending envelope of $2.5 million for a one-time grant program to support community organizations with hostile vehicle mitigation. Has that program been actioned, and are the applications available for eligible groups?
Madam Speaker, I would have to defer to others on the grant program itself. I can tell you that Transportation Services is in the process of creating and finalizing design guidelines for hostile vehicle mitigation that can be used by people applying for those grants.
So that is stay tuned.
So clarity, as Speaker, once the design guidelines are in place, the grant program will be eligible for applications.
So let's, my next questions are for police. For a city of 3 million, we have a very small force. My guess is about 5,100 officers. Is that close?
Well, you're close. A couple hundred more than that would be more accurate.
Now, the funds that we're allocating today, and it sounds like a lot of money, but for policing, I think you could have set your sights higher. Will that add to the complement, or is that there to replace departing officers, or is that an inflationary plug?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So by the end of this year, we will be up to about 5,542. So that'll both replace existing vacancies, or people that will be separating, but also creating 109 new officers, 70 of which will go to the front line for core service delivery.
Brand new, okay. Now, this figure of $20 million has been thrown about a number of times over the past 16 months as the cost to manage these protests in our city. So we're into the hole for $20 million from last year. We're sending another $20 million. Is this negatively affecting the way you can respond to 911 calls for robberies, assaults, these kinds of crimes that require police response?
So yes, we're up to approximately 28 million, 2,000, just over almost 2,100 events directly related, but we are achieving that response by reallocating resources from other areas, ensuring that we're not impacting our frontline and core service delivery, for emergency calls. So other things have definitely suffered as a result of it, but we are mindful of our call response time.
I don't know if this is a question.
One last question, please.
When do we reach the point where enough is enough? At 40 million, 60 million? When is a protest no longer a protest, but really just there to destabilize the city?
Yeah, through you, Chair. We do everything we can to ensure the safe assembly of people when there are charter rights being protected, and we'll continue to be committed to ensuring the safety of people in our city, no matter the circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. I'll have questions for the library, shelter housing and support, and the CFO. Give Ms. Bowles a moment to settle. So in this budget, we see a significant expansion of open hours in the library. When did the library first develop its open hours plan?
The library board adopted the plan in 2006.
So 18 years. This is an 18-year promise we're beginning to fulfill this year.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. The role and the kinds of services that the library provides have been changing over the years, the kind of customers you see. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, certainly over the years we are increasingly serving a greater complexity of customers in terms of their needs, and so we are seeing more people coming to the library. In fact, we did a survey with Forum Research last year that showed that 81% of Torontonians visited the library in the last year, and 68% of those people visited the library in person. And that was to access our resources and our services in the branches, which include technology services, access to technology, both everyday technology such as the internet, but also increasingly innovative technologies like 3D printers and whatnot. And we also have increasingly youth in NIA neighborhoods, and we have youth hubs in those neighborhoods to help after school with homework and having access to people who can help them with other needs in their lives.
Thank you for those answers, and thank you for the work you do. To Mr. Tanner, the demands on our shelter services are both growing in volume, but also in terms of complexity. Over the last, say, 5-10 years, what kinds of changes have you seen?
To the Speaker, Councillor, we've doubled the size of the shelter system since 2016. We have approximately just over 10,000 people in the shelter system itself. We have bridging programs sheltering another 2,000 people. We have a comprehensive winter plan, 700 other beds. So with all that, we still see on a daily basis people that are unable to access the shelter system.
And given that large and growing number of Torontonians who are relying on your service, you're also probably facing more difficult and increasing challenges in trying to provide that service.
Yes, to the Speaker, Councillor, certainly the toxic drug crisis, mental health challenges, access to primary care, and fundamentally the affordability of housing is driving the complexity of people we work with into a negative place.
Thank you very much. To the CFO, Canada and therefore Toronto are right now facing a period of considerable economic uncertainty because of the things the President of the United States is doing or threatening to do. Given that uncertainty, would your advice be to draw further down on our reserves or to protect them vigorously?
To the Speaker, during economic uncertainty, our advice would be to maintain or even increase reserves. In fact, if we look back to March of 2020 at the onset of the pandemic, we undertook an effort to grow our reserves, which ultimately became the COVID backstop, which was critical to manage the challenges we faced at that time.
So I've been developing a bit of a theme here, hearing the extra challenges we've had in the library and the need to provide better and different services, similarly shelter, housing and support, similarly from what you've just said, protecting what is frankly the economic engine of Canada. Are those costs that would typically be borne by every municipality, or are there unique challenges to being the largest urban area in the country?
To the Speaker, so while many municipalities are facing financial challenges because of the revenue base that we tend to have, what does seem to be unique to the City of Toronto and was the basis for many of our conversations with the provincial government through the New Deal are costs and financial challenges that are very much unique to the City of Toronto or to a large urban centre. You see that in terms of the social services you provide. You see that in terms of the transit and transportation costs that we face. That really bear an additional pressure on the City of Toronto. And you see that in our opening budget pressures and some of the challenges that we face on an annual basis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that looks like it's the last questioner. Just before we close that up, is it members of council that haven't asked a question, if they want to ask a question at this point? No? Okay, then we'll go to speakers. If we can put the speakers list. So, Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For far too long, Toronto has become a harder place to live. We saw for too long people are paying too high rent. For too long, TDC, the subway system breaking down, and kids are going to school hungry, all of those things. When I launched last year's budget this time, I told you about an 8-year-old girl called Ariana from Ukraine, where she has to go to the food bank to look for food. And as I launched this year's budget, we talked about Youssef, who I met, who lives in Thorncliffe, and he was having a real hard time paying rent and being able to also feed his family. These stories and thousands more of these stories show that people are having a hard time, and we need to fix this problem together. We need to rebuild this city together. So you and I know that Toronto is never about giving up. We show our determination. My parents certainly showed the determination by coming to Canada to have a better life for their kid, for their daughters. And we, at that time, life was a bit more affordable. And through the last year and a half since I've been elected, we've been together looking to create a city that is more affordable, safer, more caring, where everyone belongs. So we have been, for a long time, not building housing, and we're now back in the housing business. Just last June, we approved together, right here, this council, non-profit organization can now build 6,000 units of affordable homes. Okay, cooperatives, all of it, non-profit. And then for the home builders, we agreed in November to cut development charges and property tax so that they now, even though the interest rate is still a bit high, they can build 8,000 more rental homes. And just last Wednesday, we approved thousands of homes that would be affordable forever for our mirror program, our acquisition program. We said that we would prevent landlords to illegally renovate folks by hiring more rent-safe inspectors. Right? We also said we will get people off the cold streets, get them out of the shelter hotels by building more shelters, by increasing funds in tenant support programs, in rent banks, all of that together. Just in the last 12 months, we said we would do is all in this budget. We have also said that we don't want kids to be hungry in the middle of the school day, so we are feeding 24,000 more kids. And at camp, summer camp, we said we would support them also. That's 31,000 kids, because kids need to grow up strong and healthy. We also said that we want the service to be available, whether it's library, pools, make it easier. These are free services so that they can have a place to go. And we know that since we opened the library in more hours, 61% increase of people coming in to use the libraries and many other things. We also said these festivals are really helpful for small businesses. The taste of everything everywhere, whether it's Taste of Lawrence, Taste of Little Italy, Taste of, I don't know, Poland, Ukraine, you name it. It brings out people, gives them a sense of belonging, because Toronto is a lonely place to be, we know that. And so we are supporting artists, the festival organizers. Most of them use their own money. The firefighter, they said they need to get to when you call 911, when we need them most, we need them to have shorter wait times, shorter response time. And we're doing it. We are increasing the numbers, 276 net people, okay? So we're hiring them. We are investing in gang diversion programs, apprenticeships, school activities, etc. And then may not even have time to talk about all the TDC service we're doing, not increasing fares, but increasing services. The biggest capital project ever so we can fix the TTC, especially the subway system, so that it doesn't fall apart. That it doesn't stop and go. It's more reliable. And that's thanks to the New Deal with Ontario government, funds from the federal government. We're finally getting 55 new subway cars. We've been talking about that for 6 years. We're getting it. So getting time back, feeling safe again, knowing the city service will be there when we need them most, being able to afford to stay in this city that we love. All Torontonians deserve this. And I ask you to support the 2025 budget that is presented to you so that we could rebuild a city, a stronger city, a more caring city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday.
So Mayor, I just keep hearing from people that are worried about the instability that's around us. And a 6.9% total tax increase has been felt by many as being unstable. Mayor, why can we not reduce this budget and hold the line and forward the same services that we have last year and decide that this is not the year to make big changes?
There's really not huge changes in this budget. I remember before I became the mayor in 2023, the budget that was approved was higher than this year's budget, and yet it's still, the TDC fares went up and the service got cut. Right now, this budget is fiscally responsible. As you notice, that our credit rating, first time in 2 decades, have gone up to AA+. So that's fiscally responsible. Those are good measure. And there's no huge dramatic increase in here other than a big TTC capital budget and a capital budget. Why? Because the TTC, you see from the service disruption in the subway system, you see the signal problems, the track problems. We have to fix the old infrastructure, the bridges. The more we wait, the longer we wait, the more expensive it is. So as a fiscal conservative, Councillor Holiday, you know that we cannot keep waiting. These bridges that had we fixed 3 years ago would have been a lot cheaper than doing it right now, but because of inflation. So we have to fix our old infrastructure, and that's why there's a big capital budget investment.
Yes, there is. But Mayor, there's a $94 million increase in the operating budget. If we just did what we did last year, we could reduce it by $94 million and take nearly 2% off of the tax increase. Why would we not take that choice, just given the circumstances in the world right now?
Right. I hear you. Now, this year's capital budget, the operating budget, putting aside the building levy, is 5.4%, right? Just putting aside the building levy, because that's TDC and housing, is 5.4. You ask why not 2% less? Because our city is growing. We have to hire more frontline officers, whether they're police, the paramedics, the firefighters. The salary increase that was arbitrated by the police was 5%. That alone is a lot of money. So as the city grows, because we have the largest number of cranes in North America, it's a blessing. And it's a global beacon of hope. People love to come to Toronto. As our city grows, if our service don't grow with it, then what you have seen is the police are saying, and others are saying, hey, when you call 911, you have to wait an extra long time. Last year, because of our investment, it is big, they were able to cut 6 minutes off from the wait times. Imagine if you call 911, you don't have to wait so long. That's important. People expect that. So if we just keep things static because of inflation, because the number of people coming into our city, 35% over 10 years increase, we have to increase the number of people that serve our residents.
So, Mayor, what can you do in this year going forward to contain the tax increases? I'll note the track record of council, and in many cases, including your vote, increased things like wage settlements that were beyond the rate of inflation. A day off for city workers that's a paid day off, reducing productivity. And so these are just increases of pressure up and up and up and up. More things into the student nutrition program, more opening hours on a library, all things that drive up the city's budget. What can you possibly do going forward now to reduce all of that pressure now that it's being committed?
Yes,
That
sir.
was your last question.
Thank you. That's a very good question. Allow me to answer. The police increase was arbitrated. It's not something that you and I voted for. It's 5%. It's actually lower than Peel, Barrie Police, what they got, okay, in terms of percentage increase. That's multi-million dollars. And in this budget, the library hours of school programs, it's in terms of comparing, the top three items we spent, police is 1.2 billion, TDC is 1.1 billion plus, and then shelter and housing, okay? The rest, libraries, parks and rec, very small comparing to those three that I just mentioned. So this year, we switched to bringing service in-house, and we were able to save some money. We renegotiated contracts for shelter and technical services. We saved some money. We maximized the use of the city-owned assets. Again, that saved some funds. We reduced the borrowing cost because our credit rating going up. So that saved many thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. So I would assume you would be pleased with that.
Thank you.
Hope so.
Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mayor Chow, you mentioned 5% for the police. I just want to get the chronology right of in terms of wage increases. Was the TTC contract not signed before the police contract?
Yes, but it's lower than the police contract. But I do want to point out that the Barrie Police Force and
Madam Speaker, I'm asking about the TTC. I don't want to be rude, but I have 5 minutes, and I don't want to go down the road. I'm asking about the TTC. That's my question.
Yes, I'm talking about TTC. Let me finish. Yes, I am talking about TTC. The Peel and the Barrie Police Agreement came before the TTC negotiated agreements.
Okay, I'm not sure of the relevance, but thank you.
Well, it was much higher than the TTC workers.
Okay. Councillor Burnside, question.
Okay, so you're happy? I just want to confirm that you're happy with the 6.9% property tax increase.
No one is ever happy when we're asking people to pay more. But at this point, we have to fix the city because we've had many years of not investing. As you know, as the former chair of TDC, you understand that the capital budget of TDC, just even doing the state of good repair, the backlog was growing dramatically. With this capital budget, for the first time, we're able to shrink the backlog by half rather than continue to see it rising, so that we wouldn't have all the signal problems, the track problems, the mechanical failures, and even when you call on TDC, this system.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to be rude, but I do have.
You can't even hear what people are saying.
I do have 5 minutes, and I know you kind of like to drag out my
just
questions.
Just trying to answer
but
your
just
questions.
Respectfully. No,
Okay, Councillor Burnside, please ask your question.
Thank you very much. So let's talk fare evasion. Last year it was estimated at $120 million. This year it's estimated at $140 million. Do you feel that we're doing all we can to address that, recognizing that the fare evasion plan is to reduce it by 8% or about $12 million? Is that really the best that we can do?
Well, what a good question. That is why this year you see finally an investment of hiring inspectors. 55 of them. If you don't spend money, you can't actually save money. And that, instead of spending the money, at the end of it, we're going to make money. Why? Because there'll be less fare evasions, which means that we would be able to collect that money back. And for too long, the system was not in place. As you know, as a TDC chair, former chair, you knew that you have to go and inspect. If you don't inspect them, you're not able to catch the people that are doing the wrong thing.
Right.
Okay?
So you feel that that's the best we can do?
Well,
no, hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you don't, respectfully. So 8% reduction of fare evasion is what the estimate is, which is $12 million. 8% of 140 million. You feel that's the best we can do. You're proud of that? I just want to make sure.
Well, what we could do, which I don't think is a good idea, is to say that to people that take streetcar, you can only go into the streetcar at the front where there is the driver inspecting, that you cannot get onto the streetcar through all the other entrances. Well, guess what? You're going to jam up the traffic. You're going to have much worse congestion. So how else? And now TDC subway stations, we have now said, just in the last year, that wasn't done earlier, that the place where you can go in without people stopping you,
Madam Speaker,
that has now been stopped. You can't get in anymore.
I appreciate this is...
That has changed.
So
Burnside, just one more question, please. Thanks. Go ahead. Go
Well, I'm
ahead.
still trying to understand
Well,
if
well, there are
that's the
two
best.
things that wasn't
Oh.
done before. Let me try to
So, no,
finish
actually, you know
answering
what,
your
I'll
question.
move on to my next
You,
question.
you want to know how we are stopping
Mayor,
fair
allow
evasion.
Councillor Burnside one last question.
Okay.
So
Okay.
just back to my question. Is this the best we can do? It's a yes or no. Is 8% off of $140 million, which is a low estimate, by the way, is that the best you can do in terms of attacking fare evasion?
It is a step forward, and this problem has been there for quite a few years. It did not just happen in the last year and a half, I might want to add. I also want to say that we have plugged a loophole where there were entrances that was open. Right, and that was stopped. The other thing is that because some people did not know that if you are transferring, you need to actually tap again. So we are explaining to folks that you need to tap again if you're doing a transfer so that people understand that they won't be seen as not paying.
Okay,
They
thank you.
are in fact paying.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley. Question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To you, Mayor, as a city councillor that has 5 neighborhood improvement areas in my ward, I wanted to ask you about the increase in breakfast programs. And my understanding, and what I always say to residents, people say to me, there's no benefit to them, there's no positive impact. And I know you're a big fan of them. I've always talked about the trickle-down impact of breakfast programs. If you don't feed children early in the morning and going to school, they have a horrible day, they don't learn, they don't get good grades, and it just gets worse and worse from there. Would you not agree with that?
In fact, Councillor Ainsley, there's been scientific reports that said that if kids are not hungry during school day, they learn better. They don't bully as much. They don't bully much anyway, but there are some that do bully. And they're bullying partially because some of them are hungry. They can focus better. And yesterday I was at a school where the kids told me themselves that their brains won't get as tired, they said. And some said that because they come to school hungry, they can't focus. And they said they will learn better, they will feel stronger, and they were so happy. You should read what they have written about why this is important. We have actually tracked that is higher academic performances, especially, interestingly enough, in the math score. Probably because you really have to focus well in order to do math well. And when I was in that school yesterday, kids were getting a piece of fruit. It was an orange, and some yogurt which has some protein in it, and some muffin which has bran in it. So 3 fruit groups, and they said that some kids don't even have enough. A family that don't have, they don't bring lunch, unfortunately. And that's hard. As you and I know, that if 1 out of 10 Torontonians use food banks, there are hungry kids out there.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then the next item that I wanted to ask about that we've increased, and it speaks to your love of public libraries across the city, is the money that you, at the other end of the day, and I guess partially, we're increasing hours on Sundays, which the library board has long been advocating for, so I thank you for that. But also at the other end of the day, you're putting more youth hubs in libraries, which I think is also a very important component for people to use our libraries as they become not so much libraries in some areas, but also youth hubs. So you would like to continue seeing more youth hubs as well, as my understanding.
Councillor Ainsley, you are the chair of the Ontario Library Board, and you've been the chair for library boards for quite a few years, so you're an expert. And when you recommended last year an increase of youth hubs in libraries, my gosh, and council listened to you and said, yes, we would. And my God, the impact it's having. I visited a few of them. They are just totally packed with young people after school. Now, instead of them drifting they have no place to go after school, they are in libraries, and there are programs in there. There's a little bit of snack. Some do the homework. Some learn, and because there are librarians that guide them, they are developing a good habit that when you have a bit of time after school, instead of wandering around and just going to malls, just doing nothing really. Yes, you can go to sports teams, but not every kid would do a sports team. And they go to the library and they develop good habit, learn, connect with each other, form friendship, and by gosh, it's so popular. And in every library that we have space, we're trying to youth hubs, because I think it's quite transformative to high school students' lives, because that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing from the teachers, I'm hearing from the principals, I'm hearing from the librarians.
Thank you. That was your last question.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To you, Mayor, I just want to get some clarification around this fare evasion figure. I think would you agree, Mayor, that $140 million is a lot of money to be losing to fare evasion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you find it curious that for years no one did anything about this problem until you became mayor?
Oh, well, I think there's a lot of people talking about it.
Right, and so now that you're actually doing something and people are complaining that it's not enough, do you not think that maybe when they were in the position that they should have done something about it?
Well, possibly.
Possibly.
Thank you for being the chair of TTC. It is a problem, and I am glad we are finally tackling the issue head on. And we are hiring those inspectors so that people can get away without paying, getting on the TDC. So,
and that money can be used to improve the service without raising the fares.
Absolutely. And thank God we did not raise fares. But you know why? Because there are millions more rides this year, in the last 12 months, 6% increase of ridership. And you know what? That means these are the people that are not driving. They are finding ways to get to and back from work, taking the public transit. More people riding taking TDC means that we can take more revenue from the fare box, which means that we could increase service. Before I arrived here, what happened? It was a downward spiral. Yeah. TDC fares goes up, less people ride it, service decline, and guess what? It just keeps going. Less people ride it, less service, as they're more expensive, and then you get congestion on the street. And that's just not sustainable, which is why second year in a row, we are not increasing TDC fares.
So unlike the previous mayor, under that budget where we
Councillor
increased
Myers,
fares
Councillor Myers, please ask the question.
I'm just getting to it.
No, you're not getting to it.
This budget actually invests in improving transit and keeps fare at a rate that's sustainable for people who are struggling with everyday living.
This is actually quite serious if you think about it. Folks that live in suburbs, if they don't have a car, or if they only have one car, if you think about the father and the mother, how much it costs per year, plus if they have 2 teenage kids going to school, and if you add it all in, each year is a substantial amount that they pay to TDC just for transportation. And that comes out for the rent money, it comes out from the food money, it comes out from the money they pay hydro. It's very difficult, which is why, considering how hard life is, how unaffordable life is these days, we decided together, both TTC and the city and budget chief, we said we cannot have a fair increase when we have an affordability crisis in our hands.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you heard at my town hall last month, there's always a mixed bag when it comes to property tax increase questions and discussions. You've got the two sides, support it, fight it. What I found both at the town hall and in our subsequent budget survey, an interesting theme, which is fine with it, but I want to see how it's coming back to our ward. You may remember earlier I asked the city manager to going into next year, the creation of a tool that can show where ward by ward investments are being made, whether it's programming, amenities, services, infrastructure. Do you think as mayor you could commit and support that idea?
Absolutely. In fact, if you recall, when I showed up at your budget town hall, which is, thank you for inviting me, I brought along a list of all the library hours, the schools, the community centers that are getting extra support because of this budget. We can do more. We can look at, that's just the operating side. We could also pinpoint on the capital side what kind of increase or benefits that your ward is, and each person's ward are having. We can absolutely divide it, because then you can go back to your local resident and say this, for this amount of money, which is the 5.4%, right? Yeah. You are getting this in this library, this community center, this school, and et cetera.
Thank you.
Right?
I appreciate that commitment, and it also allows us to see it across the city as well.
Exactly.
And that ability to compare and contrast. On that same vein, on CBCs, as we're seeing development spread in the suburbs, our community is recognizing the new framework does not necessarily commit anything directly. So that's an evolving conversation. And can we, and do you recognize that it's important that we look at CBCs returning to their ward of origin?
Yeah, Councillor, that's a very good question, because I lived through the days when Section 37, which we don't have anymore, which provide increased density to the developers, but also gets funding from the developers to build childcare centers, libraries, etc. There was a long debate during that period whether those should remain in the same ward or it should be spread across the city. So the city of Toronto have gone back and forth, that it started local and then it became that it's allowed for different places. And then the question now, though, should it be, especially community benefits, but should it be ward specific or should it spread the city? I think that's a conversation this council need to have. The only problem is this, just allow me just to point one thing out. The Section 37 is about 10% of the development. Community benefits funds is about 4% of the development. So it's much, the dollar amount is much smaller.
And hence I think it should be considered to come back to the ward of origin.
Yes, well, some other councils here may disagree with that. There are councillors that totally support that, and then there are other councillors that are not getting CB community benefits. They would say, I don't support that. So I think that needs to be a bit of a discussion.
I think that's part of how we, allocate resources. So looking forward to that, but I think appreciate your commitments there. Last question on youth employment. As a strategy to combat rising youth violence. You know, I hope we don't, but in the scenario we see another unfortunate summer, what are your thoughts on the budget going into next year to have a more comprehensive approach to youth employment in areas of need as a strategy to combat youth violence?
Councillor Thompson, sitting in front of you, has been thinking about that for quite some time and actually put together a document that's quite comprehensive. There are councillors that have great impact on their work. Speaker Nunziata, Councillor Peruzza, Councillor Burnside, and Councillor Morley, and Councillor Ainsley. They have come together to form a team, and we put aside $5 million for anti-violence youth initiatives. Okay, so there are quite a list of programs in there. We always welcome new ideas. And this team is going to meet after Council approve the $5 million anti-violence funds. They're going to meet and look at ways on what kind of program works well. Is it gang diversion? Is it mentorship program? Is it going to the jail to get them, you know, so they don't graduate as hardened criminals, etc. So there are different programs that have been successful. If you can identify some, whether it's after-school activities, let us know. We're always looking for successful initiatives.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Thank you. Through you to the mayor. So there's a growing narrative, I guess, in the media and around the council chamber that if you raise taxes at or below the rate of inflation, you can't city build and you can't have nice things. Now we've welcomed you to York Centre, Ward 6, where you joined me in opening a new daycare, breaking ground on the new Centennial Library, and of course, breaking ground on the Housing Now site at 50 Wilson Heights. Would it surprise you that all of those were funded and developed at a time when we were raising taxes at or below the rate of inflation?
Yes, but also I do know that you had Section 37 for your childcare center that we opened up. That's no longer available. I remember when I was a councillor that we built childcare centers on the atrium over at Bathurst and Lakeshore. I can name you the number of childcare centers we built without using 1 penny of property taxpayers. That was the day when we have Section 37. We don't have that anymore, unfortunately. The Wilson Heights, let me tell you, that also, we had the Housing Now program, right? And part of Wilson Heights are able to go forward, and other projects they're being able to go forward from Tridel, for example, which is what Wilson Heights, the developer Tridel. Tridel has been saying to us that it's very difficult to move forward unless we have a exemption from the development charges. And guess what? That money that we don't raise from development charges come from the tax base. Even though you can say, well, it's not, property taxpayers not paying for it, but we are exempting development charges. We're accepting 15% tax deduction. That actually come from the property tax base. And that's the reason why 8,000 units of housing are going to be able to be built by the Tridels and the Dreams and all the other developers.
All right, can we at least agree that investment in our communities, city building, and having nice things for the city occurred in previous administrations? I mean,
yes.
Thank you.
Well, yes, it has. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but one element that didn't happen enough is that if you look at those existing, not new things, old infrastructure, old bridges, old tracks, old subway system, the signal system, the trains that are old. Why do you think that every second day we're hearing that there's service disruption? Where did that come from? It didn't just come because of last year or last 3 years. It is because we did not put in enough money, capital dollar, to fix the old infrastructure. New things is always wonderful to have. Let's build new things, absolutely. But I'm sorry, the old bridges and the old subway system, the tracks, the subway cars, they need to be fixed. If not, they'll continue to deteriorate. Look at our roads. Look at the number of potholes. Look how uneven they are. And we need absolutely to pave them so there's no, repave them so there are not so many potholes. So those are things that we have not done very well in the last while because they are easy to ignore. They are not new programs. They are old existing infrastructure like roads, sewage system, TDC stations that is leaking. This building that's leaking, so is North York Centre. So we cannot continue to ignore the importance of state of good repair.
Thank you. Councillor Chernis Lynn.
Thank you. To the Mayor, one of the things that I've heard from a number of residents in my ward and from other places in the city is that they're finding those who are on fixed incomes or who don't earn particularly large wages, and if their household doesn't have a large income, they feel they are being placed in a really tight position and squeezed. And I just wondered if you could speak to that and how you're approaching that in this budget and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very, very thoughtful question. For seniors that are in fixed income, for people with some disability, they might be on long-term disability or Canada Pension Plan disability. It's tight. They might be house rich, but cash poor. We get it, which is why in this budget, there is an expansion of the subsidy program so that for a senior that earned less than $60,000, they will not have to pay the increase. Which means in terms of the tax, property tax. We will continue, and thanks to actually Councillor Crescenti, who has been pushing for that changes. I didn't realize that. It's actually quite a few years, Councillor Crescenti, can say that take care of the seniors. And we are doing that right now because $60,000, you know, if it's a couple, if they're on OH Security and CPP, you add all that up, it's not that much, and they can't afford to pay that like $5 a week increase, right, on average. So we'll continue to look at ways to support people and look at ways, you know, as going forward. Maybe there's rebate programs, there's subsidy programs, whatever it might be, because we hear you. Some folks, because of the mortgage, the rate have gone up so much, right? That's nothing that you and I can control, but because the mortgage rate have gone up to 5%, 6%, 7%, when they renew the mortgage, thank God the interest rate's coming down, but not fast enough, then it is hard for some folks.
Thank you for that, Mayor Chow. I think it's not simply seniors, it's people who are on, who have kind of regular jobs that don't pay that don't pay that well. They're increasingly on tight incomes, and if they have multiple dependents, we want them to be able to not just live in this city, but we want them to be able to truly live in this city, to thrive. So I really appreciate that we're thinking about this, and to Councillor Crisanti and to others who are really considering this as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is just a reiteration of my question to the CFO. There's been 3 years of increases, which have been hard on people, especially people on fixed incomes or for whom the mortgage rate went up significantly recently. And I'm just wondering, you know, because this is a mayor's budget, what is your expectation for next year and beyond? What is the trajectory that our residents can look forward to in the coming years with regard to the property taxes?
You're looking for that light in the end of the tunnel.
That's right. What is the light in the end of the tunnel? Yeah.
And the CFO said there is. And then I dug up his report on page 20, actually show us a bit of light. Okay, in 2026, this is the multi-year outlook. In 2026, that orange bar, that is the operating budget pressure, is coming down. So remember last year was 1.8 billion. This year is 1.2 billion. Next year is 1 billion. Ooh, still pretty hard. 2027 is 737 million, a bit lower now, but it's still high. But the offsets are now lower. Okay, so which means that the property tax increase that are predicted is lower. Okay, so which is a good news. Precisely what it is, we don't know.
But there is a feeling, perhaps from your office and the CFO's office, that next year will not be as high as this year or previous years. Is that obviously there's global impact of things happening south of the border that could impact us, but if we were to stay the course, the goal is that next year will not be what it is this year.
The multi-year outlook actually project that it has in terms of the dollar amount, that the situation will continue to improve. But the as you said,
yes, global conditions. So my other
Exactly.
question is about New Deal discussions. I know they are going to continue.
Yep.
And we have all mentioned there's this gap of Section 37 to community benefits.
2 billion, yep.
It's a lot of money, and no one is saying how we're going to replace it. There's no tools to. So the answer is we will just have reduced capacity to build community infrastructure. So less daycares, less community centers. There is no path to funding the infrastructure needed to support the growth in the areas that used to be supported by Section 37. Is that what we're looking at, or what in the negotiations should we be fighting for with you to ensure that we are building a livable and not dystopian future for the City of Toronto?
That's a very good question. Have faith, because yes, there is a New Deal, Part 2 for the province. And even now, there is conversation with the Federal Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, so that we are looking for infrastructure funds that are from both federal and the provincial government. Okay? The Federation of Canadian Municipalities has asked the federal government for the doubling of the gas tax, okay, which is a $2 billion right now. We're looking at $4 billion. Now, would that be possible? We don't know. So we're not speaking alone. We are speaking in one voice from municipalities from coast to coast to coast, which is good, right? So it is possible. There's one other thing, that as more people build housing and live in the City of Toronto, then the assessment rate would go up, meaning that we would be able to have a bit more money to fund infrastructure.
So we are hoping for some infrastructure to come from the federal government through the
province.
joint advocacy. But what about other revenue tools? So we saw in the fiscal framework report, international fiscal frameworks of cities comparative to Toronto, Berlin, New York, Chicago, they get a percentage of sales tax and income tax. Is that something that we are advocating for towards a more sustainable budget where we don't have a structural deficit and can reliably, without on an annual basis, go to the province and the federal government to fill in gaps?
Okay, that was your last question, please.
You asked a question that Councillor Carroll can speak to for about an hour, because every opportunity she has, with Taylor Swift in town, where is that economic benefits?
Okay.
Yes, so
thank you.
We are pushing
thank you.
The
and please
form of finances that will grow the economy.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Mayor. Mayor, I was leaving my home just this morning, and one of my neighbors came over and asked me whether or not I was going to support a 25% tax reduction because this is going to help small businesses and so on. I'm just wondering if you could maybe give us an overview with respect to your thoughts on that and potential impact with respect to not simply the stabilization fund, but just in general, if we didn't have the stabilization fund, what are the sort of implication with respect to increases and the overall strategic direction in which you're going in terms of fixing bridges, roads, and infrastructure and so on? I'm just wondering if you can comment on that, please.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. Page 22 of the proposed property tax rate, already for commercial, it's half of the residential increase, right? So that it's already, they're paying half. Okay? And for small businesses, there's a rate reduction of 15%, okay? Which is, it supports over 28,000 small businesses. And recently we added strip malls, like, in Scarborough, for example, your ward. Many of them now qualified for this 15% reduction. Now, should we do more? Here is the thing, though, because with the economic downturn, we have to be very, well, we don't know, but because there's census trade action happening, we're in a bit of a fight. We need to protect the reserve because rainy days may, it's not going to be good. I'd rather not be the mayor of Hamilton right now because they're in serious trouble. So to keep the stabilization reserve, I actually looked it up. That reserve is we had to use it during COVID. So the draw was like 38.9 million, et cetera, 23 million. But last year, 2025, this year the draw is only 7 million, which means that we're protecting this reserve for rainy days, which is important. But allow me a minute to say to folks that are interested in small business, we have a lot of programs. We have a facade program to help small business. That's up to $12,000 to $25,000. We have a rehab program if you want to do interior fixing. We have 50% that we would give you a grant. Let's say it costs you $100,000, it would actually cost you $50,000. Okay, so there's a grant. Reusable food service. The grant is anywhere from $5,000 to $35,000. Reduced water use. Cash rebate of up to 30 cents per liter. Free water audit. And here's a good one, a big one, for incubator. So new small businesses that are starting up, those that are very innovative, that are creating jobs, these are for startups, it'd be on a maximum of $30,000, and there are even another pot that is close to $100,000 over 3 years. So there are lots and lots of grants programs that are
Right.
very strategic, targeted to support small businesses.
So you attended a meeting with the Prime Minister and other leaders just
Yes.
last week, and I gather that the advocacy there is strong in terms of not only simply buying Canadian, but also formulating strategic sort of objectives to respond to the issue of tariffs and its potential impact to businesses, small, medium, and other types of business in the city.
That's right.
What is your position in terms of that advocacy? What did you glean from it all in terms of how we're going to collaborate and respond to the challenges ahead from the U.S., particularly the president, and its impact on Toronto, Canada's largest city, great GDP, and so on? How are you proposing to collaborate with the other levels of government?
Number one, it has to be a Team Canada approach, city, provincial, federal, working together, which our staff is doing right now. Number two, has to be very strategic. It needs to target specific industry so that they too understand, Americans can understand, gee, this hurts. Okay? Number three, we need to create new jobs, new industry, and support existing industry. So, and there's lots of conversation about trading across province, buying local. That's across Canada and local, and then the relationship with the state, so 3 parts. And then lastly, conversation about if we get to that place, we will need to support each other and care for each other. Because if there's massive job loss, industry going down, we will need to shore them up. But we have to be very clear, who are we supporting and for what reason and for how long?
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Yes, Chair and Speaker. Sorry, Mayor. So I'm gonna ask the same question that I've been hearing from my constituents, and we've already heard the phrase "light at the end of the tunnel." So I've been asked that a couple of times. People are asking me, Councillor, is there a light at the end of the tunnel where we're going to see better days when it comes to these tax increases? They feel the tunnel is getting longer, the light is getting a little dimmer. So Mayor, to add to my question, you did mention a few minutes ago that the pressure is coming down and there's a New Deal Part 2 in the works, which is quite exciting. And we all know that during an election is a great time to get a great deal. So I'm sure that you and your team are working actively in that. Do you think that because of all of this, that you might be able to commit or direct staff so we can see that light a little brighter for next year to maybe commit to either a zero tax increase or alternatively not more than the rate of inflation at that time?
Well, Councillor, it's hard to predict what's happening. Well, it's hard to predict even in the next 30 days what President Trump is going to do.
Subject to any catastrophe, of course.
Well, that 25% tariff is pretty stark.
Yeah.
So on the New Deal, Part 1, we got $2 billion on capital budget that we are now able to fix TTC so that people are not stuck in the tunnel, because sometimes if there's service disruption, never mind the light, you're actually stuck there, right? And so we don't want that to happen at all. And then for the first time through the New Deal, the province actually provided operating funds for TTC, which is great. Good. And so we're looking, but that deal finished by 2026, okay? That's why we've committed to New Deal Part 2, right? And the New Deal Part 2, we are negotiating in terms of housing, public transit, infrastructure that councillors were talking about, and also perhaps safety, like policing costs, because it's huge, it's 1.2 billion. So, and something that Councillor Carroll has been pushing for, a revenue source that would grow with the economy. Now, coming back to the prediction of next year, we can continue to do what we've been doing, which is save up some money for tough times, but continue to find savings, which we did, like $600+ million. Continue this multi-year approach with Outlook. Be fiscally responsible. Don't spend money we don't have. And reduce the borrowing cost, which is good, then we don't pay so much interest. And then there will be more fiscal room to invest without having to go to the property tax. So we'll do everything we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I do want to squeeze in one more question and give you the time, obviously, to respond. So my second question and my last one will be, and I heard you speak to the fare evasion, and we all recognize how serious this problem is. I was here when it was only $60 million. Now it's ballooned to something that nobody could wrap their head around. So I know you're taking some measures to mitigate that, and the TTC is. But people are also telling me they feel like they're very soft measures. This is a very serious problem that's going to take some very serious approach to it. Would you consider, if this doesn't work, so let's say by this time next year, the fare evasion is either stable or getting worse, would you consider more aggressive measures and possibly even including single door entry, going back to that to make sure that we do our best and take some tougher measures and maybe even modifying the fines so they're more aggressive than what they currently are? Would you consider that at some point?
The fine right now is very aggressive. It's already very high. Some say it's higher than parking offenses, and but let me. Single door entry I do not believe will work, because it will, instead of taking 2 or 3 minutes for everybody to get into the big long streetcar, it will jam up the street. It will take 10 minutes. I don't know. It takes, if there's long lineup, as we see on, say, King Streetcar, then the entire road will be paralyzed, and the cars, the congestion will be horrific. So aggressive action, absolutely, but I think going back to the single entry probably is not possible. But I'll leave it for TTC experts. They tell us that they are very confident that with the new inspector and officer, that they will recoup a lot of that money.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. We'll recess to 2 o'clock. All the women, I don't know what happened to your purple jackets or purple sweaters. We're going up to the members' lounge to take a picture. So let's move on up there. Take their seats. Members of council. Okay, members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Members, please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Joe Hester and Michael Malston. Thank you. Okay, before we go back to the mayor's first key matter, Deputy Mayor Malik, you would like to introduce a class that's in the council chambers?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to welcome students from the Introduction to Canadian Politics course at George Brown College's Waterfront campus. And the students are here with us today to listen and observe and learn about the city's budget process. So let's make sure it's a great experience for them. And let's give them all a warm round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Councillor Perruzza, you also want to make an introduction at this time?
Happy to do that, Speaker. We also have today with us, here in the council chamber, a social work class from George Brown College. They're here to better understand City Hall, what it looks like, its functioning, how they, civic engagement and all of those wonderful things. They are led here today by their professor and also public school trustee, Matthias Didovidis. I'd like each and every one of them to stand up and take a great big round of applause for entreating us with their presence today. Please.
Thank you. Council will now resume consideration of the mayor's first key matter, item MPB 27.1. So we'll just go back to the speakers list. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you,
Sorry, Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Oh, just one sec. Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure the members of the Political Science Students Association from U of T Scarborough are in the chamber.
Are they?
I just wanted to take the opportunity to introduce them as the members of the Political Science Students Association from University of Toronto Scarborough, along with their professor, Dr. Julian Campisi, and just like to welcome them to City Hall and best wishes in their continued studies, and thank you for making the trip here from Scarborough. Enjoy your visit.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Okay, Councillor. Okay, members, please. Councillor Holiday, go ahead. Yes, sorry. There you go.
Speaker, I have 5 motions. If I could ask the clerks to put them on the screen, I'll present them, and I'll explain them very simply. But Speaker, I think what you're going to find are these are 5 motions that are designed to actually reduce the budget, contrary to some of the others that you may see today. The first 3 are tied to each other, and it would be my hope that one gets passed. The first motion is to reduce the budget to the TTC for the equivalent of a 25-cent fare increase. And should that not pass, that we then consider a 35-cent cash-only fare increase, and that is very distinct in that it applies to the cash as opposed to the rest of the fares. And the third option is a 10-cent fare increase. And the value is being put into there. My fourth motion is to reduce the budget by $59 million, which is corresponding to Appendix 1.4 of the staff budget. And this basically represents all of the new and enhanced programs, so the things that are beyond the baseline of what was delivered the previous year. The final motion is to amend Part 55 of the budget recommendations by eliminating the $3 million in non-program expenditures and to put that essentially back into the tax stabilization reserve draw. Speaker, I've heard from a lot of people, some people that are distressed, distraught over the constant burden of the city's taxes on them just trying to make it through life, make it through every day. And we make a series of choices in this chamber, many choices today, but many, many choices leading up to today's discussion. You know, there was a quote earlier today, I wrote it down, and it was an answer from the CFO to Councillor Perks. And the answer was that the City of Toronto has costs and challenges unique to Toronto. But I would modify that answer slightly to say that there are costs and challenges that are unique to Toronto City Council, because it's our decisions that create these particular scenarios. I'd like to point out a really important budget note, and that is number 16, and that talks about the extensions of provincial and federal responsibilities. And it goes on to tell us that about $1.424 billion of the budget, or about 1/4 of the property tax funding, is due to a series of council decisions to provide services that could, ought, or should be delivered by other orders of government. Now, we can debate all day how laudable or not laudable these goals are. I would argue that many of these services are very good things. But the question is why are we doing them as a city council if they belong to others? And that is at the heart and at the essence of the politics in this chamber. When this council just cannot accept what decisions are made by other orders of government and then step into their shoes and augment them. Well, you can see the journey plain to see over time. It results in hundreds of millions of dollars, beyond $1 billion worth of burden onto taxpayers. Many of these are income transfer programs. Many of them are other types of social services that, again, might be argued as very laudable and important, but not our job. So take a look. The Housing Secretariat, right in the briefing note from 2023 to 2025, went from $149 million to $206. Well, there's a 1% tax increase. Look at TCHC from 296 to 374 in 2 budget cycles. Well, that's about 1.5% of a tax increase. Toronto Shelter, very important service, 176 to 241, yet another % tax increase. Speaker, as I rode the bus in this morning, I was thinking about the motions before council, and I looked around and I said, boy, you know, taking the TTC is really important to a lot of Torontonians, self-included, but not everybody on this bus can't afford to pay a little bit more for their fare increase. Certainly not a little bit more that's in line with inflation or the changes from year over year. So why do we always go down to that level to say and to assume that everybody suddenly can't afford to be on there? Perhaps user fees aren't that bad. Perhaps there's a good question as to why we're trying to feed children that are at summer camp. I've packed hundreds of those lunches over my life with 3 kids. Our family certainly didn't need that benefit. Why do we keep doing this as a council, Madam Speaker?
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
To put your name on the list. Did you have a question? Okay, there you are. Your name's up there now. Okay. Okay, just one sec, please. Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker. So whatever reduction for the TTC budget we're talking about, how do we, it's basically geared towards a fair increase. How do we actually ensure that?
Well, because of the relationship between City Council and the TTC and the board, all we can do is reduce their operating subsidy in a commensurate amount, and then the TTC board can choose what it wants to do with fares or how it's going to make up that amount of money. If you look at the operating subsidy for the TTC, it's gone up incredibly over the last number of years, including the ratio of revenue that's brought into the TTC to the amount that is subsidized. So there's a good argument to do this. And the second argument, of course, is that someday there's going to be a fare increase, and it could quite possibly be a big one. So if you're worried about scaring away riders, it's a much smarter move to move it up in small amounts at a time rather than a big sticker price.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you. The single loudest message I get from my constituents is that the city is broken and that they're angry about it. And there are a lot of reasons why that is happening, but the fundamental reason is that the structure of Toronto's finances was set by the Baldwin Act of, wait for it, 1849. It's totally unsuitable for the work that the city does now. The city's revenue sources really haven't changed much in decades, while our responsibilities and our costs have skyrocketed. And add that at the very same time, massive provincial downloading, massive provincial underfunding of the things they should be paying for, including mental health, addiction, housing, and so on, cuts to development charges, and the result is a steady deterioration of city infrastructure and services that people are really noticing, resenting, and wanting us to fix. Now, the leading expert on municipal finance in Canada is Enid Slack at the University of Toronto, and she has been pointing out year after year after year, decade after decade, at the Institute for Municipal Finance and Governance, that this is an unsustainable situation that will take the city down the toilet if it's not reversed, because we are seeing decade after decade deterioration in infrastructure, deterioration in services, deterioration in the quality of life, and that's because of the financial stranglehold that the province has put on the city, as well as, I admit, decisions in this chamber. She also points to 5 other major forces that are driving up our costs. The enormous backlog in repair. Everybody knows stitch in time saves 9. If you fix a little crack, you don't then have to fix a disastrous flood. The housing shortage, climate chaos, cybercrime, and population growth, which is driven primarily by uncontrolled immigration and temporary residents. And in this very difficult context, I recognize that the most visible tax increase of any government is ours. The federal and provincial governments get more money every year because incomes rise. They don't have to change the rates. We do every year just to not fall behind us like the Red Queen. We have to run really fast to stay in the same place. And those increases are highly visible, and they present real challenges for a small number of people. And so I'm really support the efforts to provide more relief to our poorest homeowners. But at the same time, we have to recognize the enormous need for the things that this budget does. At the Budget Committee, at the TTC, we hear loud and clear how much Torontonians depend on the services that the city provides and how much they need them to work and not just go down the toilet. Most of my residents are really glad to see the TTC fare freeze and to see service creeping back toward 2019. Most of them understand it's a really bad deal to keep property taxes so low that our infrastructure crumbles, which just builds up exponentially larger costs year after year coming ahead. It's enormously expensive for us to do so much of the province's job. We should not have to do it. I agree with Councillor Holladay about this, but that doesn't mean we can stop. Because you remember what happened when we stopped taking people in to central intake and people lined up sleeping on the street on Peter Street, and the people of this city were outraged. And we know that keeping children hungry means they can't learn, the teachers can't manage, and we end up with far greater problems in the long run that again costs us much more money and spoils lives. Many of my constituents are really glad to see the city building affordable housing and supportive housing like the 78 new units that are being built in my ward on what used to be a parking lot, and are glad to see help for small businesses. So given the financial straitjacket, the stupid things that the province is doing to us, there are powerful reasons for this budget, including the property tax increase. Well, when people pay more, they have a legitimate right to get more. They have a right to see the basic services that the city provides get better. We have a few steps in this budget that do that. Longer hours for libraries, pools, youth hubs, it's a good start, but we also need to see visible improvements in the most basic services. Garbage, litter, and parks to start. We need to do them better. People need to see them being done better. We have to show that we are giving them value for what we're asking them to pay, and I'm going to be working on that every meeting this year.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? If anybody else wants to speak, please put their name on the list, or we're just going to close it up and take a vote. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since nobody else wanted to speak, I thought I would fill the silence with some words of wisdom. So, this was some of the questions I asked the mayor earlier. You know, one of the myths of a high tax rate increase, 3 times the rate of inflation, is that we cannot build, we cannot invest in communities, and have nice things without a large tax increase. In fact, the narrative in our local media and around this council chamber is that many years before now were years of austerity, and that kept the city back. That nothing really has happened until now. Well, I can tell you, I was here during those years, these so-called years of austerity, and I can tell you that we cut more ribbons, we did more groundbreaking, and we got lots of projects on the go with tax increases at or below the rate of inflation. I joined Councillors Nunziata and DeGiorgio and opened the new community centre, the York Community Centre, and this was not funded with Section 37 funding. I joined former Councillor Joe Cressy in the groundbreaking at the Canoe Landing Community Centre. And I joined former Councillor Josh Cole in the opening of the Dane Daycare Centre. Many of the new investments that we are opening or groundbreaking starting this term were done with taxes at or below the rate of inflation. The current mayor joined me in opening a new daycare in York Centre's Tippett neighborhood. Now, while that was not done with Section 37 monies, it was done under a Section 37 agreement. The groundbreaking for the Centennial Library in York Centre also took place. The groundwork for that project took place prior to this term. And of course, and I mentioned earlier, the housing site at 50 Wilson Heights. All these transformational projects took place, were started and funded at a time when the tax increase was at or below the rate of inflation. I should also remind everybody that we opened a new subway line to Vaughan. Call it what you want, but those years were not austerity. In fact, those years and investments can be seen today and at a time when taxes were designed for young families, seniors, and others who want to own a home. So I want to thank also, moving to another subject, police services and the wonderful work they do in the city. True, there is work to do, but that is the case in most of our divisions. What concerns me is that we have the fastest growing city in North America and one of the smallest per capita police forces. The biggest challenge we faced over the last 16 months were roving mobs that have taken to the street, and they have hurt everybody by taking away vital police services for the last 16 months. Trying to contain these mobs and police them has cost the city over $20 million. It's damaged our worldwide reputation as a safe place, and has caused police response times to double. It has incited violence against places of worship, against schools, the firebombing of a Jewish-owned grocery store, the spreading of hateful graffiti in the subways, storming of Union Station, the Eaton Centre, and of course, Yorkdale. Let me also address, in the short time I have left, the economic threats from the Republic of the South. Tariffs in most situations are blunt economic instruments in which everybody loses. But the answer is not to take the bait and start a trade war. The saber rattling out of Ottawa represents a dangerous and risky approach, creating an unstable political situation in our trade relationship. A trade war we cannot win. Under NAFTA and its replacement agreements, there is an appeal process when various parties violate the terms of the agreement. And I urge the federal government to go down that route. A full trade war is one we can never win. Playing tough will not get us anywhere. Finally, I'd like to just make mention of something that's coming a little later under our Budget Chief's omnibus motion, and I'm pleased to announce that we will be funding Strong Cities. Later this year, we'll be hosting their worldwide conference in Toronto, bringing mayors from all over the world to discuss various local issues that build cities, invest in cities, and keep cities safe, and it will be a proud opportunity for Toronto to shine during that period. We're giving a phenomenal amount of funding. We're directing staff to make it happen, and I think it'll be remarkable for the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Thank you, Chair. There is a motion, Chair, so I'll address the motion first. And so, once again, I'm going to try this. Did it last year. So the City Council decreased the property tax revenue in the 2025 operating budget by $92.9 million, the equivalent of 2% of the proposed property tax rate increase for 25, fully offset by $37.9 million one-time withdrawal from the tax rate stabilization fund, and further decrease of $55 million in the total net expenditures achieved by 1.3% decrease to all city divisions and agencies' net budgets, with no impact service levels except for those responsible for delivering emergency services. And I've named them. Is there a problem here, Chair?
No, Councillor Crisanti, please finish. Please finish.
Okay.
We'll just wait for the councillor to finish
my motion's
speaking.
already there, and if someone says it's not in order, it was in order last year, Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor Crisanti,
Okay, so
please, and then I will.
I will. Thank you, Chair. I'll do that. So, again, I want to remind my colleagues and the mayor, I'm sure will agree with this point, that this proposed tax increase makes living in the city less affordable, because the mayor has always said we need a more affordable city. We're doing the opposite by doing what we're about to do today. People are struggling with affordability, they're struggling to put food on the table, and they're struggling to pay their bills. This is what I hear all the time. And throughout this process, the people of Toronto have told me that they're overtaxed and they're not getting the value for that. So my constituents have expressed to me their disbelief, in fact, their shock, that this budget rate is coming in, particularly at a time when they still haven't gotten over the 9.5% from last year. and which in total looks like close to 17% hike in just 1 year. It's too much, too fast. No one's talking about the eternal inefficiencies, like what we talked about earlier, $141 million lost to fare evasion, close to $10 million in losses in our bike share program. That many people don't know about that. We're losing money in this program. It's irresponsible for us to be asking our constituents to shoulder this burden. We should be doing the heavy lifting, and that's exactly what my motion is proposing to do. If we're really concerned about making life more affordable for renters, we will not be raising these taxes. While I support many parts of this budget, there's many good components in this budget, including investing in the student nutrition program. And it was great to have Mayor Chow up in Ward 1 yesterday announcing the expansion of the program. Important program. However, I cannot support the proposed rate increase, and neither should we. So we're very fortunate to hear that some great and heartfelt deputations that we heard actually at the budget consultation in Etobicoke last month. But what we heard in that consultation were many things, but here's 3 of them, because I don't have time for everything. Seniors are having to choose between buying their groceries and paying their bills. Families are struggling to keep their lights on, and parents who have come to me personally are worried that these tax hikes will push them out of their homes. So this budget doesn't address the top priorities that I've heard, which are safety, affordability, traffic congestion, and sustainable delivery of core services. So I want to reiterate that we're losing millions each year to internal inefficiencies. This lost revenue could be directed to provide even more supports and programs. So again, to remind people that as the seniors designate, I had the privilege of working closely with the CFO to expand the eligibility of the property tax, water, and solid waste relief program. By increasing the income threshold to $60,000, 2,300, more households will have access to much-needed financial relief, bringing the program's total reach to 13,000 households. I'm running out of time. I'm always proud to play a strong role in enhancing this program. So I'm just going to jump to my final comments, that I want to be clear that there is nothing in this budget that is free. Everything comes to a cost to the taxpayer. So we're going too fast, we're going too far with these tax hikes, and we need to take our foot off the pedal. Thank you.
We do have, yes, Councillor Perks, please let Councillor Carroll ask a question first, and then I'll make a ruling on the motion, okay? Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thanks. I just want to clarify that the councillor, upon moving this motion, is fully informed. I don't think you were here earlier when I asked the question of staff. If we adjust the tax rate by using the Property Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund, we are in fact dooming ourselves to have to replace that in a property tax increase the following year. Were you aware of that?
So, Councillor, I am informed, and it still keeps the stabilization fund within the 2% requirement. I've checked it with staff, and they're comfortable with that scenario.
I'm not sure what 2% requirement you're referring to, but what we heard from staff earlier this morning is that in terms of the tax rate, you can only use the reserve in this year. You can move that motion right now and job well done, but the following year we've got to replace it and the cumulative math of it. So in fact, you end up that probably even if you wanted to pace it out, you're at least adding a 1%. And you said no one is talking about efficiencies. Were you aware that in terms of efficiencies, a line-by-line review found essentially what you're moving, $93 million. It's all in briefing note number 13 if you want to look it up. Line-by-line review. Then program and agency reviews throughout the year, another $294 million. And last but not least, permanent efficiencies,
or are you feeding me
41. Are you fully informed of that? Because I note in your remarks what you said was no one is talking about efficiencies, and it's here in black and white. Were you aware of that?
Totally aware of that.
So
what people are saying
I'm
is
confused by, I'm confused by the remark that no one is talking about efficiencies.
No,
Can you clarify that for me?
I'm happy to clarify that. That message is not getting out, it's not resonating with the constituents, with Torontonians.
Well, this briefing note I forwarded to my
What's
constituents.
resonated with Torontonians is that, and the mayor has put out many messages, and one of her messages speaks to free stuff that we're giving away. We're not giving anything free. Everything is a cost to the taxpayer. Everything.
Well, one of the beauties of this being in black and white is you can just send it to your constituents. That's what I did.
I've worked with staff, and I'm convinced there's more room for further efficiencies.
Okay,
If you don't like that answer, that's it.
Well, I do have one other question, unless there's no time.
No, go ahead.
Okay, well, my second one is to the second part of your motion, which is just to find the 55 million. If you look at briefing note, number 13, and you look at the line-by-line review and the permanent deficiencies that are built into it, would you not assume that those are the ones staff felt they could do without impacting services? And if they could have not impacted services and gone further, they certainly would have?
That was your last question.
Would you not agree that that would be a natural response?
What can I say about that?
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Counselor,
you made a comment? That's good.
Councillor Bradford, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Hey, Councillor Crisanti. Just help me understand this. Based on Councillor Carroll's questions, I want to follow up with you. I think these are thoughtful motions. You're proposing to use the tax stabilization reserve account to provide a, was it 2% decrease in property taxes this year? Well, I don't have the motion in front of me. Is that
No,
right?
so, yeah.
1%, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So
close to 1% just on that part.
So help me clarify based on Councillor Carroll's questions. It was implied that if we pass your motion, everybody's going to be paying for it next year. But doesn't the budget pressure, don't we start over next year with an opening pressure, and then the budget chair and the mayor, in the mayor's budget, make decisions about prioritization and what they want to fund and how they want to do it? Doesn't it reset next year? Your proposal is for this year, relief right now from the tax stabilization reserve account. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, and let me ask a follow-up. Yeah. Do you remember last year when Mayor Chow did the exact same thing because she wanted to take the double-digit tax hike of 10.5% down to the single largest tax hike that the city's ever had at 9.5%, but did the same motion from the same account, a one-time thing that, with Councillor Carroll's rationale, would have impacted the budget process? Same thing this year. Yep. Is that your understanding?
It is my understanding. The same rules don't apply to.
So our budget chair and the mayor did the exact same thing that you're proposing last year, again, because it was a double-digit tax increase, and they wanted it to just be the largest ever at 9.5%. Is that correct?
That is correct, and thank you for that observation.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Councillor Chang, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Crisanti. I'm just wondering, have you verified if this money is available to be used this way?
Yes, Councillor, I have. And the amount in my motion of 37.9, I got that amount, we got that amount from staff. And it's available.
And would this result in then being emptied out completely?
No.
No? And what are reasons that there are people who would be against this proposal?
So what did you ask? What are reasons for what?
That people are against this proposal, because we're going to hear that people are against this proposal. So I'm just wondering if you have thought this through in terms of the impact on the long-term planning that staff have done with regard to our reserve.
So I can't predict what people are going to do on the floor of council here. But if they wish to support taxpayers, if they really want an affordable city, this is the way to go.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, during your speech,
one
you
at a
talked
time.
about how you support the investment in student nutrition in some of the seniors programs. I heard that
did.
correctly?
You
Yep.
did hear that, yeah.
Are they among the ones that you're cutting?
You didn't read my motion.
In your motion, no, in your motion, you say cut everything except emergency services. So
No,
you want to cut
no.
the programs you said you support?
Councillor, read my motion.
I did.
No, read it again. With no impact to service levels except for. So no
No, yeah,
impact.
so, but you want to cut the budget for student nutrition, correct?
No, where are you getting that from? Are you the one
Because
that
your
spread the
motion
rumors that I'm
says
against student
decrease,
nutrition?
a decrease in the
Councillor,
total net
Councillor.
expenditures by a
Councillor.
decrease to all city divisions, agencies' net budgets. So that would include the student
Through-
nutrition budget
through-
through public
You're
health,
not
wouldn't
listening.
it?
Through finding efficiencies,
No, it doesn't say that.
okay?
It doesn't
That's what
say
it
that.
says.
Are you, so, but it would be
I'm not-
1.3
no,
out of
I'm
that,
not in
right?
favor to find, I'm talking about finding efficiencies, not cutting programs.
I see.
Don't spread rumors.
So you sat down,
Right.
down with the medical officer of health and confirmed that there's 1.3 that can be cut without any impact on the number of kids getting food. You've confirmed that?
I've confirmed that this is a good motion. This possible,
Okay.
it's
All right.
possible.
Similarly, have you confirmed by talking to the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Administration that the seniors programs that you talked about as being good
Councillor.
can be funded without any loss
you
in
like
service
you like to
with a
hear your own voice.
1.3% cut?
I have done my due diligence here with staff, and I'm asking.
No, and that's what I'm asking.
And I'm
Did you-
asking staff to find
Councillor
further
Perks, please allow him to
efficiencies
answer.
without cutting
Okay.
services. Do you understand
Fair
that?
enough. Fair enough. I've heard you. You did not speak to the specific staff about the 1.3.
Don't
Now,
conclude
in
what
terms
I-
of the
don't-
in terms
don't
of the other
conclude my-
piece, Councillor Bradford,
Speaker,
I'm asking a
This
question.
councillor is adding words to my comments.
Councillor Perks, just please ask your question, please.
If he-
Okay, I'll go
you
right
should-
ahead and ask
no,
another
you've got
question.
the experience
With respect
to
Councillor
your-
Crisanti,
Okay.
Councillor Crisanti,
With respect
please
to the
listen
first
to his
part.
question. Okay, Councillor Perks.
He's got comments, not questions.
With respect to the first part, a moment ago you said to Councillor Bradford, no, we wouldn't have to increase taxes next year. But as you said, nothing is free. So the
You understood that.
7.9 would have to come from somewhere. Have you confirmed with any member of the public service what service you would cut in order to find that 37.9 next year and every year into the future? Did you do that?
Wow. This 37.9, Councillor, is coming from the Tax Rate Stabilization Reserve Fund.
Okay,
All right?
thank
Read
you.
the motion.
Thank you. Thank you.
You obviously don't like,
Councillor Crisanti.
you like charging people taxes.
Councillor
You like
Crisanti.
taxing people. You're a taxer.
Councillor Crisanti.
You want to make this an unaffordable city, Gord. Like, grow up.
Councillor Fletcher, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. These are really easy questions. What percentage are you
asking?
cutting from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund, Councillor? What's the percentage that you're suggesting?
37.9 million, that is just
No,
under 1%.
the percentage that you're cutting.
It's just under 1%. Do the math. Why are you asking me?
Well, no, because it's your motion. And how much is in
So-
that fund?
In total, it's somewhere around 110, 120 in that area? 138 was the last number. Yeah.
138 is the
Yeah,
last
and you heard
number.
that from the CFO today.
No, I'm not in questions, Councillor. 138.
Yeah.
And you're just saying you'll take 1%? Isn't that a bigger percent cut that you're talking than 1?
So, Councillor, you don't want to do the math. 1%,
I do want to do the math.
1% is roughly $44 million. This is under 1%.
So you think it's under 1%. Okay, now the staff have helped you craft your motion, correct?
Yes.
But do the staff agree with taking money out of the Tax Stabilization Fund? Yes or no?
So, no, listen.
I'm just asking, because they'll give you an opinion on that. They've helped you write it, but is their opinion that This is a good motion and they'd like you to do it. That's my question. Yes or no, Councillor?
Councillor, I didn't ask them if they would agree.
Okay, you didn't ask if they'd agree. Okay.
They came up with this number.
They came up with that number because
That-
you asked them to come up with that, correct?
No, I didn't calculate the
Oh,
number.
this is the staff number to cut. Is that correct? They're suggesting that we cut this and that they've given you the numbers to cut. That's what you're telling me. Or are they your numbers to cut?
That's
Which
their
numbers?
number.
Staff numbers
I
or
asked
your
the
numbers?
question of what number we could use from the stabilization fund. This is the number provided to me.
That they've given that number.
Correct.
But they didn't tell you if they thought that was a good idea or not. That's what you're telling me.
We didn't have that
They
discussion.
had no opinion. I'll check with them.
Would you
and
do
then,
that?
Councillor, you've been here for a while, have you not?
I don't know. You tell me.
You've been here for quite a few years.
How long have I been here,
Have you
Councillor?
ever voted, ever, to remove money from this tax stabilization fund, Councillor Crisanti? Ever?
I'd have to go back on my record.
I can go back on your record.
Okay, but Councillor.
Never. Would you agree you've never voted that way, Councillor?
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, okay, please,
Speaker,
Councillor
Fletcher
Bradford,
is
I
not
don't need you
interested
to
in
come up
asking
and tell me
questions.
what to do.
Speaker, you're getting a little excited.
Okay, but Councillor Fletcher, enough. Okay, Councillor Crisanti, enough.
You know, some of these
Okay.
experienced councillors need to learn how to ask questions or sit down and be quiet.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Councillor Crisanti, can you repeat that? Okay, Councillor Fletcher, let's just move on. Yeah. Councillor Crisanti?
Well, if she didn't hear anything I said, what did she think I
Councillor
said?
Crisanti, please stand.
Speaker, yes.
Yes. Can you repeat that?
So, Speaker, this councillor was not asking questions. So I just made reference to the fact she's been around, she knows how to ask questions. So I asked that she ask a question, or if not, she should sit down. But ask a question, not make comments.
I think I asked a question about whether or not Councillor Crisanti had ever voted to remove funds from this.
And I answered you. I don't remember if I did or not. Maybe I did, maybe I did not. Wait, is your memory...
Now, Councillor Perruzza, please. Okay, Councillor Crisanti, what you did say to Councillor Fletcher is to sit down and be quiet, and I'm asking you to withdraw that comment. Thank you. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Perks expressed some concern about a reduction to the operating budget. I wonder, Councillor Crisanti, if you're familiar with the operating variance reports.
Yes.
And would you believe me if I told you that from what I read in September, the last one, that the projected year-end surplus of last year was $107 million? Would you believe me?
Wow.
That to be true?
Yeah.
Is it your understanding that quite often there are operating surpluses in the city? And
Yes,
so
it is.
a 1.6% reduction might still work out.
Very valid point. I agree.
So even though some members may be concerned with a reduction to the budget that's across the board, the city is likely to have maneuverability throughout the year because that's what the track record has shown us. We don't seem to spend all of the budget. So what you're really doing is taking away something we weren't going to spend anyways.
Yes, I agree. I mean, there is that real possibility, and we don't need to.
Except
that
surplus is often diverted toward things like capital plan, and I think reducing the future year's operating budget.
Well, Councillor, I'm really glad you put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Because if you tell them at the beginning of the year. Yeah, oh.
Clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not going to ask about the buy now, pay later part of your motion, but I'm going to ask you about a word that you kept using in answers to other councillors in reference to what you would cut. What would you cut out of? What would you cut, given that you're asking for a $55 million reduction? You answered that you were looking for efficiencies. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, so let me clarify here. I'm not suggesting at all in this motion, nor am I interested. I believe we could still perform the good budget that staff put together, that the mayor put together, and all of these services could still exist, and we could still attain the efficiencies that I'm asking. It's doable.
Well,
and it's going to take some additional
Councillor
work.
Crisanti, I would always wanted a pony, and I never got one. I got to tell you that.
Precisely.
But what I can say is that you have repeatedly said that if we look through at efficiencies, that we will find $55 million. But at the same time, you support the student nutrition program. I believe I saw you at the press event when that happened. So you wanted a student nutrition program expansion. You want more services for seniors. You want a $55 million cut, and you're looking for efficiencies. Can I ask you why there's nothing about efficiency? That word efficiency is not in your motion. How can you point to a search for efficiency if it's not in your motion?
So, Councillor, my motion says
I've read it. If you can find the word efficiency, let me know.
But in all city divisions.
I read the motion. I'm asking you why you didn't include the word efficiencies.
Actually, I'm happy to include.
You
want to do a friendly amendment? I'm happy to add that in.
Actually, I believe that you can't include it because the work of already looking for efficiencies was done, as we've seen in all the budget documentation that was presented in our communities. And what the people of Toronto wanted was enhancement. So I go back to the question.
Councillor Bravo.
I go back to the question of
Councillor
what will
Bravo.
you cut?
Please, clarification of the motion.
I just asked a question, Speaker. What, if you didn't talk over me, you would have heard. What do you intend to cut?
Councillor, not precluding that. I'm looking, and I've asked staff to find further efficiencies. Okay? Further efficiencies. Let me be clear.
Unfortunately, you did not include the word efficiency or the search for efficiency in your motion.
I'm happy to take that as a friendly amendment if the councillor would like to add that in.
Councillor Cole. Okay, can I just do one thing first, please? And then I'm going to rule on this motion. Councillor Cole.
Yes.
Councillor Cole has to do. It's very important that he does this right now. Councillor Cole.
Okay. In conjunction with Section 5 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I would like to declare an interest since my son Josh works with the TTC, so I'm declaring an interest with any matters dealing with the city budget pertaining to the TTC and any motions dealing with the TTC today. I declare that interest.
You have submitted in the form to the clerk, right?
Yes, I have.
So when we get to the budget, anything pertaining to TTC, we'll vote on that separately. Thank you, Councillor Cole. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, I'm going to resolve all of this. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I just want to say, for a point of order, when we are answering questions and staff have been very clear about their position, I think it's only fair that councillors need to be clear on what advice staff have given. And I've just checked with the CFO, and his advice to Councillor Crisanti was they did not support this motion. They did not advise to take the money out of the tax stabilization fund. And I think council should know that, and I think councillors should tell, when they're asked, tell us what staff have told them. Thank you, Speaker.
If I can have Councillor Bradford, please take your seat. Enough of going around talking to everyone in the middle of a council meeting. Okay, on Councillor Crescenti's motion, I'm going to rule the motion out of order. And the reason for that is that part of his motion is to decrease a 1.3% decrease to all city division and agency net budgets with no impact to service levels. Now, it's impossible to do that if you decrease their budget, it's going to affect service levels. So I'm ruling that motion out of order. I'm ruling a motion 2 by Councillor Crescenti out of order. Please, one at a time. Councillor Bradford?
Just I guess a clarification on your ruling. Are you suggesting then that you...
Okay, we'll recess the meeting.
Are working with on the front lines of homelessness and emergency in the city. We first want to acknowledge that Indigenous
all members of council, please leave your seats. All members of council, leave your seats.
We oppose the police budget. We oppose the criminalization and policing of the unhoused and poor people in the city. We're here to confront the lack of political representation.
Members of council, if I can please have you come to the council chambers so we can reconvene? Yeah. So members of council, if you can please take your seats. And before we start, no, but okay, members of council, this meeting is resumed. We're going to proceed with a debate on the mayor's proposed budget. If there is, if there is another disruption, I will recess the meeting and security will clear the chamber and members of the public will be directed to watch the meeting through YouTube for the balance of the day. And Councillor Carroll, you would like to just make a point of personal privilege?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a point of privilege. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't rise, to each his own, except that today was a more egregious breach than we've seen here in a long time. We have a protocol. I've checked on this. It's simply a protocol, but it's a meaningful one. And that is that when the Speaker of the House says vacate the chamber, we vacate the chamber. And the reason it's meaningful probably to me more than others, I've watched the training that you receive at the beginning of each term of office. In the term that I acted as Deputy Speaker, I saw that training. And I know that the security captain, you're her first point of reference. I know that the security are waiting to hear what we're going to do so they can act on it. And so when you ask us to vacate the chamber, that allows you to then begin to address the situation in the way that you and the security captain see fit. And today I saw a record number ignore your request that we vacate the chamber, and I take it as a point of personal privilege that that happened. I think it made us all less safe, and I hope it doesn't happen again should we end up vacating again today.
But Councillor Burnside was ready.
So members, hello, members of council, before we had the disruption, I ruled Councillor Crescenti's motion out of order. So right now, either you challenge me or we're going to proceed. Councillor Crescenti?
Chair, yes, I heard you ruling the motion out of order. I'd like to understand why, if it's a wording issue.
No. I already ruled, so either you challenge or we move on.
Well, then I'm going to challenge the chair.
Okay,
Speaker.
so Councillor Crescenti, no, there is no point of order. I've already, Councillor Bradford, I've ruled the motion out of order.
Can you give me a second? Respectfully, the chamber was cleared. That was very chaotic. I had ridden when the person came flying past me. There was a lot going on, just as you were delivering your ruling. And I was just asking a point of clarification is all I wanted to do. I get that there's going to be a challenge of the chair. I understand that. I'm just trying to ask you a question as the speaker.
No, right now, there's a challenge on the for the chair, so please, recorded vote. So to uphold the chair, you vote yes. There's no debate or questions when the speaker rules a motion out of order.
Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please? The ruling of the chair is upheld. The vote is 21-4.
Okay. Okay, we'll go back to the speakers list. Point of privilege, Councillor Bradford.
Thank you. I would just say what happened and just took place over the past hour was particularly chaotic. You were making a very, I think, important ruling. An hour or so had passed. I was looking for some clarification on that. We just hit the bells. We took a vote on it. Wasn't quite clear. That's all I was asking for with a point of clarification, which was pointed out to me doesn't exist in our procedural bylaw. But just as a courtesy, would have been nice to have you clarify that. And the question I was rising to ask at the time was, is your ruling based on the fact that Councillor Crescenti can't move that motion because no efficiencies could be found in it, only had to be cuts? And I guess I was asking if your view was, can we only reduce a budget through cuts or can we find efficiencies?
Bradford, before I ruled the motion out of order, I did advise council the reason why I ruled it out of order, and I made that clear. Okay. Councillor Candevelle to speak.
Before I start, I wanted to give appreciation for our security. They did a phenomenal job in keeping us safe and protected. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Jeanette, especially, saw that firsthand. Thank you, guys. I thought I'd share some remarks on today being budget day. A couple of nights ago, I saw a reel, and it said the 80s were coming back. The argument was that the cultural zeitgeist of individualism, self-interest is coming back, and I thought it had some relevance as people have shared concerns about property tax increases and what that means. And I think it's incumbent on us to, because we all have the burden of governance and the implications of our decisions, and having a sense of the public, and there's a lot of important things in this budget. And as I shared earlier, and I was happy to see staff, city manager, mayor give her thumbs up on the idea that we bring government to the people, and the creation of a tool that shows in very user-friendly ability to see our investments, whether it's transportation, amenities, services, programs, any improvements and upgrades folks can see in their immediate neighborhood and ward. And that's something I'm looking forward to its establishment, and as we convey the important things of this budget to our residents and how it impacts them, because I think between those who ask us to fight the budget or support the budget, people, the important theme, the common theme of note is folks who want to see, feel, and hear their concerns in a very visceral way in terms of the improvements and infrastructure in their community. So I think that's something that was a great commitment that'll help make this budget more real and valuable in the daily lives of our residents. And as part of that theme, I think we had important conversations, and I know there's a motion coming forward about how we distribute, implement, utilize CBCs. We're seeing, especially in the suburbs, areas of tremendous growth, urbanization, and coupled with that, I hear directly from residents associations and community groups is that there's assurance that we're looking at all the important parts that come along with complete communities, and we address that in a way that gives confidence to where our budget dollars, capital and operating are placed. So that was, I think, an important piece and for our work in the coming year. And lastly, when I joined council a year ago, I think I shared with the stars, I don't want to see our city become a tale of two cities. And I think there's two takes to that. One, we know in our neighborhoods we've got folks who are considered house poor, working class, that find affordability an issue. And I think we've got to make real how this budget benefits their day-to-day lives, and I think we've got the tools and the creation of new tools to make that evident, coupled with the reality that there are those who don't find belonging in our city, particularly young people. And I think we have the strategies, we have the tools to help address that and grow those solutions in the coming year. And we are reminded of how we use the tools and the benefits and the programs vis-a-vis this budget to enhance the lives of those who feel a sense of disconnection or a lack of opportunity, lack of belonging. So I'd like to convey those remarks and reflections as we undergo and operationalize this budget, and reminding ourselves in the course of the next year, our budget is not a one-day occurrence or reality. It's an everyday part of the work we do, and I'm looking forward to how we communicate, how we operationalize this budget to our communities and showing directly how we're benefiting each and every one in their neighborhood and in our wards respectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to rise today to speak in support of the budget and to thank my colleagues, our mayor, our CFO, our budget chief, and my colleagues who are part of the budget committee this past year. And of course, all the hardworking civil servants here today and listening in who have helped to craft and shape the work that we are here doing and advancing together. It's really important, and I am thinking about a resident, an Etobicoke Centre resident actually, who joined us for our budget consultation out in Etobicoke, and she had a really great way of demonstrating her support for this budget, including the support for the tax increase that we are asking Torontonians to pay a little bit more. She had a couple of jars that she put up onto the podium, and she said, "This is what I'm asking to pay into this beautiful city that I live, where I live and where I love, and this is what I'm getting for it." And it was a really great opportunity for her to really highlight all of the great investments that we're doing here, whether it is in housing, in student nutrition, in expanding our safe infrastructure, our Vision Zero work. There are so many really great pieces of this budget and advancing the work that we do here together as a city that Torontonians benefit from every single day. Whether it's walking onto their sidewalk, turning on their taps, we know our order of government is the closest to the people. and the decisions that we make in this chamber absolutely matter. We are able to stand up more housing while also investing in additional shelter supports and supports for drop-ins that are supporting those most marginalized and living rough on our streets. We are able to do this work together where we are asking and looking to Torontonians to pitch in more, and I agree with my colleague, Councillor Sachs. Where we're asking for people to do more, we need to make sure that we are delivering on the commitments that we've made and the excellent service that people deserve in our city. That said, we know we are not immune from things like cost escalation, from increases to everything that's going on that individual households are experiencing, we are of course experiencing as a city. And as we grow, as we absorb more growth, as we move forward, it's important for us to do that with clear heads, clear minds, and clear hearts, tackle the challenges before us, and continue to move forward in a good way. And I'm very proud of this budget. I think we are accomplishing that here. And I just, again, want to say thanks to everyone involved, as well as to Torontonians who will be paying their part, and we will continue to be accountable to deliver the services that they need and deserve. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So first, I'd also like to acknowledge our security team who helped us keep us all safe, and to thank the staff for their work on this budget. This budget's been very difficult for a lot of residents, particularly those in the inner suburbs who are struggling with the cost of everything, whether it's the cost of rent, the cost of groceries, the cost to put gas in their car. It's a difficult budget. However, there are a lot of good things in this budget. There is a fare freeze that will help a lot of families that are struggling. In my ward in particular, there is a project, a Steeles Avenue widening, that has been promised for 17 years that we are finally moving forward with. This is an incredibly important project, not just to the residents of that community, but also to the businesses, as we have several rather large employers in the Tapscott employment area, which is colloquially known as the Jobs Belt. We are also making important advancements in building an affordable long-term care home at Finch and Brimley. Not just an affordable long-term care home, but also a space to offer adult day programming for our seniors. Many seniors state that, this is something that's lacking in our area, just a place for them to go, to gather, a place where they can go and they don't have to spend money and just see one another. And this is an important investment in my community. I also want to touch on the fact that we are making vital repairs to the library, Goldhawk Library, which is in need for a repair, as well as moving Woodside Square Library, which is actually one of the busiest libraries in the city. And we're not just looking at moving that library within the mall in a bigger space, but we're adding a youth hub. Something that's really important, as there's 3 high schools right next to that mall, Albert Campbell, Francis Lieberman, Royal Crown Academy. And so many kids are just looking for something to do on the weekend. And what the area is offering them really isn't much. So I think this is an important investment. I hear what my residents are saying. They're struggling, they're frustrated. They see the tax hikes, they see the fact that things are not getting materially better in terms of just the basics. Getting the lawn cut, getting the grass cut, making sure the trees are pruned, getting the potholes filled. We are making those important steps. We are making those investments, but a lot of people are just frustrated. And, I think it's really cognizant that we keep this in mind going forward in this budget, that we really focus on the residents and making sure that they're seeing the value of this money, making sure that what this budget is promising, which is historic, and it does contain a lot of important programs, particularly the breakfast program. I was a recipient of one of those programs growing up, and I can just say personally, those kids don't care whether it's the federal, provincial, or municipal government delivering those programs. They care that they're getting a healthy breakfast every day. And I think that's really what the focus should be on. So I think this is a tough budget, but it's a budget that's moving us in the right direction in terms of making the investments that we're seeing from the fraying social fabric in a lot of the neighborhoods that we represent. So I'm proud to support this budget. I will be supporting this budget. And I will be making sure my residents understand exactly what's in the budget, but also making sure that the city on our end is delivering what we're saying in this budget so that residents can actually see and feel the tangible improvements that we're investing in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too want to thank our security team for doing such an amazing job here today, protecting all of us here, not only councillors, but our staff and the visitors here today. Myself, along with the budget chief and my colleagues, are on the budget committee, and I can say to you in the last 4 to 5 months, we've worked really hard on this budget. And we've gone out far and wide in every part of the city. I was in Etobicoke with Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley and Councillor Perks. We had a few sessions here here as well in this building. And so I think that what we have heard has been well conveyed in this budget. Nobody likes a tax increase. I mean, I'm a property owner myself, and I'm not keen on it myself, but I do understand that we want to maintain the services we have and improve what we have here in the City of Toronto. I can say to you, as a local city council here in Toronto Centre, that one of the chief complaints I have heard from people is traffic. Traffic in the downtown core is madness. But since we introduced the traffic wardens last year, and again, an investment in it this year by 100 more traffic wardens, we have seen a significant difference. I also take the transit, and I can say to you that, as we know, we are back up to pre-COVID levels when it comes to transit and beyond. We want to make sure that we have a great transit system. I also know that a lot of middle class and poor people take the transit, and it's the way to get to hospital, to schools, and other places. And I'm really happy that we're able to not increase the transit fares this year. And those are things I've heard directly from my community, because I'm in the weeds probably more often than not. Another issue we have here is affordability, right? We're in a housing crisis as well. And again, I have gone to many ribbon cuttings with the mayor, opening various affordable housing spaces in my ward alone with wraparound services. For example, 65 Dundas Street East, the old Bond Place Hotel. There's over 300 beds in that building, right? You know, with supports. Those are things that are tangible, that we continue to do and build on in the city. Another thing I'm really happy about too is that when I was growing up in the city, you know, there's a lot more open fields. I was able to go out, you know, in the morning and run in the fields, you know, and hang out with my friends. The city has changed a lot over the last 20 to 30 years. And young people can't go into the malls as they used to, right? They can't go into certain spaces as they used to. The few spaces that they have other than the recreation facilities, which the city runs very well, in my opinion, is that the library is also a safe space for them to go. Not only for young people, but also for seniors. We know that isolation is a problem. We know that people are depressed, especially after COVID. And they need safe gathering spaces. And the library does that for a lot of people. So again, we've been listening, and I think that is here in the budget. That's conveyed here in the budget. Another thing that's really important to the public, again, just last week when we were here Wednesday, there was actually a shooting death in my ward, in front of Moss Park, by the way, at Sherbourne and Dundas. And one of the things that the public have said to me is that they want safer communities. And we're investing in emergency services, the police service, paramedic, and fire. So I think that these are investments in a city that we want to love and we want to play in and we want to live in and have people come and visit. So I am thoroughly going to support this budget because I think that's what we need at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. We've said it here before, and I'll say it again, that budgets convey priorities. And in this budget, with every dollar, every line item, and every choice, we have made our priority crystal clear. And our priority in Toronto is people, Torontonians, the ones that we love so dearly, the ones that we serve, and that we feel that sense of connection and community and neighborliness every single day, and making life better for all of us who call Toronto home, and bringing them in to the work and the process and the decisions that it takes to land a budget like this that reflects our priorities so clearly, and into that difficult and important work every single time. The thousands of people who reached out to us in this budget process through surveys and meetings and town halls, who signed petitions, called our offices, emailed, and who I spoke to myself out in our communities. Thank you all for your care and your input and your attention, and for sharing with us that experience of living and building a future in Toronto. Thank you to Mayor Chow and the Budget Chief for again creating a record number of opportunities to weigh in on what matters most to Torontonians, to you, to the Budget Committee, to all of our staff, our CFO and City Manager, to do the hard work to reflect those priorities in the document that we are making a decision on in front of us. Housing matters to people. I don't need to tell you all twice. 58% of Spadina-Fort York residents are renters, and the rental housing demand leads to high rents and precarity that we also know so well because we hear about it persistently. And so we in this council are making good on our commitment to incentivize rental and affordable housing across the city, with 1,700 plus rental units and more than 660 affordable homes committed in my community with Quayside and Niagara, and that is counting. Continued investments in the multi-unit residential acquisition program to protect existing affordable rental forever, and hundreds of additional households supported through our investments in the rent bank. Neighbors who live in Toronto community housing can count on their homes and their communities being repaired and improved through this budget's investments, catching up step by step on years of backlogs. And this cold weather sharpens our focus on investments in shelters across the city, not just in a few neighborhoods, plus drop-in centers, and gets us closer to ensuring that every person who needs a warm place to be has it in their neighborhood and in their community. People who ride the TTC and that move through our downtown are key in this budget. And we are freezing fares and improving services to get to where they need to go in a better way. And at my first TTC meeting as commissioner, I heard speaker after speaker share their support and their relief for these important choices. And this includes more frequent service to 505 Dundas and 511 Bathurst streetcars in my community, some of the busiest routes. And traffic agents improve travel times on the King Street corridor by 50%. They make intersections safer for drivers, pedestrians, cyclists, and prevent cars from blocking. And we're increasing traffic agents to 100, ensuring our city keeps moving. And one of the most powerful tools to address the affordability crisis for people to build a future in Toronto is city services becoming more effective, available, and accessible. And for our youngest Torontonians and their families, that is an expansion of access to good, nutritious food at more schools and at the city's camps. That's over 50,000 more kids fed. And in the words of Navroop, who the mayor met at Albion Heights just earlier this week, morning snacks are important because some kids come to school with an empty stomach and they don't eat breakfast. And in our Toronto, that's not acceptable. In students looking for work, we heard about the plight of seniors. Their local libraries and those extended hours and 7 days a week are going to be a game changer. And in my community, that's Fort York, Sanderson, and City Hall, plus splash pads, pools, and waiting pools being open later means transformation in our communities. And in my ward, people like me who live in buildings, our backyards are our parks, and we are seeing even more investments in that. And we are even putting opportunities for working people, local businesses, and decent work at the center of our considerations about the impacts of tariffs on our city. And building on my motion from last week to accelerate Toronto's local procurement approaches from our economic action plan, we are adding to our procurement team to do just that, stepping up as a city to use our purchasing power to do double and triple duty, to make our city stronger and more resilient. And we know that a more equal city is a safer city where we all thrive. I'm proud of our work together and in supporting the budget today. Thank you all for your efforts.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, this budget actually lets a lot of Torontonians down. No, that's in the next one. You know, when our property taxes were increased almost 10% last year, the mayor said it was because of the fiscal hole she inherited. Well, it seems like this past year, she's dug her own hole, and now she's asking all Torontonian taxpayers to help get her out. The worst part is that there's actually no end in sight. Councillor Crisanti asked the question. The mayor could not give him an answer. You know, I was looking back to 2008 or 9 when then council under Mayor David Miller brought in the municipal land transfer tax. At that time, some of the people in opposition suggested would it be better to actually increase property taxes by 8%. Many councillors at the time opposed that idea, saying an 8% tax increase would force seniors out of their homes. Well, when you add last year's tax increase and this year's tax increase, you get 16%. On average, 8% a year. Essentially, 2 years straight of forcing seniors out of their homes. Now, I applaud many of the mayor's initiatives. I recognize also that it's actually easy to spend money. It's a lot harder to make choices, and clearly choices haven't been made. Thanks to the new deal with the province, and congratulations on the new deal, the city has an extra $400 million at its disposal, which, if that were property taxes, that's an extra 9% in property tax that we had to maneuver this year. Yet we're still adding an extra 7% in property tax. You know, the Auditor General laid out how we need to take issues like TTC fare evasion and the running of some of our departments more seriously. So far, I've actually seen little seriousness. Estimated fare evasion is actually up since last year. And to set the councillor straight, to set the record straight for Councillor Myers, their grand plan to tackle fare evasion this year doesn't even get the fare evasion numbers back to last year. It's a pittance, and quite frankly, I think it's unacceptable. And I'll leave you with this last thought. Even if we ignore last year's 9.5% tax increase, if the mayor continues with this performance, 6.9%, and if she were to win another term, our taxes would be 50% higher after 5 years. Something for all of us to think about.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradford.
Is that motion ready, clerks?
You have a motion?
Madam Speaker, I might have to stand down for a second there just.
To get it, is Councillor Bradford's motion prepared? Ready? Just hold on. Okay, Councillor Thompson's indicated he'll speak instead. Councillor, could you put your name on there, please? Okay, then I can do that. I can't do it without your name. I'm not good enough.
Is it okay now? Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this budget. In my time here, I've never seen a budget where we were all happy about the budget. In fact, many of the arguments that are being made today are quite similar to many of the previous arguments that have been made about the budget, whether or not it was a 2.5% increase or whether or not it was simply at the rate of inflation. There's always a descriptor that is in opposition or description to the budget that has folks who are not in support because they say any increase is a bad thing. Well, we had a few years actually where we had no increases. It was actually zero, and we're actually still paying for it today. In fact, I will ask anyone who wants to do the analysis and to go back and see what has transpired over that period of time, because many of the work that should have been done years ago, we didn't do it. And so as we added at the rate of inflation, which we thought we were being progressive, we were really not getting to the root challenges that we're facing as a city. There's no doubt, and I should have said this at the beginning, we want to thank the mayor certainly for her leadership on this, and the budget chief. Thank you, Budget Chief Carol, and your team for the Budget Committee and so on for the great work. I've spent time on budget, and I know it's not an easy process. No one is actually foolish enough to assume that with this budget and other budgets, there isn't difficulties and challenges that people have, and they do. I'm not aware of any of my residents that are actually being forced out of their homes, as has been stated. In fact, we actually have a plan that helps people who have challenges to ensure there's a deferral aspect, that they are not forced out of their home. So I don't know of any resident in my ward that's being forced out. I know of residents that are being challenged. I know of people that are working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet and so on. We recognize that, and I think it's really important for people to understand that we, as members of council, we understand what it costs for eggs, milk and cheese and the standard flour and sugar, the things that people use in their homes. So we're not allergic to the notion of high prices and the challenges that people are facing. However, people are demanding from us and demanding from the mayor and your leadership to do more for the city, to ensure that the water mains that are broken are fixed. In fact, to go further, to ensure they're not broken, to ensure that they're fixed in advance of being broken, to ensure that we have a better transit system, to ensure that our roads are repaired. And thank Barbara Gray and her team. They've just done an amazing job on Brimley Road in my ward from Ellesmere all the way down to Lawrence. Everybody is really happy. That costs money. It isn't just simply, you know, you strike a pen and you go out and get that work done and it's no cost to it. There's always a challenge. This is a very significant budget. We get that. Many years ago when the first street audit was done, there's about 500 people that were considered homeless in the city of Toronto. We heard from Mr. Tanner today that it's well over 10,000 people. We actually have to pay to help those 10,000 people. We have huge responsibility that is being asked and huge task for us here in the city. Policing, fire, EMS, and so on. I'm really proud to support this budget because in this budget, young people in my community will benefit from the first aid certification that they'll be doing, the High Five training program, expanded pickleball, services for seniors and so on that will actually help them. Those young people, by the way, if they don't get the first aid training, they can't actually even qualify for a job in the City of Toronto. The High Five program also helps them. So what does that do when we say we want young people off the street? If we're actually not training them for the opportunity, there is no opportunity for them. They will stay in the streets. They will get into the conditions and the challenges that we want them not to get into because then we respond with policing and other issues and so on and so forth. So it's never perfect. I've never seen a perfect budget. But in this particular respect, with this budget, it is the budget for our time to respond to the needs that exist in our city. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the budget team. And to the people in my community, you're getting benefits. It is not simply wasted money being spent. It's actually being spent quite frugally. It's an expensive proposition to run one of the greatest cities in the world.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next up is Councillor McKelvey. And I've just checked with Councillor Bradford because he was supposed to go back, but his motion is not yet ready. So he'll step back, and Councillor McKelvey, you will be next. Hang on, please. And then I'll turn the chair back over to Councillor McKelvey. Oh, Councillor McKelvey, you're on.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start with thanking Councillor Carroll for her great work as Budget Chief, operationalizing the instructions of the Mayor, which were developed based on the consultations that they conducted in the fall. And thank the CFO for his hard work, and also the members of the Budget Committee. And we did put in many long hours in reviewing this. On Budget Committee, we did highlight some recommendations, things that I think we need to work hard on over the next year. So that is ensuring that there's implementation of the parks audit findings so that we can be more efficient there. Continuing to improve the library staffing model, looking to improve transit financial sustainability. And that's important because next year TTC is projected to have an increase of $120 million. And that's almost 3% property tax increase. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done there too. And also continuing to have rolling reviews and find more efficiencies. Importantly, we also gave direction to the Mayor to continue her advocacy on a new fiscal framework with the other levels of government, and also on additional investments in homelessness, mental health, and addictions. And that's work that we're doing collectively with provinces, with our federal partners, other municipalities to try to have advocacy to ensure that we can have more dollars that are invested in those things. There are some very good things that I'm very happy about in the budget, especially with respect to infrastructure and environment. We are increasing our investment in Vision Zero. We are adding traffic agents. We are increasing the work that we're doing around the state of good repair of our infrastructure. We're also continuing to invest in emergency response, and there are 95 new paramedics, which I'm particularly happy about. And we did ask, as the Budget Committee, to have a multi-year hiring plan for paramedics, because we do recognize that they are spending 60% of their time in hospital, and that's time that they need to be spending out on the road helping people. So we need to hire more paramedics so that response times come down, and we need to continue that advocacy around investment in mental health and addictions in particular. I'm also pleased to see in the motion today additional investments in an FTE that will work on food security. This is something that I have heard from my community. They need help to navigate, to find resources, to find space so that they can do what they do best, which is serving the most vulnerable in our community. And it's also great to see that there's an investment in city staff to have additional positions that will support the nature stewards. And these are volunteers that are out there cleaning up litter and removing invasive species. And so it would be very nice to have some additional coordination to help them with things like big tree removal, the things that they can't do as volunteers, to ensure that we're cleaning more of our green spaces and making those available to community. So there's a lot of great things in here, and we still have a lot of hard work to do. And together, I'm hoping that everyone on council, alongside city staff, can continue to roll up their sleeves, do that hard work so that we can really make sure that next year we're not seeing a big increase on the property tax base, and we are having a more sustainable city. Thank you.
No. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, through you. I have a motion here to implement a 25% property tax cut for industrial properties this year to address the 25% U.S. tariff threat. Just yesterday, the threat became very real with tariffs coming into effect on steel and aluminum. I sent a letter to all members of council yesterday morning outlining my proposal. Colleagues, let's be very clear. President Trump has initiated a trade war with Canada. His announcement of a 25% tariff on Canadian goods poses an enormous threat to our economy right here in Toronto. And at 5 o'clock yesterday, that threat became real when he introduced a 25% tariff on Canadian steel and aluminum while doubling down on his threat to make Canada the 51st state. So this is not the time for the Chamber to breathe a collective sigh of relief. It's time for Toronto to stand up and take real action to protect our jobs, our businesses, and our economy. Our best line of defense is to make Toronto the most attractive city in the world to build a business, to invest your capital, and to create jobs. The way we do that is by creating a more competitive business environment. Right now, today, that means lowering taxes to make Toronto more competitive with the US, to give our businesses a fighting chance, and to stand up for the hardworking Torontonians employed in our city. Now, last week we had a motion here at Council to buy local and buy Canadian. That was a moment of unity for our chamber. We all supported it with a unanimous vote. I know some people were critical of the mayor's response. They pointed out that everybody knew that this was coming, and like the other levels of government, the feds, the provinces, the premiers, we should have been more prepared. But I supported the mayor, and you all did as well, in a Team Toronto approach. But I think the people of Toronto expect more than symbolic motions from this council. We need to take concrete action in the budget today. Industry makes our economy robust and resilient. It makes Toronto more competitive, and it contributes to 125,000 high-quality jobs right here in the city. That's nearly 10% of Toronto's entire workforce. Toronto accounts for 25% of the national GDP, and it's one of Canada's manufacturing powerhouses. So we export billions of dollars of goods manufactured here in the city to the US every year. And that 25% tariff is going to make our businesses less competitive. So rightly, workers and business leaders are concerned. They're concerned about keeping the lights on and keeping the lights running. They're concerned about putting food on the table for their families. And that's why we need to stand up and show some support here at a local government level. I am urging you to support this motion, to support the 3,500 manufacturers grappling with this economic uncertainty. This relief will be funded entirely by the Tax Stabilization Reserve, which will still have $100 million left in that fund. I'll remind you, as I did earlier, last year the mayor used the exact same reserve to bring the property tax rate down by 1%. She wanted to take the double-digit tax increase and bring it down to 9.5%, which was still the highest in the city's history, which still, at the end of the day was still a big tax increase for folks. But this is a motion today to help the industry, to help those businesses and to protect those jobs. Our reserves exist for emergencies, and as the mayor pointed out, they are for a rainy day. I would say that a tariff war with the United States is more than a rainy day. It is an economic hurricane, and it's on our doorstep, and it's here now. I don't suggest that City Hall can solve all the problems when it comes to the trade war with the US, but there are things that we can do to make ourselves more competitive, and that has to be our mentality. How do we create more jobs, attract more investment, more capital, and bring it here to Toronto? The future will change. It's going to be less north-south for the foreseeable future. With respect to trade, we need to look east-west and around the world. But if we lose those 125,000 jobs that exist today in our wards, in our city, those jobs are never coming back. So let's think about how we build new jobs, but let's also take a stand today. Let's stand up for those 125,000 workers. Let's do what we can to support them. And let's continue to make Toronto a great place to invest into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, clarification.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that. Are you sure those 125,000 jobs are not what's called jobs in the CMA? That's Toronto, Ajax, Vaughan, York Region, and Peel and Mississauga. But those are technically all just Toronto because I think they are CMA.
These are the job numbers provided by the City of Toronto staff. from our employment survey. And just to clarify, 2,888 jobs are located in your ward in Toronto Danforth.
Yes, because I protect my employment area. I'll get to that in a minute. That's why I have so many.
Well, hopefully you can support this motion.
Well,
then.
hopefully you can protect employment lands later after this motion, Councillor.
Well, I hope you support the motion.
I'm just clearing up because the city puts manufacturing and warehousing together. And would you agree with me that the tariffs are on manufacturing, they're not on warehousing? Would you agree with that?
What I would agree with is the tariffs specifically are targeting Canadian-made steel and aluminum.
Manufacturing.
And we have threats on 25% tariffs on all goods. But I would concede we don't know where that's going to land. What we do know is there's a 25% tariff coming into effect on steel and aluminum.
On manufacturing, not warehousing, correct? Those are two separate categories, even though they happen to be in employment areas. I think I'm right on that. Would you concede that?
No.
You wouldn't concede that
No,
manufacturing is different than warehousing?
What I would say is there is a 25% tariff that has been levied on steel and aluminum.
Yes.
Do you understand that?
Oh, I do, but
Okay,
no,
perfect.
I'm asking you
And
the
do
question.
you understand that there are
Chair.
2,888 jobs in Toronto Danforth that are in jeopardy because of the...
Councillor Bradford, please answer the question.
The question is what...
How does it relate, Madam Speaker? Questions about the motion, please.
I'm asking the questions because the category is manufacturing and warehousing. So with your motion, you would be giving a 25% cut to Amazon, which is a warehouse paying poverty wages in the city of Toronto. That would be covered under your motion. Am I correct?
My motion, to be very clear, so you understand, is a 25% reduction.
I understand your motion.
Madam Speaker, could I answer the question, please?
Yes. Could he please answer the question, Speaker?
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, allow Councillor Bradford to answer.
I'd like him to answer it.
So my motion states very clearly, I am having a proposed budget reduction of 30.4 million, reflective of a 25% reduction in the industrial property class tax rate to support the 125,000 jobs here in the city of Toronto.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, my question was clearly that includes the Amazon warehouse, which is not manufacturing, which pays poverty jobs, and which moved out of Quebec because they formed a union. Yes or no?
All right.
And the answer is yes.
Madam Speaker,
That's it.
the hysteria of my council colleague aside, that has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the motion. Yeah.
I've had it with
Okay, passion.
I've had it with that. I'm hysterical when he won't.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, your answer is fit. Please sit. Okay, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, point of privilege, Councillor Bravo.
On a point of privilege, Speaker, I've heard twice today in this chamber a councillor say about the same member, Councillor Fletcher, that she should sit down when her line of questioning made him uncomfortable. And now, when she is trying to seek a very specific answer to a question that has huge material importance to low-wage workers and to our property tax base and to our city's future, that her search for questions is hysterical. That is not a way to characterize a woman member of council. That is not a way to speak about a colleague. I think that the members should withdraw, and I invite everybody here to exercise decorum.
Apology, please. That's the second time. This is bordering on, just I don't want to use that S word, but it really is.
I know, and we're going to be celebrating International Women's Day soon. Councillor...
So if you don't like my questions...
I know. So hold on, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bradford, could you please apologize?
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to apologize. And I would also make the request that you ensure there's decorum kept in this chamber. I'm not raising my voice. I'm not pointing fingers.
Oh,
okay. I'm not yelling at people.
But please.
So I would this is my point of personal privilege.
Yes, and I
would ask that you enforce that as well in this chamber.
And I am. But Councillor Bradford, please apologize.
I did. I'll do it again, and I'm happy to do it. And I apologize.
Okay.
And All right. Okay.
Councillor Fletcher.
I would
point of
have to
personal
say that
privilege.
when a councillor is asking a question, the same question, and not getting an answer, such as, does that include Amazon, which is a warehouse, not a manufacturing, and the mover can't answer it, I find that to be a problem. So if you don't know the answer, just simply a councillor should just say, I don't know the answer to that. Period. Full stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please. Okay, come on, let's, Councillor Bradford.
I would just like to say that a lot of us try and ask questions at different times, and we don't always get a direct answer to the question. That can be very frustrating. But I still don't think it's good to stand up and shout and point fingers at people. I think that we should have a higher level of behavior here in this council chamber, befitting of holding elected office here in Toronto.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, listen, do we need a timeout here? Because I think everybody needs to take 2 or 3 minutes, take a deep breath, you know, like. I'd like to leave at 6. Yeah, I mean, we're really acting silly right now, and stop the bullying from members of council. Let's move on and be respectful. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to start by saying that I feel optimistic today because we're turning around a decade of neglect. Yes, last year was a painful, a very high budget, property tax increase in the budget, but that was just about dealing with the fiscal crisis that was in front of us. This year, we're turning it around, and that means that people are pulling together. We're also turning it around in a way that the public told us they need and want. And the thousands of people that have participated in consultations, the excellent work of the Budget Committee and the Budget Chair, the excellent work of the Public Service, the diligent work of the Public Service to bring us all of the data and information, and the work of the Mayor's Office, all of these people working together to bring us forward what we have here. It's really good stuff here. Improving TTC while freezing fares. Expanding library hours, pool hours, and city services, building more homes and doing it faster, helping renters to fight illegal evictions, and really making our city safer with more first responders. And I want to highlight paramedics because that's what is really important in my ward. And I think it's really crucial to say that we're making a budget that's really about making the city safer. And that's on a lot of people's minds right now. We're putting money into what keeps people truly safe. Safe from hunger, safe from homelessness. And that makes all of us safer as a society. I think it's really crucial to remember that we're protecting renters here. Renters who are at risk of losing their homes all the time. With the rent bank investments that are going to keep people housed. Making sure that people aren't unfairly evicted. On the excuse of renovation, and also that we're investing in shelters. And shelters are a first step into a home, but the final solution is, of course, for people to have the kind of home that they need, affordable, and for some people with supports. I think we're also talking about saving an enormous amount of money, because once these social and economic problems are put out in the world, we are talking about emergency health care. We're talking about more expenses in health care. We're talking about very expensive criminal justice system to deal with problems after they start. And not to mention what it means when people are the victims of crime. And we heard today that some of these investments that we're making from some of my colleagues have raised it, is that when kids are fed, when kids see a future, when they can go to the library, when they can go to the pool when it's hot, when they feel valued, we know we get better outcomes. Decades of studies have shown us that. Why would we not want to solve the problems before they start and show this generation, which sacrificed so significantly during the pandemic, that we have them, we have their backs? It's also really good for the local economy. Unlike the proposal that Councillor Bradford made, which could end up transferring public money into the holdings of one of the richest men on the planet, who's actually actively working with President Trump to undermine democracy through his Amazon corporation, and actually, potentially subsidizing low-wage work. Putting money into TTC is fantastic, because TTC, along with the traffic management work that's being done, is a way to tackle congestion. It's an investment in family household income, in the sense that people can get to work and get to school on time. With TTC fares frozen, we know that they're going to take the transit and get to where they need. And it's also really crucial that we're investing in capital repairs on TTC and in our infrastructure in general. We all know that when we don't repair the roof leaks. Repairing the roof is a lot cheaper than changing the roof. But we're in a situation in some of our infrastructure that the whole structure needs to come down. And that's what that decade of neglect has given us. It's actually a waste of money to not solve problems before they start. I think that we can be proud today that we have done as a city something that is going to lift a lot of people up, and that's thousands of people. I want to remind people that one of the most valued institutions anywhere in Canada is the Toronto Public Library. Opening library hours longer isn't just about providing a transitory service. It's actually a community hub, a place where everybody belongs. So I want to highlight that, because I think that since the majority of people in the city in some way use and are touched by the library, this is a budget that universally lifts people up, and we're going to make sure that for anybody that's struggling, a senior with the property tax, that they're being protected. I think we need to support this for the people of Toronto.
Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, thank you. I've been through a few budgets over my years, but I can never recall one where people in the city weren't upset by the city budget. And it's always too much of an increase. I can never remember where anybody ever said, oh, I think you have to increase the budget. They always say it's too much and lower it, but don't touch my service. And I said, what do you care about most? And everybody has their own pet service they don't want to see cut. The interesting thing is that what really bothers me is when I see that 90% of the tax dollars paid by the people of Toronto, in HST, and income tax, provincial, federal, and property tax, 90% of all the taxes paid by the people of Toronto go to the federal and provincial government. They don't even have a debate about their budgets. You ever seen anybody show up at Queen's Park when they deal with their, I don't know, $200 billion budget? Nobody goes, because they don't have the public involved in their budget. And then I see corporations like Metrolinx, who are spending $1 million a day on the unfinished Eglinton LRT, and nobody says, what about that $1 million? Maybe we could use it to help the TTC. Or the federal budget. You ever been involved in the federal budget? It goes by, it's one news hit during the day, and the talking heads talk about it. There's no debate. Billions and billions spent on everything you can imagine. There's no public involvement in it. The only budget that ever gets public participation is the city budget, which is 10% of the total taxes paid by the people of Toronto. That's the ironic thing. And just to keep in mind that the one thing that I think people sometimes forget to appreciate is that 24/7, our frontline services are out there. Whether it's people going out there, Toronto Water is going out there to deal with basement flooding, broken water pipes, they're there on call. No matter how cold it is, they're out there. I don't have to talk to you about the police that are constantly responding to calls about everything, 24/7, 7 days a week. They're out there. And they not only respond to calls, They're also working in neighborhoods to prevent crime. Our neighborhood policing is superb. They know the people, they talk to people, they are neighborhood cops. We need our neighborhood police. We need our neighborhood firefighters. I mean, I remember this year, I had an unfortunate fire at Toronto Community Housing Building on Lawrence Avenue, on Wilson Avenue. And luckily they got there and they saved a lot of lives by being there quickly. Then that same night, there was a cave-in up the street on Avenue Road where the firefighters had to go and dig people out of a trench by hand. Just those 2 hours later, they had to dig people out of this trench. Unfortunately, there was a person that died. 911. You ask people if they don't want good 911 service. And I know recently I had my granddaughter who was very sick, and my daughter-in-law and son were panicking because the child was having trouble breathing. Well, they called 911. They had to wait 15 minutes. So you ask people whether they appreciate 911 and can they wait 15 minutes when their child is in danger. That's what this budget pays for. Frontline, 24/7 services that are accountable and they deal directly with people's needs around the clock. We're not talking about, building military bases in Iqaluit or in the Northwest Territories to solve problems. We're talking about real, everyday problems that people in Scarborough have, in the middle of Toronto, downtown. They all have the same need for protection, safety, security, housing, and dealing with fragile people. And that's why I'm very proud of our 211 service now, which is now included up to $34 million for helping people with mental health crisis. $34 million. We started
5
with
seconds.
10. We're at $34 million to help people with mental health crisis. Those are the realities that are in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you knock on doors and you talk to residents, what do they care about? Safety, housing, affordability. These are the big issues on everyone's mind, and this budget tackles these challenges. I fully support the addition of 109 new police officers, 109 paramedics, and 52 new firefighter positions. These are crucial resources that ensure the safety of our communities. I also want to express my gratitude for the largest ever investment in our state of good repair backlog. Our infrastructure has been neglected for far too long, and this investment addresses the debt that we have built for generations to come. Another area of focus is affordable housing. The city is taking leadership role, making it easier for higher levels of government to invest. Toronto, unfortunately, holds the title of being the Child Poverty Central of Canada. With a child and family poverty rate of 25.3%, I don't think we should be fighting about food programs for children. At the same time, Toronto accounted for 22% of Canada's human trafficking incidents last year. The city also hosts 87 consular offices and over 2,000 events and protests a year, which represents unique responsibilities for our police. Toronto has big problems and responsibilities. We at the municipal level see the day-to-day struggles of our residents. We witness the human suffering of those impacted by challenges associated with mental health, addiction, housing, and the significant increase in asylum seekers. These are not issues that we can turn away from, and it's clear that significant investment is needed. Our transit system, which supports 20% of Canada's GDP, that's what Toronto's contribution is, should not rest solely on the fare box and the shoulders of property taxpayers. It's time for sustainable funding models for our TTC and for our city that reflect the important role that we play in the national economy. I know that many people are frustrated with the rising cost of living and the gun and gang violence that has multiplied. It's easy to point fingers when it feels like things are going in the wrong direction. But I want to emphasize to my residents that Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither is the Toronto that we face. The challenges that we're trying to solve didn't appear overnight, and the solutions won't come overnight either. But if we want a safer, more affordable city, we may need to make the investments to see that positive change. As the City Councillor of Willowdale, I must advocate for North York. Willowdale is experiencing rapid growth, over 100 developments in different stages of approval, yet there's been a lack of visionary investment in community spaces and public infrastructure. The North York Civic Centre, once a community hub that hosted 1,200 community groups on evenings and weekends in a year, was defunded in 2023, shutting out access from the community to our civic space. While the city is investing in transit projects like Waterfront Transit Network expansion and Eglinton East LRT, these are yet to be funded by the province, yet we are investing to move these forwards. But projects like Commerce Station, which could support an already dense and growing neighborhood, have been abandoned. It's clear to me that North York and Willowdale needs more attention. We don't want to build vertical suburbs. We need vibrant, self-sustaining communities where residents can live, work, and play. And for high-growth areas like Willowdale to succeed, we must invest in infrastructure, community spaces, and transit that will support our growth. I hope that in 2026, we can reopen our civic centers on evenings and weekends. And I hope that we can start to work on refreshing Mel Lastman Square so we don't have to deal with electricity blackouts, sinkholes, mudslides, and sandstorms in the midst of all these great events that we try to foster to build community. I also hope that there is light at the end of the tunnel. We must acknowledge that these consecutive years of tax increases create stress and anxiety for many. We cannot continue with these types of increases. And in closing, we must fight for sustainable revenue tools that grow with our economy. It's the only way to take the burden off of our property taxpayers. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think that since I've become a councillor, I think I have always fought for jobs in this city. Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll, we've been through many, many fights around converting land to residential from employment. And I find it very interesting that now people would like to support industry. And I hope the next time we have big decisions around conversion that everyone who's going to support this 30% tax break are there for conversions, taking important industrial land and turning it into residential, losing the possibility of jobs forever. I wish I could believe that, but unfortunately, the track record has been of convert for many councillors in this chamber. I just did ask a simple question. I'm just going to use it, yes, just going to be very calm. And I asked a simple question. In the way the city puts forward employment zones, it includes manufacturing and warehousing. My simple question was pretty simple. Warehousing, that's not under tariffs. Warehousing, can you really compare somebody who's creating something, building something, with somebody who's buying things, most likely from China, and distributing them in the city? Should we really be contemplating giving a tax break to Amazon and the second most wealthy man on the planet, giving a tax break there, which would mean the workers will get a fair increase in order to pay for that tax break? That's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to give tax breaks to Jeff Bezos and Amazon. I think this is a poorly thought out process, dropped in at 9 o'clock last night. Here we go. I'm all for jobs. I'm for this. I'm for that. Please, know what you're talking about. Go to the city's website. Look at what it says, what's included. manufacturing, and warehousing. The Amazon warehouse, with its poverty wages for Torontonians, that closed up, packed up in Quebec because those workers had the temerity to say, I want to join a union. What did they do? They left that province. I will not reward that. I will simply say no. Now, Councillor Carroll probably has other reasons not to do that because it's from the Tax Stabilization Fund. We heard all about that earlier. People that would never support anything out of the Tax Stabilization Fund are now big cheerleaders for removing money. And again, I'll go back to the fact, if you're going to be telling council something, it's not fair to the staff. If they told you it wasn't a good idea and they didn't support it, although they helped you write the motion, it's not fair to our staff not to say, well, they didn't support it, but they did write my motion for me. So I'm sure on this other one, they probably don't support it, but they may have written the motion. But I will not stand to give money to a corporation that kicked 1,600 people out of their workplace and shut down because they said they wanted a union. I will not give that money to the second most rich person in the whole world. I simply will not do that. I support manufacturing and jobs. And by the way, there's not 2,800 manufacturing jobs left in my ward or probably any downtown wards. There may be in Scarborough and North York or Etobicoke and our breadbaskets of jobs belt, but there certainly isn't in my ward. There's film jobs. Those are considered light manufacturing, but they're certainly not tariff jobs. So before we start throwing motions around and beating our chests, let's be really clear what we're talking about here and what the decisions we would make today on that would mean. Delivering a big amount of money to somebody who's fired 1,600 people. Not on my watch.
Thank you. Yeah. Point of order, Mayor Chow.
I'm just looking at the clock right now. It's almost 5 o'clock. And then I noticed that there are 1 or 2 more speakers and that there's 2 other items we need to deal with. I suspect we may have to come back after dinner, maybe. So I've ordered, and there's samosas and little bites in the back, but it won't tie you over. I'm wondering whether we would go to 6:30 and see how far we get, and then we can take a break. It's from 6:30 to 7, and then come back and finish the items in half an hour. Okay, so a break between 6:30 to 7. Our clerk folks needs a bit of support, a bit of a break. Okay, so I'll move that. We'll take a break, and I'll see if, depends on where things are at, maybe I'll get pizza or something of that nature. Okay.
The mayor is moving that we break at 6:30 for a half hour to 7, and then come back and finish the agenda. All in favor?
Before 9.
Before 9, yeah. All in favor? Carried. All right. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. In a moment, Councillor Carroll is going to move a motion, and that's going to, explaining all of that is going to take up her time. It's been advance circulated if you want to look at it. But she and I discussed some of the motions that were in front of me, and since she won't have time to give her thoughts on them, she's asked me to do that. First, in terms of Councillor Holliday's motions, the first 3 of them have the effect of reducing our allocation to public transit. That's all they do. It asks very nicely that the TTC consider a fare increase, but that's up to them. Whether it's a fare increase or a reduction in service, the effect is to drive people off the transit system. There's something called the elasticity of fares. And generally for every 1% you increase the fare on transit, you lose about 1% of the ridership. What concerns me about those 3 motions is I cannot think of a single member of council who gets up more often than Councillor Holiday and rails about the problems of congestion and how hard it is to drive a car in the city of Toronto. And yet here he is deliberately setting up a circumstance to make it harder to drive a car in the city of Toronto and reducing a public service. So those three motions, frankly, you know, I can't imagine anybody voting for them, but some of you may. I hope none of you do. The next one is to eliminate all program enhancements. All program enhancements. So food for kids, homes for people who are currently in our shelter system or sleeping rough, improvements to our shelter system, open hours in libraries, all the things that make the city of Toronto more livable. Again, I hope nobody votes for it, but you know, it's up to you. His final motion eliminates the $3 million that is going to be used to fund some of the very good ideas that Councillor Carroll is about to put in front of Council. I urge you to look at her ideas. I'm pretty sure all of us will be supporting making those investments. Which takes us to the motion that Councillor Bradford has moved. And, you know, as a Canadian, I really do hope that governments invest in supporting our aluminum and steel industries, which are located primarily in the Saguenay and in Hamilton. 90% of all aluminum is made in Quebec. I don't see how an adjustment to our industrial tax rate helps any employee anywhere in the province of Quebec. So, you know, on that basis alone, you shouldn't vote for it. But more fundamentally, there has been an undercurrent in the debate here, which is the use of non-program money to try to solve a tax problem in the current year. Let's be real clear. Staff were asked about this. The two things that are most important to know: if you take money out of the non-program and use it to reduce a tax rate this year, starting next year and forever, you are increasing the property tax rate. Councillor Bradford, in countless social media appearances, has talked about how taxes are unwelcome by Toronto residents. And yet here, without naming it, what he is effectively doing is increasing property taxes for Toronto residents. That's the first thing to hear. The second thing to hear is, yes, in past years, reserve accounts have been used to balance the budget. We did it, for example, when John Tory was mayor and we were facing a shortfall in federal funding for programs that we were operating. And we said, in the event that the federal government doesn't come through, we will use the non-program revenues. It's something we did in a crisis during COVID as well. But the City of Toronto has a long-term financial plan, which has been in front of this council. We all saw it and we all understand it. The point is, we go from $1.8 billion being behind last year to 1.2 this year to trying to get to $600 million annually, which we can deal with without reserves. What Councillor Bradford wants to do is jeopardize that strategy. So I urge you all to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you. Sorry, there's a debate happening behind me. Madam Speaker, I actually rise just to let everybody know about a motion that I'm going to be moving on the next item. But the reason I wanted to bring it up, gentlemen, the reason that I bring it up now is because you're going to be deciding on a motion on this item that Councillor Bradford has brought forward. He announced it yesterday, right in the midst of the tariffs being the top news item. And the motion, I'm just going to read what I'm going to be presenting on the next item. That City Council direct the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to ensure reserve funds are stable in the event of U.S. tariffs to allow strategic investments that support the businesses and residents most affected. We don't know what Donald Trump is going to do. We don't know if Donald Trump knows what he's going to do. What we do know is that we need to support our colleagues and our neighbors in cities like Hamilton and Oshawa and Windsor, cities that have large industrial bases that are being directly impacted by the current tariffs imposed on aluminum and steel, and all the other industries, including those who live in our city, affected by it. What we don't know is how many tariffs are going to be imposed on Canada by President Trump, and we don't know exactly which industries and sectors and individuals will be impacted. Moreover, we don't know the impact it will have on the residents of Toronto if this leads to a recession. More demand on food banks, more demand on shelter, more demand on our city to come to their aid. We don't know that information. So what I'd advise us to do, rather than try to be part of the story right now or grab a headline, just because it is so understandably what we are all talking about, what financial advisors are saying to every household in Canada today is in a period of instability where there are so many unknowns. If you have the means to have savings, keep a little cash around because you might need it. We should be no different. We should not be raiding our reserves right now. We should not be throwing money around just to say that we're doing something, even if we have no idea if it's going to make a difference. And I guarantee you, Donald Trump is not tuning in to Toronto City Council right now to try to find out what we're about to do. Okay, I don't guarantee it, but I solidly assume he's not. What I do believe we should do is ensure that we have the funds necessary to deal with emergencies, to ensure that we don't have a deficit budget, which we legally cannot. That is what the stabilization reserve is for. That we do move forward with an economic action plan that we support together as a council, where we deliberately and strategically invest in the sectors and in the people who will be most affected by what is still yet to be unknown. Or it is unknown. We don't know what Trump is going to do. So please, resist the urge to just try to be part of the story when the real story are the people who, like the auto workers in our country right now, the steel workers, those families are really struggling tonight. This is serious. This is real. And we don't know how much more we're going to have to deal with. So let's be deliberate, let's be intentional, and rather than just support a motion that is tailor-made to just be part of the story, let's be part of a better story, which is working with our provincial and federal counterparts, be part of a genuine Canadian strategic, methodical, but strong plan to protect workers and protect families and to protect our economy. That's what I'd like to be part of, and that's something that I'd be very proud to be part of. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our last speaker is Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the motion that I have, it was advance circulated early this morning. It's been on the clerk's meeting portal for some time, and the councillors who contributed to it certainly know it, but I hope I don't have to read it. We can scroll it while I'm talking because no one needs to look at me. More importantly, you should look at the motion. I want to thank staff. This was a very difficult budget year. I want to thank staff, Mr. Conforti and his financial planning team in particular, for the work they did this year. I want to thank the Mayor's office because, you know, under the provincial legislation, at the end of the day, that's where the buck stops. And so a tremendous amount of work gets done as we turn it over to the Mayor's office to get to the kinds of things that are now in the omnibus motion, and I think most people would agree are beneficial to whatever service is impacted by them in their wards. You know, Madam Speaker, There's a lot of magical thinking goes on every budget year. Magical thinking always finds its way out of conservative think tanks and out onto the radio and onto the newspapers, and then it finds its way into this chamber, often as not. It's the old tropes. We hear them every time. Lots of cuts can be made without changing services. No cuts are ever made. These are the kinds of things. Reserves are fund money that the city is just unwilling to spend. Only cutting taxes can ever help business. There are politicians who love to raise taxes. They do it just because they like to. These are tropes that we hear every year at budget time. And if they're being said in community halls, I despair of that type of behavior. Because we all know in this room that that's not true. We, all of us, even the new councillors, because they ask passionately the whole first year, will ask, what about this? What about that? And what they learn is the low-hanging fruit is long gone. If the efficiencies that we've made, 93 million through the line-by-line review, another 240 through the programmatic reviews done with the financial planning team, and then another 41 million in hard permanent efficiencies, all of those get made in tight staff-to-staff exercises because the low-hanging fruit is gone. And so it's sitting down and deliberating, how is this done? Could it be done cheaper? These are difficult, stressful exercises that we are spared. That's why they're hard for us to describe to the community, but it happens every year, and I dare say this year we're going to double down on it, which leads me to what I need to speak in the second half of my speech. For the rest of it, Madam Speaker, I'm only going to speak to the future. We don't know what the future holds. It's already been outlined by my colleagues. We really don't know. We only know about the steel tariff, and we don't even know if that's going to hold. We really don't know, which is why we need to stay the course. What you have before you is a budget that addresses the challenges that the city faces now. It fixes the things that are broken. It makes the city safer. It addresses those people that are in crises, and it does the thing that everyone keeps asking us to do. Can you invest in the things that actually protect the value of my property? I've invested in this city. Now you invest in me. And it means that we collectively have a bill to pay. It means that we all have to pay for property taxes. But we made a promise, and this is what I mean about the future. We said it was an arc. Mayor Tory, in the first year of this term, said we've got to go to 7%. The money we thought we'd be given for COVID hasn't come from the other orders of government. We've got to start to pay the bill. When we went higher in that extraordinary rate the following year, we said, we've got to find a way back down. This had better be an arc. So, Madam Speaker, if that arc is to continue its descent, and it should next year, we have to keep things in mind, that we have a very uncertain future, and I have motions in the next item that will address how we can prepare ourselves to help businesses with their resiliency in that regard. But we have to take into account that there may be a social cost to President Trump's actions that we will have to address in real time. And so we need this budget to do the investing it's doing in a caring way now. We also need to keep the tax structure as it is until we know what the real impacts are. We need to make learned decisions on that, and we cannot at this moment. So if we stay the course and create other forms of resiliency funds, we know that we are doing right by our residents today, and they desperately need us to. Next year, you have to find a way to lower the property tax increase and meet the demands of every single collective bargaining increase that is happening throughout the rest of this year. That's going to place enormous pressure on every one of these divisions.
5 seconds.
Every cluster will struggle to meet that. And if you want a lower rate to go along with that, you need to stay the course and be responsible in your decisions for the rest of this year.
Thank you. Let's put the motions on the screen. We're ready to vote. Okay, motion 1A by Councillor Holiday, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, can you state your vote, please, while you log on? Motion 1A does not carry. The vote is 1 to 23.
Next motion, motion 1B by Councillor Holiday, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please, and Councillor Perruzza. Motion 1B does not carry. The vote is 1 to 23.
Okay, next motion. 1C by Councillor Holiday, recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, please, and thank you. Motion 1C does not carry. The vote is 2 to 22.
Oh, okay, motion 1D by Councillor Holiday, recorded vote.
Motion 1D does not carry. The vote is 1 to 23.
Councillor Coe, you can come back in now. Councillor Coe? Okay. All right. Next. Motion 1E by Councillor Holiday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Motion 1E does not carry. The vote is 2 to 23.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Bradford, recorded vote.
Perruzza, please. Motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 3-22.
Okay, next motion by Councillor Carroll, recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please. And Councillor Perruzza. Motion 4 carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, we've completed one item. Okay, so our next item is CC 27.1. So do we have questions for staff? If you can put your name on the screen. Councillor Matlow. Hold on, there you go.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, is it in fact, do we have roughly $131 million in the tax stabilization reserve?
To the Speaker, yes, it's about $130 million.
Would it be staff's preference to use that money today or anytime soon to address the current steel and aluminum or potential U.S. tariffs, or would, in your advice, be wiser to have a strategic plan in concert with other levels of government to tailor it strategically through our economic action plan toward potential industries and people who might be directly affected by tariffs that, again, may or may not even be realized?
Speaker, the latter would be our preference. It follows in conversations that we're having at a staff-to-staff level with the provincial and federal governments. And also, I think it's prudent for us to wait for the plan that our good folks in economic development and others are bringing forward so that we can best understand how to move forward.
So is it fair to say that you agree with the spirit of the motion that I described, that I'll move in a few minutes to ensure that our reserves are stable so that we have what we often colloquially refer to as that rainy day fund to be able to address sometimes unexpected emergencies?
Speaker, that's the definition of what we would want those available for that opportunity. And let's get the information in front of us about how best, if we are to invest and come up with an investment strategy, how best to do that.
Thank you very much. And by the way, one last question for Abby, if I may. Sorry to, I know you're sitting over there. If you could pause my time for a moment. Thank you. Thank you for...
To put your time on hold, I didn't know you were waiting for someone.
Thank you. Would you mind reversing it a few? Thank you.
Okay.
That's kind of you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. To Abby, we've talked a lot about industry, but we're really talking about people, aren't we? Not only those who work for industry, but people who may lose their jobs, people whose lives might become more expensive if the worst happens. When we've seen our economy impacted, whether it be by SARS, COVID, or perhaps the tariffs, if they are, if they become what we fear they might, do we see that there's a social cost, more demand on food banks, shelter support, etc.?
Speaker, certainly financial crisis, recession has a very negative impact on many of the households in our city. Certainly during the 2008 financial crisis in the US, we saw a reduction in demand for ownership housing and a huge increase in demand for renter housing. So we could anticipate things like rent rises, further competition for rental apartments, and maybe pressure on homelessness as well. It's hard to predict exactly the nature of how it will affect people, but it won't be good for the average Torontonians.
Thank you. I wanted to bring the people who are going to need to support into light, and thank you for helping with that, Abby. I have another motion I'm going to be moving soon regarding ensuring that we have a say as a council over the direction of community benefit charges. To Mr. Conforti, through you, Madam Speaker, you know the motion that I'm going to move. Would you agree with what I'm moving, and do you believe that it's important that councillors, along with the mayor, obviously, and all of us together, have an opportunity to consult and work with you on a plan to ensure that as our city grows, that our infrastructure and our parks and our social services and our quality of life for every neighborhood keeps up with that pace?
To the speaker, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions of staff?
I was just wondering, following up on what Councillor Matlow was talking about, is that we are in such dangerous times and uncharted waters with this person south of the border. Would it be advisable to maybe consider, I won't move a motion, but considering putting some kind of asterisk in the tax bill, sort of explaining the reserve fund, saying we are keeping in mind that the impact of potential tariffs, etc., that we are trying to do our best to put in reserves to respond, to protect you from what may happen in these very, very unusual days ahead.
To the speaker, so we have included messaging in tax bills before. We can take that away as a communication strategy, looking at either through tax bills or other means.
Yeah, and I think, and following up what Councillor Carroll was saying, is people really have very little understanding, because they lead busy lives, of what our reserve funds are and what they're used for. So this would be perhaps a bit of an opportunity to do that, maybe not in just one tax bill one time, and even our communication perhaps that we send out to people to say that this is just, basically to protect you and our city and our services as we face these uncertain times ahead.
To the speaker, we can continue to emphasize in our quarterly reporting on our reserve balances the importance of our tax stabilization reserve and the potential uses for those funds, especially during economic uncertainties. And again, happy to work on a comm strategy to continue to get that message out as it relates to our reserves.
Yes, and again, because have we ever been through such a situation before where we were anticipating really this total, let's say, upset in our economic future, given what's been foisted upon us and what might be foisted upon us not only this year but for 4 years? So should we rethink the way we send out information to people about their tax bills?
To the speaker, so as recently as 2020, there was considerable uncertainty around the economic future of the city. Beginning in 2020, we actually developed a COVID impacts working group, and through that group, entertained actions to set funds aside in our reserves, what ultimately became known as the COVID backstop. So there were efforts that were made at that time. I think we can take from the learnings that we had at that time, as well as how we communicated out the actions we were taking, and leverage those moving forward.
So we could maybe look at sort of a tariff backstop working group, or I think that would be wise.
To the speaker, yes. Yes, I would agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak. Ask questions, sorry.
Yes, to the CFO. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the tax rate stabilization reserve. What's our policy on the target for the balance? To the Speaker, so our current guideline is to ensure that our balance is maintained at the equivalent of a 2% property tax increase. So it's something we would review every year. This year, 2% property tax rate increase is equivalent to $46.4 million. So we're looking at a minimum balance of roughly $93 million.
And the current balance is around
131 million.
And this budget that we just passed installs a net $10 million?
Net $7 million increase to the
net
reserve.
$7 million. So we put $7 million into that. So everyone talks about how important it is, but we're currently in beyond what our guidance is. There's more in there. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just, is that where we're at right now? So how do we know when the limit is reached about what's prudent?
To the Speaker, so the guideline is at 2%. I will note, and it was our experience during the pandemic, the 2% guideline was inadequate, and it did require us to find additional funds to set aside. So again, taking the learnings from that, it's where we continue to monitor what an adequate balance would be to manage any uncertainties.
So its guidance is 2% tax increase. So what was the intended purpose of it?
So this reserve has been in existence for quite a while. Again, it is the tax rate stabilization reserve. Right. It would be the primary reserve that we would leverage in the event that the city, through our year-end actuals, has a deficit in any given year. That would be the primary source that we would look to be able to fund any deficits that we may have in our operation.
Has council ever deployed it? I think we just did, actually.
We deployed it. So again, through the pandemic, we built it up specifically for a COVID backstop. And in at least 2 years ago, when COVID support funding started to diminish from the federal and provincial government, we did draw into the backstop to offset a deficit resulting from pandemic pressures.
Are there changes planned for the prudent amount or the prudent policy for the size of that?
So we continue to have the guideline at 2%. I will note we continue to have conversations with our staff around work that would need to be done to understand the adequacy of that and the adequacy of that amongst various scenarios.
I feel like it's come up in just about every single budget debate. I've been here for 10. I feel like it's been used in every one of them. Is that close to true?
Sorry, used in terms of taking draws from the reserve?
Yeah, draws, contributions, it's come up in motions, it's had activity with it, associated with it.
To the Speaker, there generally is attention given to the tax stabilization reserve, yes.
Just moreover, I asked questions of Councillor Crisanti. There's, I think the projection was like about $107 million surplus in 2024. Where does that money go? To the Speaker, so we do have a surplus management policy. The surplus management policy dictates that any surplus achieved across all city divisions and agencies, 75% of it would go to our capital financing reserve, 25% would go to underfunded liabilities. We've deviated from that over the last few years since the start of the pandemic and have been leveraging the surplus to be able to essentially build the COVID backstop and build the bridging strategies that we've had until recently. And the bridging strategies were deployed this year in that they reduced unfunded budget and hence reduced the tax bill, I guess down to 6.9%, but they reduced it from the overall size of the budget.
To the Speaker, that's correct. So since, for the last couple of years, we've been leveraging bridging strategies, knowing that initial $1.8 billion pressure we had could not be addressed in a single year, and we would have to support it through actions that would take multiple years to be able to come to realization, and we're leveraging the bridging strategy until we realize those.
We often talk about this money as just something that's on paper, but its origin was money that we collected through taxes from citizens of the city. And is it being redeployed to the citizens? Or is it being used to reduce future budgets?
So there are various sources in terms of where the stabilization reserve would have been built. Ultimately, these funds are being leveraged to offset and support the costs of city services and to be able to offset those costs over multiple years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to call on Councillor Perruzza. Just reminding you, if you have any questions on CC 27.1, budget implementation, including property tax rates, user fees, and related matters, please put your name on the list. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, 1 second.
Just, I have a page here. Basically, it's the budget presentation, 2025 operating budget funding sources for the $18.8 billion. I just want to go through a few of these and better come to terms with them. So $1.308 billion, 7% of the $18.8 billion is coming from reserves. Could you explain that to us briefly, what that is?
To the Speaker, yes, so we do have $1.3 billion in funding that is coming from reserves. So reserves would be used for various purposes. In some cases, there might be a strategy where we contribute to a reserve on an annual basis, knowing that expenses may not be consistent on an annual basis. So fleets is an example that we often give on that.
So typically, how much annually, over the last, say, 5-6 budgets, have we extracted from reserves to complete our? Have we taken out of reserves?
To the Speaker, so we do review it. I don't know that I have the annual.
Is it roughly 1.3 billion a year?
No, it's been higher over the last years as part of the bridging strategy, where we've set funds aside into reserves, knowing that the planned approach was taking higher draws from those reserves over a multi-year strategy. Okay. So it would have been high last year as well, but higher than it would have been in years prior.
Okay. The federal provincial funding, I see the federal government is now contributing to the city $1.53 billion. Just describe what that funding is for briefly, and when did the federal government begin to contribute significantly to the city's operating budget? Because I don't recall 10, 15 years ago, the federal government being a significant contributor on our ongoing operating budget.
To the Speaker, so both the federal and the provincial government, the funds that you see in our budget are generally flow-through funding for initiatives that are really responsibilities of the federal provincial government. In terms of the federal government, you would have seen increases specifically over the last couple of years related to their early learning and childcare program. So again, in this year's budget, there was a significant increase in federal funding, which was a flow-through in support of that program.
Okay, so, but to the tune of $1.53 billion, that's relatively new, is it not?
The total quantum is significantly increased from the year before and even the year prior to that. But it is consistent with a lot of the programs that you would see within our community and social services that are extensions of federal responsibilities.
The transfers from capital, the $284 million, how often do we do that and to this level?
So the level I don't believe would be unique to this year's budget. So we may have divisions that have staff that provide support to capital initiatives, where the capital program defines the total cost of the initiative itself. And we may leverage some of the funding in that program to flow through to pay for staff. So that could be true within engineering services. It could be true on technology projects. So it would be something we would do where we have to offset the cost of staff.
But is it typically in and around the 2%?
I believe this would be typical.
Okay. In terms of the investment income, so the $268 million is coming from investment income. Is that a typically relatively stable standard number as well?
So we've actually been doing quite well on investment income, especially since the creation of the Toronto Investment Board. So what you would see is that there's been increases in the amount of investment returns that we've seen over the last few years as a result of the investments that we're making through the board.
Now, I want to focus in just briefly on the residential, new multi-residential farmland management forest and pipelines paying properties, the ones that are going to be facing a 6.9% increase. So how many properties in the city of Toronto pay property taxes? What's the total number?
920,000 properties.
920,000 properties. And how many of them are in that first class, the 6.9% increase?
Do you know how many of them are in the 6.9? We have the numbers. Just give us a moment to pull the
So
various.
I want the number for that. I want the number for multi-residential. I want the number for commercial, and I want the number
Do you want
for
to answer? He
industrial.
wants to know by class.
All the numbers. That totaled the 920,000 quantum.
Okay, that was your last question.
Yeah. Speaker, so of the 920,000 properties, about 867,000 are residential, 4,000 are multi-residential, 262 are new multi-residential, about 44,000 are commercial, and about 3,400 are industrial.
Okay, thank you. That was your last, no, that was your last question. Yeah, Councillor Perruzza. Get Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Carroll, questions.
Oh, the multi-res.
Shoot. Yeah, you can go over and ask her. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, maybe we could just not have
Councillor
my time going.
Perruzza, please. Councillor Carroll, go ahead.
Zero my time, please, when he stops talking, whenever it is that he stops talking.
Councillor Perruzza, please. You asked your question.
He's got to apologize for that.
Yeah. Please, can you please apologize, Councillor Perruzza? You don't tell somebody to shut up.
I'm asking a question. He's chirping in the background.
No,
like he doesn't let you ask the question. He's always constantly chirping in the background.
Yeah.
I don't chirp at him. Why does he chirp at other people?
Councillor Perruzza, you didn't like the staff's answer, and that's your privilege. But now it's up to Councillor Carroll to ask her question. Yeah.
He's been an honored member of this chamber today.
Councillor Perruzza, please, can you apologize?
To him for chirping?
No, for telling them to shut up.
What do you say to somebody when they're chirping at you?
Well, you don't tell them to shut up.
Why don't you tell them to shut
No. Oh, jeez.
up? No, really. Why don't you shut up? Madam Speaker, next time I will ask you to ask him to shut up.
No, I will not tell anybody to shut up, so please sit down. Yeah. No, I don't.
This is ridiculous.
Michael, what do you want? What do you want me to do? Okay.
Kick him out.
Kick him out. Okay, are we... Councillor Carroll, are you ready? Councillor Carroll?
More than ready, thank you. But let's get back to the fact that our economy may be forced to tank by outside forces. I have a motion coming forward that I think it's advanced circulated, as are many motions now on this item, but I think is complementary to Councillor Matlow's motion about keeping our reserves stable, asking the city manager as part of the forthcoming Toronto Action Plan that has been released by the mayor to develop a resiliency strategy to respond to the potential impacts of tariffs placed on Canadian goods. You can read the rest of it on the clerk's meeting portal. This mayor's economic action team that we're putting together will have members of the private sector. I know, Madam Speaker, that I know, Madam Speaker, that economic development staff have already begun the work to develop that and talk to the members of the business community and have been for a couple of weeks. So my question is this. In terms of what we should do for the impending tariffs or whatever other impact from the president, are they of one mind? Are we at a point where we know exactly what to do because they're all telling us to do exactly the same thing?
To the Speaker, no. It's not yet fully understood what will be the impact of not just the tariffs from the Trump administration, additional executive orders, greater protectionism in the form of regulatory environment, tax policy. So we do not yet fully understand all the impacts. We are modeling those out along with our partners and getting ready to
develop targeted responses informed by business, labor, and academia. And in that instance, reserves will be a useful tool to respond.
That's a concise way of putting it. Leaders of business, academia, and the associations that represent in labor, all of them are themselves trying to figure out what the impacts might be. So, did you want to answer that?
Yes.
So in terms of the economic action plan that Council adopted last fall, you've already got direction to proceed with that. Is there anything in that plan that is now foolhardy and we should not proceed with?
To the Speaker, there are a number of measures within the Economic Action Plan that are going to help with trade diversification, opening new markets, creating a very attractive business environment in the form of tax ratios and other measures. So there is very little that is not applicable to responding to this crisis such as we understand it now.
Thank you. And lastly, I'm putting you on the spot. I'm going to make you answer for Toronto Global, our agency that does foreign direct investment. One of the things we're talking about is doing exactly what the Prime Minister is doing right now, which is exploring our role in the Canada-EU trade agreement and exploring our business leads more to the European side. Is that already ongoing? Is that work already happening at Toronto Global? We don't need to change course there either.
To the Speaker, no. Toronto Global is actually redoubling its efforts to look at market diversification for Toronto area exporters with a focus on, as you suggest, where we have trade agreements in place, and there are a number of new ones that they are building targeted missions around.
So that's the advice that we'll probably begin to grapple with the action plan. In the meantime, I'm assuming Board of Trade represents businesses in the city really well, and they've asked us to do another thing that's in the budget, just congestion. We're to the point where we're almost tired of hearing it from the President, but that is something that is already built into the budget. Staff have direction on proceeding with it. That's still what they're talking about, isn't it, in terms of remaining competitive against all odds in our economy?
To the Speaker, the Board of Trade has said publicly that the one thing Toronto can do to address its competitiveness and thereby its economic resilience in the face of this crisis is to address congestion.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions on CC 27.1? No? Okay, then we'll go to speakers. And Mayor Chow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I have three motions that I want to speak to. The first one deals with local procurement. Ontario grows 13 million metric tons of food every year. We need to support those hardworking farmers and other workers who get the food from the fields to our table. We produce in Ontario 125 different fruits and vegetables, and some of which are available all seasons through greenhouses and other innovative approaches to food and agriculture. The City Council here have had a local food policy for 20 years. So today is a good opportunity for us to buy local, and including on food, because we have just finished talking about a budget that invests quite a bit of money in providing food for children in schools. Then with this kind of inclusive approach, we can bring good jobs and affordability to those who need them most. The second item that I want to talk a bit about is the census trade action we are seeing happening in front of us. The Prime Minister has said that it isn't just about a president who wants a new trade deal, but a threat to our sovereignty. And one of the best ways that we have is to send a message to President's right-hand person, Elon Musk, There's no reason why a billionaire, a person that is one of the richest person in the world, would need the taxpayers' dollars to assist him in selling cars. So that's why we should stop doing the subsidies. And the subsidies amount to, now, we're fine with other electric cars brand. Hopefully, eventually, in coming years, there's enough EVs fully manufactured in Canada, then we can put a buy local requirement in our incentive programs. But for now, the best we can do is to send a message to the White House. It's not it's very small, but it's very modest impact. But it certainly, hopefully, it will send us a message. And so that's the second motion. The third motion is, by the way, the EV rebate program is to encourage people that are taxi and limo drivers, okay? So, which we just approved in November of last year. So the third motion is regarding parks. Everyone, and you've gotten a lot of calls that see that parks are a bit shabby sometimes, and partially is underfunding, but even when we invested in more parks last year, some of us are having difficulty seeing changes. And I know Council Holiday's audit committee tomorrow morning is going to be doing phase 2 of the audit. Phase 1 was deals with drivers, where they might be and whether they are dealing, doing the work. And the Auditor General has been looking very carefully how our parks are operated and maintained, and what we can do to get the most out of the dollars we spend. Okay? So the motion in front of you is that we expect Parks Department to show clear process this year in implementing those recommendations from the auditor, so we can see very, very clear service improvements and budget savings that can then be reinvested into reversing all the last decade. Because one of the things that concerned me most in reading the Auditor General's report is that there is no systematic way of tracking residents' complaints about our parks, so that we can see where the complaints are coming from, what they are about, or whether anyone is actually responding to them. And that's not acceptable, and everything is paper-driven. So I want to see our parks proactively maintained, better service, and to know that if a resident does call to complain, someone is accountable in fixing the issue. That's why the motion said that it asked for a report to all of us, maybe to the Standing Committee or Council, whatever it might be, or to the Audit Committee by the third quarter of 2025 at the latest, but prior to the staff putting their budget together, because it will impact on their 2026 budget. So I hope Council Holiday is pleased with that motion, because you always want to see our money, the service delivered as best quality as we can have.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Mayor, Motion 1C places restrictions on Tesla vehicles. And in the introductory remarks from the Mayor mentioned, I think, that it was because it was owned by a certain individual, Mr. Musk. I don't know if you mentioned the name. But is this, do I understand this as a sanction on an individual?
Sorry, can you ask the question again? I just need to hear you better. I couldn't hear your question.
May I restart my time, Speaker, since we're beginning again?
Something about mentioning a person, and what was the
Correct.
question again?
So in motion C, this specifically targets Tesla vehicles.
That's right.
And in your remarks, you mentioned that it was due to the company's ownership by a specified individual. Do I understand this as a sanction towards a particular individual?
No, not at all. But why would we take taxpayers' dollars to provide incentives?
Why Tesla?
Well, it is a popular brand. It's also, the owner is Mr. President Trump's right-hand man.
But he's not an elected official, so this is a sanction on an individual.
Oh, it's not really a sanction, Councillor. It's really using taxpayers' money in the most effective way.
So this has nothing to do with it being a U.S. company? Because I think you said other brands, even American ones, I guess GM, Ford, Buick, I think is one of them. They're all in, but Tesla's out because of the ownership.
Yes.
And Madam, through you, Speaker, Madam Mayor, you know that Mr. Musk is a Canadian citizen.
And
so this is in place because of his affiliation with the government?
Well, he's certainly running a lot of what White House is doing right now.
The Department of Government Efficiency.
I think, Councillor Holladay, you and I agree that the difficulty that we are facing, and we talked all day about economic downturns, we talked about a lot about the trade action, what kind of impact it has on the steel and aluminum industry. We talked about the number of jobs that will be lost, and that the implementation will be on in early March. We have a reprieve for 30 days prior, and then that will run out in March. So early March. So we don't know what kind of trade action we're going to face. Right now, we're facing 25% of aluminum and steel. And think about the buildings we use that we are building, that's steel. The TTC, the various companies that are, I believe, in Councillor Meyer's ward, with the manufacturing industry, that there are a lot of companies there. They're going to hurt if the 25% tariff on steel and aluminum get implemented March 1st.
Any concerns with the people in the vehicle for hire industry by doing this?
Actually, the report that you and I voted for, and I don't know whether, I believe you voted for it, on dated November 26, 2024, the action we took is specifically for taxi drivers and limo drivers and not for the other Lyft or Uber, etc. Not those drivers.
So this limits the pool of available vehicles to those individuals, and that is seen as a benefit?
They can feel free to buy them. It doesn't mean that they should take taxpayers' dollars to subsidize them.
And just to be crystal clear, this is based on the company's owner, not it being a U.S. company.
It's the company's owner, absolutely. But this is a grant program. It's also an incentive program. We're giving hard cash, taxpayers' dollar, to encourage people to buy that car. Why do we need to do that?
I guess that's a political question, Mayor.
Well, we are here, local politics, and
but to be
we
clear,
are making a political decision. I'm a proud Canadian. I know we are in a place where our sovereignty are being questioned. So I know it's a political question.
Would you think that sanctioning an individual is a first, though?
It's not an individual. It's a company. It's the car.
You just said it was based on the ownership.
Councillor, if you want to use taxpayers' dollars to provide incentive to subsidize one of the richest person in this world. The richest, pardon me, the richest person in the world. Be my guest.
Councillor, that was your last.
That's not my value.
That was your last question. Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you. Would you just consider canceling the grant program?
The which program?
The grant program, the subsidizing taxis for electric vehicles.
I think it's one of the things that we have the zero emission grant program.
So
we are looking at the city's goal of net zero emission for the vehicle for hire industry by 2030. And we have adopted a grant program on October 11, 2023.
Yep.
And that they are looking at incentivizing the early adoptions of EV prior to 2030.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So would you
this
consider just
here.
canceling that program?
Why would I do that? Because I do believe that zero emission grant program is important.
So I'm just asking, would it be a friendly amendment to just scrap that subsidy for the taxis entirely?
I think people like Councillor Sachs and others who are our champion on the environment, and Councillor Deputy Mayor Jennifer McAlfee, both of them have been talking about how important it is that we eventually switch towards electric cars.
But respectfully,
and that's why we're buying electric buses.
But respectfully, Madam Mayor, regardless of Councillor Sachs' position or Deputy Mayor McKelvey's position, would you support a friendly amendment to just scrap the program in its entirety, to not subsidize electric vehicles for the taxis?
I don't understand why one would do that.
Okay. So you would not support that?
I don't know. I want to hear the argument.
Well, I'm just asking you that.
Well, I want to hear the argument. I'm always open-minded to save some money.
Argument would be, and we're talking about this item, it's a very significant tax increase again, and rightly you're pointing out that we are subsidizing U.S. companies to subsidize electric vehicles, and so it might be cleaner and easier, to Councillor Holliday's point, to just scrap the program entirely. So would you support
some
that?
of the Ford and other Canadian make, some of the cars are made, a big part of it, parts of it is made in Canada.
But they're going to be subjected to the tariff.
Councillor Bradford, please allow the mayor to answer.
Hold on, because I take my instruction from the president of the auto parts industry, Mr. Volpe, and if he thinks we should do so, we could. But I think he is trying his best to protect his Canadian jobs, whether they're from Windsor or other
Madam
parts
Speaker,
of
I'm going to try and ask
Toronto.
another question. Do you know the percentage?
There are actually manufacturing plants in Toronto that make auto parts.
Okay.
So why would
Could you help me here, Madam Speaker?
Mayor, please let Councillor Bradford one more question.
Do you know what?
Okay.
Well, actually, a couple more. Do you
Well,
know?
no,
do
not
you know
a couple
what the?
more.
Do you know what the? I get 5 minutes.
5 minutes,
Yeah. Do you know what the percentage of market share Tesla has in the Canadian market share in terms of electric vehicles?
Well, see, this program is from 2025 to 2027. I cannot predict what kind of market share it will or will not be.
So do you know today, though?
We are looking forward, not backwards.
Okay, so
and
the question
I
is...
do want to finish answering your question. There are
Madam Speaker,
jobs.
if I may.
There are jobs, auto jobs, right here in Scarborough, for example. So let us not hurt those.
Where in Scarborough?
Toronto. Well, if you speak to Mr. Volpe and Councillor Myers, I was told by Mr. Volpe, which is the president, that that there are significant number of jobs, auto jobs in Toronto also.
So, Madam Speaker, if I may, to Madam Mayor, would you consider removing all of the American companies from the subsidy program That would include
If
Ford, that
it
would
hurts
include
our jobs.
Chrysler, that would include General Motors, because regardless if there's a battery plant in Canada or the vast majority of the electric vehicle is manufactured in the U.S., the impact of President Trump's tariffs are the same on the automotive sector, which is catastrophic. So should we actually just send a message using your rationale to the entire U.S. automotive sector rather than you just picking one?
Okay, that was your last question.
No.
No, okay.
I see no reason to punish workers from Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, questions? Oh. Councillor Mantis.
To declare an interest on 1C due to my family owns taxi plates. So I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay, and you've handed in the form to the clerk,
That is
right?
the form that is going to be provided to the clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. Yes, a question for the mayor. Would you accept a friendly amendment on your electric vehicle motion to restrict the exclusion to newly manufactured Teslas?
Sure.
The rationale is that...
Yes, I get it.
Well, just
Go
for
ahead.
my colleagues. There is a significant market in second-hand Teslas that would provide a source of vehicle for the taxi industry and the vehicle for hire industry, where no profit would go back to Mr. Musk because those vehicles have already been sold.
Totally friendly and very, very thoughtful.
Thank you.
Amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Mantis, questions?
No, he got up to declare.
No, it'll be.
Oh, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Okay. Speaker, can I have my time, please? Speaker, I have a few motions. If I can ask the clerks to present them, I'll go through them rather quickly. Speaker, the first motion is to City Council request the mayor to consider a tax rate increase which is at or below the rate of inflation in future year proposed budgets. I realize that's going to be hard for some of my colleagues to support, but I think it truly reflects many of the comments that I've heard from citizens. The second motion should come at no surprise. City Council requests the mayor to consider including the full cost to restore the mechanical leaf vacuum collection program for leaves in the city's right-of-way. I'll draw that distinction in future year proposed budgets. Motion C, I'll paraphrase. This is quite simply asking to establish a property tax levy relief rebate and to look for opportunities to fund this, including a review of a mid-year review of the tax rate stabilization reserve, and to get some advice from the city staff on how we may redistribute that money back to taxpayers. And I will note that I moved a very similar motion last year. And the fourth is to ask the Toronto Parking Authority Board to consider options to put the bike share program in a position that at least it cost recovers or maybe even turns a profit with respect to how it operates. Speaker, I think we've had a lot of discussion today. I will take a moment just to raise, I'm surprised at the mayor's motion concerning the electric vehicle rebate program. It's something I've never heard in this chamber before, which is to literally sanction an individual. It's to remove rebates from a company based on the ownership. And I appreciate the politics, the things that we see in the news today, but I believe the individual that is the owner is also the head of the Department of Government Efficiency. And while I don't necessarily agree with all their findings or their methodologies, boy, there is a concept in there that we sure could use in the City of Toronto as maybe a review. But Speaker, I do think that it is worth talking about the cycle and the systems that we use I noted earlier in my questions that the city produces a surplus pretty much every year. And the last record I saw for what we're on track for is about $100 million. That money will be dispersed in a manner with a policy. Part of it goes to our capital plan, and we know that that is underfunded, a significant part of that. The other part of it goes back towards operations, and as we've learned, it's been the practice to put that into a reserve fund, which is further used to bridge. What does that mean? It means that the opening call or the opening ask of the future budgets, and that includes this particular budget, is actually reduced back down and brought back down to a lower level. It's actually reduced by that bridging strategy so that the impact on the taxpayer is less. That's the levy that we have to raise. But it doesn't necessarily mean the programs were reduced less. So much like a high jumper runs up to the bar, jumps over it, lands on the cushion, runs up to again at a higher bar and a higher bar and a higher bar, that's really what the cycles have been through with this city budget. Continuous decisions by city council raise that bar further and further and further. At some point, though, the high jumper can no longer make it over to the bar. They don't have the physical ability. They don't have the ability to go to the taxpayers anymore because they've been exhausted to the point that they've stretched every dollar. And we find ourselves in a catastrophe. And I would ask my fellow members of council to be mindful of some of these mechanisms that are built in there, where money is put into, out of surpluses, into these reserve funds, and those are further deployed to change the appearance of the budget, to reduce the impact of the growth in the budget. When the real secret, as I had mentioned in my previous debate on the mayor's budget, is the cumulative effect of city council decisions. Many of those are decisions that we have voluntarily made as a council, whether I agree with them or not, to step into the shoes of other orders of government and do the jobs that they're supposed to be doing at significant expense to the taxpayer. And Madam Speaker, this is not sustainable. And their only answer is to find more taxes to squeeze even more out of people. Maybe it's time to use some restraint.
Thank you. We do have a question for you.
Certainly.
Councillor McKelvey, 3 minutes clarification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Holiday, for motion 2A, requesting it be at the rate of inflation, I'm just wondering, does that mean no city building levy, or you open it to being a rate of inflation plus the 1.5% city building levy?
I'd like it to be as low as possible. I note that previous mayors have interpreted that language in different ways, and at the end of the day, this is just an ask of the mayor to keep the increases to taxpayers at or below the rate of inflation. The mayor will take that with advice, or maybe not advice, if council doesn't support it. So I'm sorry, I can't be that precise because the budgeting process is not that precise. If it was up to me and I had the magic wand and control over the budget, I'd keep it at the rate of inflation all in. But I think this is City Council's ask of the mayor to be as reasonable as possible with taxpayers and keep the effects of the city as minimal as possible on them trying to just make it through their lives.
Okay, and then my second is on your motion to C. You're talking about doing a rebate back as opposed to, for example, using it to pay down debt or to use it to decrease the tax increase the following year.
So I think the concern I raised in my speaking about using it to decrease the tax increase in future years through a bridging strategy is that it doesn't put any pressure on City Council or the mayor to be economical with their budget. This is money that was collected from taxpayers, in a sense, in excess. That is, we didn't use it, we didn't spend it. A novel idea might be to rebate it back to taxpayers, and this might be the most important year than ever to do that. My motion only suggests a report on how to set up a reserve fund in order to do that. So we haven't made all of those decisions. And at this point, I don't know if we actually will collect a critical amount that could actually result in a rebate. But why not build a reserve fund in order to do that?
And further to that, how do you see this as encouraging our ABCs to be more efficient. And like, do you worry that they may just absorb these increases? Or, I mean, I think isn't the problem we're trying to solve to make them be more efficient?
Well, I don't know how you can ask them to be more efficient if we're trying to maximize the dividend. That in itself requires them to come up with the cash at the end of the day. But I think the agencies will perform as we expect them to do. They're also subject to audit and they're subject to control by a board. That should just happen anyways. The point I give is that sometimes there's variations in the budget where dividends end up being higher than what was planned. And instead of taking that money and dissecting it and throwing it into spending, why don't we give it back to the taxpayers?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks, questions?
Sorry, I just really need to work a little bit to understand this motion C. So the idea is, and I'm going to break it into steps so that I follow along. We're going to create a new reserve. That's first step. Right?
Yep.
Second step, if an agency or somebody generates more money for a dividend than they normally would have, the money goes into that reserve.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Then the third step is that at some point, the CFO mails checks to everybody in Toronto to disperse that.
Not quite. But I think that the other part of the step is that money could come if we come and land on a policy with respect to our tax stabilization reserve. I hear in the questions and answers is that it is
No, I don't need to know about the tax stabilization reserve.
But
what happens to the money in this new reserve you're creating?
So advice comes back to council from the chief, from the CFO and treasurer on recommendations on how to distribute the reserve fund back to taxpayers in any or all of the classes. We don't have those answers yet.
So mailing them checks?
That is potentially.
Okay, all right. So we have $30 or $40 billion in unfunded capital programs, some of it things like repairing roads, which I know concerns you. And you're saying instead of spending money, meeting those capital repair and new capital needs, you would rather mail checks to taxpayers every year?
Well, I don't say mail checks.
Well, you just did.
It could be a rebate on their tax bill. I don't know what the mechanism will be, but the point in this is if the city council collects excessive amounts of taxes in the tax year, and maybe there's flaws in its budget planning, and maybe city council has not put enough money towards the capital needs, we can discuss that all day. But if we've collected excessive money and beyond what our diversion policy is for surpluses, there's an opportunity here to send that money back to the taxpayers in the city that paid it to us in trust.
Speaker, can I ask that before we vote on this, you confer with the city solicitor and the chief financial officer about whether the city of Toronto is legally allowed to rebate taxes? I don't believe we are.
Okay, well, I'll check with city.
Thank
Is
you.
this okay? Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. So, Councillor Holiday, in your first motion where you asked the mayor to consider a tax rate at or below the rate of inflation, I think that's always been our goal. We're not trying to take money out of people's pockets.
Well,
we're trying to keep the tax rate
job.
as low as possible.
It's embarrassing, actually. And if it's our goal, then Councillor Ainsley, I think it'd be an easy vote, yes, a unanimous one. That should be simple. Then it's over to the mayor to do it, but I haven't seen that in the last couple of years.
Okay, and how do you reconcile, Councillor Holiday, with the fact that, so when I discuss property tax rate increases with our residents, one of the components I always talk about is cost share programming and programming that were mandated by the province to run. And if they don't follow the formula by law or legislation, we're still stuck picking up what they've capped. So how are you going to deal with that?
Oh, goodness. I don't know if you read briefing note number 16, but that reminds council that we have $1.4 billion in spending that ought to belong with the other orders of government. It's like 25% of the tax base. I think there's somewhere in there that we can find some room to deal with any of those situations.
And you think the provincial government is just magically going to uncap and pay what they owe us?
I didn't say that. In our previous debate, and I'm happy to rehash it, it's the cumulative impact of the decisions that we make at council to increase and increase and increase. And I gave some examples to
Sorry, Councillor, I'm talking about cost share programs that the province has capped.
So a great example is housing, is things like paramedics or things that have to do with public health, things that are contained in that briefing note. So there's all kinds of wiggle room in the decisions that City Council makes because they're voluntary, that we could deal with any obligations that we have as a first priority.
Okay. And then on your other motion, leaf vacuuming, which, you know, a portion of my ward in the south end had leaf vacuuming for a long time because I was always told that it was cheaper to do than to have residents bag it and the trucks pick up the bags, and you know how it works.
Sure.
And then it got more and more expensive to do that, to the point it wasn't worth it. And so you're asking for a service that staff maintain is more expensive.
Well, if you caught the questions and answers at the beginning of the council meeting, I made the point through staff that the leaf vacuuming service still involves the trucks going to the streets. And this particular motion asks for the cleaning of the leaves on the right-of-way, which they do not do in its entirety. That older program, as they assert, and the incremental increase to that program had to do with residents dumping private leaves into the right-of-way. And I haven't been advocating for that. I'm advocating for the restoration of the service, which deals with the full right-of-way.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley, that was your last question.
The mayor needs to
Okay,
no
look
problem.
at this
Thank you.
matter and come up with the value in her next budget.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. We got to move this along. Okay, last speaker before we break, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion here proposing property tax relief for our small businesses here in Toronto. This urgent relief will help around 30,000 small businesses get through this uncertain economic time. I think we can all agree small businesses are the lifeblood of our main streets and our shopping plazas. They've been through the ringer over the past couple of years, and they've only just begun to recover after years of fighting through pandemic closures. I think at a time when the economic uncertainty is under attack, it's not just about banning Tesla, but actually providing some property tax relief for those folks is a tangible thing the City of Toronto can do when small businesses need it the most. The second part of the motion, of course, asks the provincial government to match our rate reduction. Folks, this is a revenue neutral motion. It's self-funded within the commercial property tax class. When we worked to bring in the small business subtax class a number of years ago, we had it at 15%. Today, here's an opportunity to go to 25% within that tax class. I use the rest of my time to speak about the budget overall, and particularly the mayor's 6.9% tax increase tripled the rate of inflation. It has never been more unaffordable to live in the City of Toronto than it is right now. And this is another historic above-inflation increase, second only to last year's record-breaking tax increase at 9.5%, and that's why I can't support it. Over the past 2 years, 200,000 Torontonians have left our city in a flight for affordability. With the average sale price of a detached home sitting at $1.8 million, one-bedroom apartments renting at over $2,200 a month, our residents are moving to Oshawa, they're going to Hamilton, Niagara, London, to buy a home, to start a family, to start a business, to rent a decent apartment that they can afford. And over the last 3 years, the property tax bill has gone up by 25%. This is the most expensive budget in Toronto's history at $18.8 billion. How much has that gone up year over year? 1.8 billion increase just from last year. That's nuts. There are Torontonians out there that say to me, and some of them live in Beaches, East York, I would support a reasonable tax increase. if it meant improved city services and better infrastructure. I've heard that from individuals, and I can understand the rationale. But when I look around the City of Toronto right now, when residents look around, I don't think anyone is feeling like the city has gotten 25% better over the past 3 years. Housing has never been more expensive. The roads have never been more congested. Transit has never been less reliable. Encampments have doubled. Violent crime is up. And the parks are in a state of disrepair. And we've seen that time and time again with our Auditor General reports. Unfortunately, Mayor Chow's budget does not deliver value for money for taxpayers. It just does not. Because most of this increase is going to fund collective bargaining agreements that have been signed in the past year. Torontonians are paying more and they are getting less. That's a theme of this budget. There's a lack of accountability. The mayor and the administration have been trumpeting $680 million in savings, but as we heard today, those numbers are just smoke and mirrors. In this $18.8 billion budget, there was only $41 million in true efficiencies found. That's 0.2%. 0.2%. To put that number into context for you, earlier this year, council paid $150 million for a 2-kilometer bike path. And folks are like, my goodness, that's not value for money. It's not. So, since introducing the budget, the mayor's claim that she's protecting renters. Well, there are still 35,000 households living in purpose-built rental apartments built after 1998 that are going to be subjected to the 6.9% property tax hike, the same as homeowners. Anybody living in a condo, which has been the pseudo rental market for years in the city, they're going to be subjected to that tax increase too. So, there's a lot of talk in this chamber about being the economic engine of Canada, and that is undoubtedly true. But that role comes with responsibility. As I said earlier, the best way we can defend ourselves against economic uncertainty is becoming a destination for business, for capital, for investment, and jobs. This budget piles on another tax increase at a time when Torontonians can't afford it, and I will certainly not be supporting it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we're recessed to 7.